Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. The city call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOPTV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOPTV.
Who inside my name? Phone of the People TV. That name is unique. The brand quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. Forward to me in your studios. The People TV, the credo, bro.
Now you have more than a voice.
It's a beautiful Friday morning. Good morning. Welcome to the weekend of this morning. VOP Star Television. Trending stories. For whilst that Tinubu stirs national debate at the great Nigerian project. These are the topics of this story that will weigh in the cause.
That is it, Voice of the People TV. So that's really obviously have a website, www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Okay, good to have you on board.
Yes. You have the. We're always working. Emphases. Now, the judgment, which upheld an earlier decision of the Federal High Court, awarded 1 million naira in damages to Abuja-based lawyer Abubakar Marshall, who challenged the VIO's powers in a fundamental rights suit filed through Falano and Falano Chambers. Now, Justice Nkoye Evelyn Maha had previously ruled that the VIO was not backed by any law to confiscate vehicles or impose penalties, a position now reinforced by the appellate court, which described the agency's appeal as lacking in merit. Now, the ruling effectively strips one of Nigeria's most dreaded traffic enforcement bodies of its powers, leaving the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, as the only legally recognized authority for road traffic management. And basically, for millions of motorists, long harassed by VIO officials, yours truly included, the judgment is being hailed as a victory for justice and a relief from what many have considered arbitrary extortion, while some critics warn that it could create enforcement gaps on the nation's chaotic highways. But I disagree with that position of the critics, because we have the FRSC. It's their job to inspect vehicles, check tires, expiration date on tires, if you have fire extinguishers and those things. That's the job of the FRSC. Yeah, that's my producer there speaking in my ears. Yes, this is exciting to hear, because I mean, if you've never come in contact with these guys, you obviously or probably wouldn't know the joy in the hearts of a lot of Nigerians, because the brazen manner in which they seek to, they impounded the vehicle. Next thing, it was in their office, and then I had to go get some. I had to go pay money to the bank, and I went a long distance into Ikeja. Meanwhile, I had an appointment. Oh God! Paying the money, and then I had to provide my tax ID, which in itself was a problem. And by the time I wanted to get my vehicle out of there that same day, because I move around late into the night a lot. I mean, I used to. And then I got back to the office and they had lessened my tires. And I asked, why? I just left you.
You didn't make trouble.
I didn't make trouble.
So why did they have to deflate your tires?
They deflated the tires, and then I had to, then you had to call somebody within the
now.
to come and inflate. And the charges were more than the usual
They'll
transit.
they'll share the money at the end of the day.
I'm like, why are you people doing this?
You see, that is why the problem of Nigeria is caused by
spend the nights there.
So that you pay more money.
So you pay more
money.
So why deflate the tire that happens to be in their office?
That's the question. Nigeria's problem is caused largely by Nigerians.
And what is the business with tax ID? That's another question I want to ask. What's the business with tax ID?
You need that.
No, even last month, I think at a point the Lagos state government came out with that direction, with that directive, policy directive that look, if you are a traffic offender and you reside in Lagos, whether you reside in Lagos or not, you have to provide your tax ID to ensure that you're a taxpayer. Now, what is happening in the VIO thing, it gladdens a lot of people because I also have a very terrible experience, I brought out I removed my seatbelt. Somebody was driving. I was driving to work. I removed my seatbelt, brought out, I think my phone, someone called. So the moment I removed it, brought out my phone, put it back, they waved me. What? That I did, I wasn't putting on my seatbelt.
But you have a seatbelt already on.
That I saw them and started struggling with it and all of that. We argued and argued and argued. I just drove out from Alakbere and they took me to somewhere around 7-Up area. We drove in there, they deflated the tires in the first place. So I had to go inside the cage.
That's like the first thing they do.
I had to go inside the cage.
You have the right to do that.
I think I paid about 5,000 naira
then.
You
still remember?
It's paid up and came back and all of that. I had to look for a vulcanizer, to pump the tires and all of that. My day was completely messed up. And so when the producer used the word dreaded traffic enforcement, they are actually dreaded. You know what? And along that area, around the UPS, they always stationed there. Yeah, UPS, they are always stationed there. And so I think because there are no arteries around that area, so you must have to
pass them.
You can't avoid them. And so it happens all the time. But I think there are issues, in this. When they say that when the court says that the FRSC is the only legally recognized authority. So what of the traffic police? We have traffic wardens, police,
Traffic police.
And even police itself.
They impound vehicles.
They don't
they don't impound, but they check your driver's license.
The police have the right to check your driver's
police.
license, especially in a case where there is news or suspicion that the vehicle might be stolen.
Yeah.
So the police can check.
Okay.
But those are special moments. They don't just mound.
And it's no longer a special moment because they do it all the time to extort money from people too.
Well,
that is the problem. That's quite unfortunate.
Well, this judgment, we need. I think it would be nice to get a lawyer's perspective to know if this is just in Abuja or Nigerian roads.
They said Nigerian roads.
But remember,
Nigerian roads.
This is an appellate court.
Initially,
it's a Nigerian road.
But we had an issue.
I understand Moses' point because the VIO, is it a creation of the federal act or a state act? That's the point. I think you raised a very instructive point. Now, is it federal? Is it a federal agency? Or are states empowered, to create their own vehicle?
I think it's a federal agency. It's a federal agency. But when this case, was it this case or another case came up in Abuja, they were restricted in Abuja alone.
It was this
in
case.
Lagos, we're told that, look, they still have the powers.
Yeah.
And up until yesterday, they were still on the road in Lagos.
You see the Nigerian problem because we don't pursue cases like this to a conclusion. You're always in a hurry. Nigerians are always in a hurry to move. So even if this law stays and they say it's a national thing, it is nationwide, you see the same state VIO stop you, harass you, embarrass you, delay you, and because you are in a hurry to leave and go to your business and all of that. You comply. You simply comply.
But
okay, how much is it? You pay and move on.
I think
and because of that,
no. The thing with VIO is you don't just pay. You can't just pay them. It's a revenue purse. You pay into the account.
No,
that's why it's
beyond that, their bosses in the offices also send them out. This is like today that is Friday. There's a certain amount of money you have to return.
Your promotion, from what I gathered, your promotion is hinged on how many vehicles you can impound and how much you can rake in.
Which is not right. And you know what unfortunate thing? They leave the vehicles whose polluting the whole city and all of them. And when they see a brand new vehicle,
you're the one that has the money to pay.
Yes. And I said, what is the meaning of vehicle inspection? Meanwhile, they are supposed to inspect your roadworthiness. and they see vehicles that are not roadworthy, pass them by.
Yeah, some people.
And what do they do?
Road.
They will simply stop the brand new vehicle and start harassing you because they know that you are the one that will pay. It's quite unfortunate.
That speaks to how we've turned some of our agencies into money-making, agencies. The VIO are not supposed to reckon any revenue for the government.
For the government.
But now, from the look of things, they're doing it already. When people were talking about your experience, I was just laughing because something happened. I think 3 days ago along the Saleh axis. There's this police station. Then you have the Saleh, close to that Saleh, what's it called, bus stop and all that. As the VIO guys were there. At the edge, like there's this roundabout, and then in front of them with the police, like more like a two-section of people that you must meet. And then the VIO, they don't talk or they don't even stop the doubtful riders, those drivers that we know, you and I know that their vehicles are dead trapped. They don't stop them. And they were stopping clean vehicles to say, where is this, where is this? So it got to a point, one man now asks a question. You asked me for this is it. You asked for this is it. So what else do you want me to do? He said, you don't talk to me like that. For talking to me like that, park well. And then that's okay, fine. Okay, let's see how this unfolds. And then the man says, okay, I don't have the right to challenge you or to ask you why you're delaying me. And you've asked me for like 4 things and I've given it to you. You asked for chassis number, find it to yourself is a problem because you don't even know where it is. And you want me to point it out to you, but you are the one on the road to inspect vehicles. You asked me for fire extinguishers, here's a fire extinguisher. You asked for caution sign, here's a caution sign. The back and forth, and they were causing gridlock. And at the end of the day, immediately the man left their spot, the police or the next place, the man and the police, because they have like,
him as well.
Yes.
God bless you. And in front of that port, I think they have last month too there. Imagine when you maybe have somewhere you need to get to. I'm not trying to, hold breath for people who are offenders or something like that, but I think it is one too many. And the pain I have, or the challenge I have, is that all these agencies, they know themselves. So they have individuals, or rather, in each station that they have been positioned, they have people from different agencies work with them. You have the kick against indiscipline there. You have the, the last man. You have the VIO. You have the Nigerian policemen. FRFC, all in the same cycle.
Too many agencies.
Making money or trying to find a way to extort Nigerians. I'm happy with this anyway. When Mohammed Abubakar Marshal went to court to challenge the VIO officer that stopped him somewhere in Abuja, the right that he has. I think that happened along I can't recall on top of my head. Somewhere before you move into the, Jabi axis, yeah. It was along the Jabi axis where the first scenario played out. They decided to go to the appellate court. And I'm happy that the ruling say pay him 1 million. After the 1 million, the VIO are not supposed to be there on Nigerian road. So let's see if it's going to get to Lagos and every other part.
Anyway, it's important that this judgment is out there. Let's see, because it eventually gets to the Supreme Court. So let's see the judgment of the Supreme Court. And again, I think we need authorities to tell us which agency is responsible for checking what, because there are too many agencies out there. Now, the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC in Nigeria, has issued a stern warning to the public against engaging with an online investment platform known as Glorious Wealth Fund, GWF, describing it as unlicensed, unauthorized, and fraudulent. According to the regulator, the operators of GWF, through their website, gloriouswealthfund.com, falsely claim to offer investments in Nigerian stocks and other financial instruments under SEC supervision. While the Commission clarified that these claims are false and misleading, stressing that GWF is not registered or licensed to carry out any capital market activity in Nigeria. This revelation has sparked widespread concern as unsuspecting Nigerians risk losing their hard-earned money to what authorities now label a suspected Ponzi-style operation. SEC has urged investors to exercise caution, avoid transacting with the firm, and report any suspicious dealings, warning that anyone who ignores this advisory does so at his or her own peril. Well, in our local parlance, we say Mugu must always fall. But it's quite unfortunate that people, stay in the comfort of their apartments or wherever they are, create this kind of negative platforms to do what? To defraud people. There are regulations. Before you get into as an investment platform, you must get approval from the Securities and Exchange Commission, from the Nigerian Stock Exchange, from the Central Bank of Nigeria, from appropriate authorities, but we see people bypass all these protocols and do what? Just float it, because they know that the average Nigerian is looking for a way to put his money so as to make gain. Many Nigerians are looking for different streams of income, you know, collect from here, take from here. And because of that, they fall prey, you know, to positive style schemes like this. It's quite unfortunate. But before you check, before you invest, please check very well. And it's important. I'm happy that the Securities and Exchange Commission has come out with this. But unfortunately, when they have defrauded people, we don't get to hear that monies were recovered and sent back to the owners or what. And after like 2 or 3 weeks, the whole thing dies down. After 6 months, you see another scheme come up. And guess what? Nigerians just troop in, you know, to patronize all of these agencies. It's quite unfortunate. SEC, you have done a good job. But Nigerians, be careful where you put your money. Please, be careful what you wish for.
I'm trying to remember the name of the last one, the one that rocked the nation some months back. I think it was last year.
Is it CBEX?
CBEX, yes, thank you very much. CBEX, they had some recoveries.
Yes.
Yeah, for CBEX, you know,
I like the word some.
Yeah, well, we're told that monies were recovered, but how the monies were to be redistributed to the original investors is what I'm not aware of.
Yes.
But they had some recoveries from CBEX. But the fact of the matter remains that Nigerians want quick money. And it's largely because of the way the economy is. People want to double their money doubling and the rest. So they jump on anything that gives them the impression. And the fact of the matter remains that Nigerians know that these things will collapse. I mean, history has proven to us that these things always collapse. But they wait. They like the fact that the first timers are the ones that make the bulk of the money. If you jump in, if you're an initial investor when it's still fresh, when the program or investment is still within its first 1 month, 2 months, you know you make money. But by the time it starts to spread, then the possibility of it collapsing becomes inevitable.
Yes.
So people like to run into it at that initial stage, knowing that it will end. But it still boils down to regulation. The onus really is on government agencies to regulate this and stem that, stop them before they get out of hand. And whoever is caught should be made to face the wrath of the law. There was one a husband and wife were involved in, and I remember that story.
There was one in Port Harcourt.
They traveled. They had to run out of the country. They had bought properties in some country in the world, somewhere in the world, that made them automatic citizens of that country. So a lot of these things happen. But people should be careful. And if you're one that looks out for quick ways of making money, you are most vulnerable.
Why not say the way it is? If you're greedy in making money,
that's
that's
another way of
just
putting
it.
it.
If you're greedy in
That's
making
another
money,
way of putting
you will
it.
fall victim of Ponzi scheme and you'll be scammed of the little one you have. Because I can only see greed playing out here. I don't see the reason why you sleep awake or somebody will tell you that if you bring 10,000 naira in 2 days, they'll give you 100,000. How? That's the first question you should ask, how? But for those who waited until December for them to start running around for Christmas celebration and they're falling victim of this, sorry, I have to tell you sorry, yes, in advance, because SEC have come up to say, we don't know who they are. After
Scam has always been there.
After
and
the
it will always
is
be there.
he MM2?
MMM.
Even before
MMM.
And people are still falling
I think there was one in Port Harcourt. That one was so huge and people invested. And we shared the same office complex at that time. But I was the way people were trooping in. But I've been a very cautious person all my life, So I was very cautious. I said, no, this thing looks too real to be good. And I was very skeptical and I stayed back. Man, the day the thing collapsed, come and see crowd. They locked the gate. Nobody is coming in. Nobody is going out. It was in a plaza and all of that. And the man quietly with the wife
Ran
away. Will you stay? That was how the whole thing ended.
Linked by the mob.
That was how the whole thing ended till today.
All right, let's move away from that quickly. It's just to let you know that there's a twist of events where the Nigerians are reacting, especially football lovers. We learned that Super Eagles captain William Trust Ekong has announced his retirement from international duty just weeks before the 2025 African Cup of Nations in Morocco, ending a decade-long career that saw him earn 83 caps, 5 major tournaments and medals, including the Rio 2016 Olympic bronze. The 32-year-old defender, fondly nicknamed the Oyinbo War, revealed in an emotional statement that his journey began with a life-changing call from the late Stephen Kesh in 2015, and that representing over 230 million Nigerians has been the greatest honor of his life. Ekong, who played at the 2018 FIFA World Cup and 3 AFCON tournaments, expressed gratitude and pride, saying his support for the team will continue even as he steps aside. His sudden exit leaves a leadership vacuum in the squad, but people believe that maybe we'll have Wilfred Ndidi take over as a captain ahead of the continental show. We know that AFCON is coming up and we're getting our captain say, I'm done, I'm hanging the boots, I'm no longer interested in international football and all that. But I love the fact that the 32-year-old could wake up and say, I am done doing this.
32,
but
right?
Yeah, he's 32 years
I think
old.
he's still young.
He's still a young.
I think
still young
maybe
to create international.
No, he can retire.
But he also play for his club club sides.
International. So it depends
Maybe
on.
he still play for his club.
I don't understand.
Maybe he might.
International engagement.
David, pleplease. He will still play for his
International
club sides, right? Yeah, so he play for the club
But
sides.
now, the team we need to look at.
So it's basically he will not play for the
For
national
Nigeria.
team, but he'll play for his club side.
But you know what we need to look at? Why would Trust Ekong retire at this point? Recall we have the issue of unpaid allowances. Yes, because you know we're talking about Nigeria Super Eagles having
you're
morale.
always looking.
Not just me, not just me.
Too.
Other veterans too commented when our boys went to. I think is that Alex Iwobi or about that posted a video or picture of the hotel where they were kept in Morocco for that
So you think
tournament.
he's tired of it? And
Who wouldn't be tired? When I've worked for you, instead of you to pay me what you're owing me, you can't pay me my allowance and every other thing, you politicize everything. I would be tired. We'll move to one thing.
he probably just wants to, concentrate on his club.
Do you know how many international
because they make
footballers?
more
That's the question. Why does he want to concentrate?
They make more money there.
Not just no.
No, they make more money.
Yes.
But working for countries also
Make more money too.
Popularizes you. And
He
the rest.
played beautiful football for Fulham and Tottenham Hotspur. He did, and also he's been able to. He played for Watford, I guess. He played for Udinese, Braspor, and all that, and he's still playing with the club. So if it is about the money making thing, when you're changing it in pounds and all that, it's more money now to start with. But anyway, congratulations to you for I think seeing the lights before the end of the tunnel and deciding to say yes, and decided to hang your boot because it hurts me to know that veterans in Nigeria who have played ball in Nigeria, their monies, the things that they're supposed to get, the houses.
Even those that were promised houses.
Some of them have died. They
In
couldn't enter the building.
1994. Some of them died before they got the houses. Some just got the houses last year. So it's unfortunate how we treat our athletes across all sports. Really, it's unfortunate, but it's up to the athletes as well to make good use of that initial fame and money. All right, make good use of it. Invest, get into some of that investment so that when things start to when the sun starts to go down on your career or life, as it were, you would have something to fall back on, as against waiting for the government of your country to save you when you fall ill and the rest of it. So make good use of your initial funds. Well, let's leave all of that story. There are more stories that Nigerians are talking about, but we'll get into all of that in other shows. Now let's run to the papers. We do have the papers. We'll be visited. Let me start off with Nigerian Tribune now. These are the headlines here. Ribadu Musa Kuka upbeat about end to terrorism. Terrorism banditry to end soon. NSA. Nigerians can now sleep with eyes closed. Musa. Defense portfolio now in very good hands. I wish they had changed their Minister of State for Defense as well, Matawale. Yeah, that's just my wish. Appeal court bars VIOs from impounding vehicles, imposing fines. All right. Exodus of oil workers looms. Pengasin warns. Really? You're running out as well? They are joining doctors and the rest. Okay. Atiku. Oh my goodness. What did I do? Okay, just okay, my bad. You know how computers can be. These things can embarrass you. Okay, Atiku faults Tinubu's nomination of former INEC chair for ambassadorial position. And also we have these headlines. Patient alleges organ harvesting in hospital. Ekiti government begins probe. Ex-NMA president Faduyile heads committee. Not the first. Suspected gunmen kidnap APC chieftain Oriade in Ibadan. APC leadership, other stakeholders express concern. Tinubu names Ibas, Dambazao, Sulu Gambari, Enang as ambassadors, increases nominees to 68, seeks Senate's confirmation. Inside, list of overtime cargo for condemnation domiciled at Apapa TCIP and PTML Area Command. Those are the headlines on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune.
The Daily Independent is up next, and the banner headline on the cover page of the Daily Independent newspaper today reads that telcos faces scrutiny over poor QoS despite terrific debt pay. Insecurity, we are going through painful times, but it will pass, FG assures. Nigeria focused on strengthening democratic institutions. That's coming from the president. The stories on page 7 of the Daily Independent newspaper. Anderson to FG, go beyond shuffling. Office holders take action. Tinubu has started 2027 campaign while citizens languish in captivity. That's coming from ADC. Tinubu increases ambassador nominees to 65, seeks Senate's confirmation. I will do whatever it takes to secure Nigeria. That's coming from General Musa, the newly appointed Minister of Defense. And we have the window headlines to be Reps suspends consideration of constitutional amendment bill. Appeal court affirms VIOs can't impound vehicle, imposes fines. The bottom strip headline, Obi slams Tinubu over campaign vehicle, says it is profound insensitivity. Those are the stories on the cover page of Daily Independent newspaper today.
Now, let's quickly run through the Punch newspaper. Beside the nameplate, newly sworn-in Defense Minister declares war on kidnappers. That's General Christopher Musa. Now, the big story, big diplomatic overhaul. Tinubu's 65 envoy picks brace for Senate storm. Ex-Rivers administrator, 30 politicians, others make list. Senate to screen list in 1 week. That's from the Punch newspaper. Nigeria must protect democracy as Sahel faces coups. That's coming from Ribadu, the National Security Advisor. P-TAD monthly payout to retirees soars to 1 trillion naira. Immigration CG visits Kebbi, vows justice after checkpoint attack. FG sets December 20 deadline to pay contractors. VIO heads to Supreme Court after losing vehicle impoundment appeal. Senate orders nationwide crackdown as lead poisoning hits Lagos. That's it from the Punch newspaper. And that's how far we can go on newspaper headlines this morning. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll get into the major topic of discussion. In the world of insecurity, Obi ADC to Tinubu. Early campaign while security crisis increases is insensitive. Step aside now. Join us again, we'll be right back.
a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. Now, Nigeria's political landscape is heating up as the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and 2023 Labour Party's presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, has accused President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of engaging in early re-election campaigns ahead of 2027, despite the country grappling with worsening insecurity. The ADC condemned reports of alleged distribution of campaign vehicles, urging Tinubu to step aside if his focus is on politics rather than governance. Also, Mr. Peter Obi has described the distribution of campaign buses for the re-election of President Bola Tinubu in 2027 as a profoundly insensitive and an abuse of trust at a time when Nigerians are struggling with hunger, unemployment, and insecurity. Well, this criticism comes at a time when Tinubu is making major government moves, including the swearing in of former Chief of Defense Staff General Christopher Musa as Defense Minister, a decision seen as a direct response to mounting security challenges. The opposition insists that the president's priorities are misplaced, warning that Nigerians deserve safety and stability before political maneuvering. Meanwhile, Tinubu has also forwarded 65 ambassadorial nominees to the Senate for confirmation, signaling a push for to strengthen Nigeria's diplomatic presence abroad. At the same time, domestic controversies are flaring, with a heated clash between former presidential aide Bashir Ahmad and a U.S. lobbyist over calls to disband the Hizbah Islamic police law in northern Nigeria. The debate underscores the deep divisions in the country's governance and cultural identity, even as Tinubu's administration faces scrutiny over balancing national unity, foreign policy, and security reforms. Well, we've been joined in the studio here by Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a seasoned reporter and a political affairs analyst. Good morning, Dele, and thanks for coming.
Good morning.
Okay, and virtually we have been joined by Barrister Eze Eluche. Barrister Eze Eluche is attorney at law and public and political affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Dr. Eze Eluche, and thanks for coming to VOP this morning.
Doctor, I'm just Eze Eluche. And thank you for having me on.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Thanks for coming. Now, we also have Dr. Bright Onovia-Kukyo. He's a medical doctor, a public affairs and a political analyst. He's a commentator, coordinator of the Indomitable Youth Organization of Nigeria, member of the Coalition of Civil Society Organizations, also a human rights activist. Good morning to you, Dr. Bright Onovia-Kukyo.
Good morning, Mr. Kumar. Thank you.
Beautiful gentlemen, we appreciate your presence on the VOP Morning Show. Now, let's get into it. Let me start from the studio here. Dele, we understand that the president is distributing vehicles, for campaigns ahead of 2027. And by our laws, I think campaigns are supposed to start 90 days or more before the elections and all of that. But those rules have been violated, by the president himself and his political party. What's your reaction, to all of this? Is it something that we should be hearing now, especially at this critical time when Nigeria's security, sovereignty is tested? Because, practically Nigeria is a nation under siege. And we see the president doing something anyway in the security sector, but he's also campaigning at the same time. Is it proper? Let's have your broad reaction to issues around this at the moment.
Well, one thing I want to clear is that we don't have any evidence to show that it's the president that is distributing these cars. You recall that most of the time, some of these supporters, in order to outdo themselves, they go overboard to do certain things, and just for the president or whoever is in power to notice them for greater advantage in the course of running a campaign towards election. But if it's actually coming from the president, as you pointed out, I think it's premature to start doing such a thing, because there's a difference between politics and governance. The moment you conclude your campaigns and election comes in, you win, you are supposed to put politics aside and concentrate on governance. Because if you espouse politics, you are likely to be distracted to the point that you may lose track. So in this case, I don't want to be exact in saying that the president is distributing.
Or that he's campaigning.
No, I've not seen him campaign anyway.
Okay.
And distribution of vehicle he has not, any of his handlers has not also confirmed that he's the one distributing vehicles.
Okay. Now will it be safe? Okay.
Funny enough, I have seen it in this country. And you and I know that I am a little bit close to some of these politicians. I've worked with them and I've worked for them. Sometimes the opponents can even print posters and distribute just to smear you.
When we have people, sponsoring,
yes,
when we have people's name sponsoring some of these campaign posters and every other thing, these are not coming from opposition members. For example, the door-to-door mobilization. A campaign for the door-to-door mobilization will have a name, attached to it. It's not
you recall that Afe Babalola was never a politician, and he had never thought of being a politician. A sitting governor in Ekiti State printed posters and circulated it.
Okay, now these things happen. But will it be safe for us to say that when we talk about the door-to-door campaign, like distribution of these vehicles and all of that, that the president is unaware of those things? And we haven't seen him say, look, stop all of this because it is not yet time. Will it be safe for us to conclude that?
Let me give you an example. Ifeanyi of blessed memory embarked on door-to-door campaign on behalf of Jonathan. Stella Odua did the same on behalf of Jonathan, even when Jonathan signed, may not be seen there. But that is not to mean that there was no tacit support from Jonathan at that time. So it's something that is playing out here.
Okay.
Some people use their personal resources to do some of these things, to gain advantage. But I think what we should be of concern to us is that the president is looking the other way. He should have reined them in and said, look, it is not yet time. And again, if you ask to rein them in that it's not yet time, then other political parties would also have to play the game by the rules.
Do we have other political parties campaigning on this? Because I can recall when Nigerians raised the alarm of APC indulging in early campaigns, all we got from them, or like as rebuttal, is that it is the opposition who pushed them into campaign. Have we ever seen, maybe every other people or every other political platform in Nigeria campaigning too early? It's happening at this point in 2025. We have 2026 already there, and people are not even thinking about governance, but indulging in politics.
You see, what is campaign? Is it not pushing your party to the electorate? That's campaign.
All right. Let's get the views of other respondents here. Let's go to Mr. Ezeluchie Esquire. Good to have you join us once again. Now, what are your thoughts on this, the early campaigns, especially, remember, sometime in the year, Senator Ojus Okalu wore the attire Tinubu for 2027 to the Senate. And, it was condemned in the media. But we didn't hear the president say, don't do that again. But what are your thoughts on this? Early campaigning the president is being fingered for this. And I recall prior to the 2023 elections, sometime around 2021, actually, there were vehicles around Oshodi and some other parts of Lagos that were branded Tinubu for 2023 election. And the president, at no point did he say, oh, guys, stop. In fact, we heard very recently, we heard some people speaking for INEC say, look, if the word vote has not been used, then it is not campaign. But not too long after that, on some streets in Lagos, Third Mainland Bridge, to be exact, we can see vote for Tinubu in 2027. What are your thoughts on this? Could this be detractors trying to make the president look bad? What do you think, Mr. Ezeluchie? Well, I understand that we have a bit of a network problem there. Dr. Brighton Cooker, if you heard the question, please, you can chime in on it.
Okay, thank you very much, Moses. Good morning again, everyone on the studio. Well, the question you just asked, for example, is it's one of the things you hear on the streets that people normally say. Let me use speaking English to say it. Say you go explain tire, but no evidence. The There are people who are institutions that have been saddled with responsibility to monitor issues like this. There are stipulated times for campaign. From the moment...
Thank you very much. I think we should stop talking about that. Nigeria.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I think we have a bit of a mix-up now, Dr. Bright. Please hold your thoughts, because we seem to be getting feed from that of Mr. Eze Luce Esquire. Please, well, you may go ahead, Barrister Eze Luce. Go ahead, please.
Okay, am I audible now?
Pardon?
Am I audible? Are you hearing me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead, please. You might need to unmute your microphone.
Yes, we should at this stage stop being tongue-in-cheek when we're talking about our country. Your guest in the studio tried to say it's not Mr. Bola Tinubu who is responsible for this. We cannot be thinking that our rulers are stupid. Because if he says Mr. Bola Tinubu is not aware of over 1,000 cars being brought to the center of Abuja, marked with his name for campaigns, if he is insinuating that Mr. Bola Tinubu is not aware and appreciative of that, that is actually trying to show that Mr. Tinubu is not aware of what is happening in Nigeria. So the issue is this: to cover the lack of skills at governance, to cover his minuses, right from the day he assumed office, Tinubu has front-loaded or made it a front burner, an issue of the front burner of 2027. I mean, there has been actually no governance. All we've had in Nigeria is more insecurity, more taxes, increased sufferings of the people, and almost zero governance. So the issue of not being aware of the early campaigns does not really arise, because Mr. Tinubu is clearly aware, unless we are suggesting that he is not saying enough to appreciate it. And I don't want to go that direction, because this is the person who is ruling Nigeria. So definitely he's aware. But there should be, the law should follow it. If there was an independent National Electoral Commission in reality, what INEC will do is to caution these people who are cautioning Mr. President, and if possible, if it repeats itself, ban him from contesting for the next election. I keep on telling Nigerians that there are several reasons why Mr. Tinubu will not even feature in the next elections. And if he continues in this path, if this kind of campaign before election continues, INEC, if it was truly independent, should ban Mr. Tinubu from participating in the next year's election. And if it fails to do that, other political parties should actually approach the courts. Yes, we know that he needs to approach the courts. He has appointed the CJ, he has appointed the courts, but do that. Let it be that the courts have failed to implement the laws of the country. And when they don't implement the laws of the country, that means it's not a free-for-all. But indeed, by what he has displayed on the national TVs in Abuja with the release of the campaign vehicles, Mr. Tinubu has flouted the electoral laws, has flouted the campaign laws.
All right, Barrister Ezeluche, what does the law say? What does the law say about campaigning, and what can be done when one is seen to have flouted that? I think 150 days to election. That's about the time that campaigning is officially to start. If found guilty, what does the law say? Unfortunately, we've lost.
Okay, I'm hearing you now.
Go ahead. Go ahead now, please.
Yes. Flouted the electoral law. They have flouted it's enough to disqualify him from participating.
All right. Unfortunately, I think we're having a problem with the device with which you are connecting. Maybe the earpiece or something is giving issues, so we are losing out. And then there's this humming sound that is affecting the output of your audio. So if you can please oblige us, find a way to replace it or take it out entirely. Let's see if we can hear you better. Go ahead, please.
No, now what I try to.
This is a whole lot better.
Say now is this: Nigerians should be monitoring the Independent National Electoral Commission on its preparations and activities before elections by the acts Mr. Tinubu has committed of releasing those campaign vehicles, because it's him that has done it. Otherwise, the police, the EFCC would have stopped anybody who else was doing that if it was not with consent of Mr. Tinubu.
Don't you think it could be some enthusiast who feels, okay, he's in support of the president and he wants to campaign on behalf of the president? Should the president be held liable for the actions of somebody who's doing it on his behalf, whether he knew beforehand or not?
My brother, if your supporter or your enthusiast, you know he's going to steal because he loves you, is it not up to you to tell him, do not steal? Because that stealing will hurt me. So forget all that story of supporters or enthusiasts, like the guests in the studio try to present. We presume and we must acknowledge that it is Mr. Tinubu who has done what he did. Otherwise, he would have stopped that thing from happening. But having accepted it, he has to bear the consequences. What should INEC do? INEC should warn Mr. Tinubu, because this is the first official infringement. And if it should happen again, INEC should disqualify him.
When you say INEC should warn him,
INEC does not do this.
Barrister, when you say INEC should warn him, please let's get something straight here. First, we had the posters, the door-to-door mobilization, and also the votes. And we also saw an individual putting on a uniform, a cloud saying votes this man, and now the issue of branded vehicles. So at what point will the grace that INEC will give to the president elapse? Barrister Ezeluche.
Well, but this current one, the release of over 1,000 vehicles, is enough to ask INEC for INEC to warn Mr. Tinubu. Then if it continues, INEC must disqualify him. There is absolutely no reason for anybody to say they are waiting till when election time comes to gauge the independence or the objectivity of INEC.
All right. Barrister Eze, will it be fair? Yeah. Will it be fair to single out the president in this early campaign thing? Because we hear opposition gather, we hear Atiku Abubakar, Nasiru El-Rufai, Peter Obi, and other hopefuls gather and say, look, 2027 is around the corner. Nigerians, you need to vote out President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Isn't that some form of campaign?
Sorry, I didn't hear you very well. Could you repeat that, please?
Okay, my question is this. I hope you hear me now. That will it be fair to single out the president and say he is the only one, or APC is the only one campaigning? Because we see opposition gather, people like Atiku Abubakar, Nasiru El-Rufai, Peter Obi, Rauf Aregbesola, they say, look, 2027 is big for Nigeria. We need to vote out Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Isn't that some form of campaign?
No, I mean, campaign, you have to have the candidate. You have to have somebody the office is running for. I have not seen any such campaign going on in other parties. Now, let us not try to dilute facts, please. Let us be factual. This is the only country we have.
Does it appear that like the APC already has a candidate? Because last time they said, look, the APC ticket is not for anybody. You go to the primaries and contest for it. Do they have a candidate at the moment?
No, well, they don't have a candidate, but somebody is distributing 1,000 vehicles that is campaigning for presidency, and we are seeing it. No, you see, if we keep on giving these excuses, they were not ready to move forward in this country.
No, but Barrister, we are not giving excuses. We are just having an honest conversation because we want to understand what Nigeria is.
Yes, but everybody, Nigerians know what a campaign is. I mean, you campaign when you solicit for votes, you solicit for the vote for a person. I have not seen any other party do that. I have not even seen any other of the candidates in the ADC or P2B or Atiku Abubakar do that. But we are seeing one now. All we're asking is this: let the INEC set the parameters right. Now that we have seen it, let us not wait till stories will happen in 2027. If INEC is incapable of enforcing the electoral laws now, then there's absolutely no reason. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much.
To think that that same group can conduct elections.
Thank you.
So we should address these issues with the same vehemence and that is required.
Okay.
Never again should this kind of thing be seen. That should be the responsibility of INEC.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister Izaluchi. Dr. Brighton Evekuko, let's get your opinion on this topic already. The early campaigns, the accusation of a branded vehicle already out there campaigning for the re-election of the president, and also how political parties are reacting to this, please.
Well, like I said earlier, you go explain tire, no evidence. Now, when we look at some of these issues in Nigeria, sometimes we begin to ask ourselves if we're using the same law, if there is objectivity in the things that is being done. When the president, in fact, when he was sworn in 2023, when he was sworn in, some days later, that was when the thoughts or the first mention of 2027 came up, and I was like, this man has not started working, he has not even assumed office fully, we're already hearing about 2027. And over time, the 2027 gist has been coming up, and now we're calling on INEC. If INEC is saying without the mention of vote, that is where Nigerians are being shortchanged at different times. We have definitions for things that will suit a particular set of people, and the same attitude, when it applies to some other persons, it becomes a different thing entirely. If we look at, I've mentioned it before, definition of terrorists, definition of bandits, definition of insecurity, and every other thing, they have their own different connotation when it comes to Nigeria. For those vehicles, I know I saw a part of it, but I've not seen fully what was written on it. But in various places in Benin, I've seen Asiwaju for 2027. Though there was nothing like written as votes or whatever, but once we see it, the message is clear. So the truth of the matter is, we need to call on INEC. Let them explain to Nigerians what campaign actually means. What kind of activities should politicians embark on that will now say, okay, this qualifies for campaign, this does not qualify for campaign, so that we will not be arguing or trying to speak for something that is not, because the laws are clear. But again, we need to get a better interpretation of it so that we will not be accusing politicians unnecessarily.
Dr. Bright,
yes,
now, based on what we have on ground, who should be held responsible? Is it the president who's seated in Abuja doing his business, or in those states, is it the governor who has authorized, who probably authorized the vehicles, or in Abuja could it be the minister who probably authorized the vehicles? Who? Or is it in Lagos? Should we hold the governor or the advertising agency responsible for the banners and the banners and posters that we've seen that speak about voting the president in 2027? Who should be held responsible in all of this? Or can the president be exonerated from all of this going on?
No, the president cannot be exonerated. The reason being that if it's good for me, no problem. If it's against me, it's a challenge. Now, some persons have been called to question at the DSS office because they made a post, because they made utterances that were against the president. In the same way, if people are carrying out activities that the president is aware, or the president knows that this is against the law, the DSS that used to call people who maybe insult the president or say something about the president should also call these people to order. So the president cannot fake ignorance, because he should come out openly and put up a disclaimer that these people, whatever thing they are doing, were not authorized by him. But they keep a blind ear to it. Let's say, for example, now, stepping into the government house in Edo, for example, you see somebody selling the cap with that Alpha Beta logo on it. And of course, we know there was a pronouncement at a time that if you don't wear that cap, you shouldn't come for ESCO meeting. All these are campaign strategies. Take it or leave it. Whether it carries the name, vote, or whatever, it's all about mobilization for vote, trying to create awareness that this is your candidate, this is what and what should come. So the president should stand up and say, okay, I'm upholding the rule of law. What these people are doing, he does not approve of it. If he claims he does not know the origin of some of these things, it can be investigated. But first, there should be a disclaimer if he's not a party to it.
Thank you so much.
We've also had cases.
All right, let me let you land. You want to say something? I thought you're done with your line of thought.
Allegedly, in this country, that sometimes people feature for primary. Meanwhile, it is a candidate that has bought their form for them. So you have many of them coming out for primaries. Meanwhile, the source of the fund for the nomination form came from one person. And when it now gets to that particular day, every one of them will step down, leaving that primary candidate to remain. So these are things that have been alleged in this country. So
that is all we
with the way things are going,
Nigeria, right?
everything is possible.
All right. Thank you so much, Barrister. Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Brighton Ibokiko. Let's get Barrister Asim Adams join the conversation. Good morning once again, Barrister Asim Adams. Good to have you join this conversation. And we're looking at the legality of early campaign in Nigeria. Help us actually make sense of this. And the fact that some people were waiting for the word vote. You know, it's more like we have an issue of semantics. We want vote to be attached to the campaign that we're seeing already going on. And why should we even have campaign in 2025 against what the law of the nation says for how elections and their campaign should be scheduled for the next general election, please? I would like you to unmute your microphone if you can hear me, please, so that we can communicate seamlessly, please. Can you hear me, Barrister Asim Adams? Please, I'll need you to unmute your microphone, unmute your device. We'll bring it back to the studio. I guess we're having a little glitch with the gadget of Barrister Asim Adams. Mr. Delefanimo, we'll bring it back to you now. Okay, we're looking at the word vote to be the thing that maybe opposition parties or political parties need to attach to any campaign for you to know that, yes, we are now campaigning and all that. What do you have to say about that? And what does that also speak to? The way politicians or political parties or their platforms have been flouting the law and constitution that we have. They talked about the duration for campaign, when campaign should begin and when it should end before the next election.
You talked about votes for election.
Adding votes to campaign, because that was what we learned when people were saying there's nothing like votes as you, in most of the campaign things that we've seen, the chips, the posters, even the branded vehicle and all that.
Well, there are two questions you just raised, and when campaign should properly start.
Exactly.
Those two questions are supposed to be answered by INEC, the umpire. But for the sake of this discussion, I want to say that just like that doctor said, INEC should take charge of this. INEC should let, there's a duration allotted to campaign. You could be building your campaign strategy without the full glare of the media. You could also begin preparations, but the real campaign starts at a particular time towards an election. And it is not even a matter of party, just not one party. Every political party that are participating, that is participating in this forthcoming election should be reined in and told that there is a law. The fact that you don't have
timeline.
There's a law that guides processes to election.
All right. Now, beautiful. Dele, let's briefly move away from this because there's another interesting story around what the president is doing. Last week, the president submitted nominees for ambassadorial positions. Yesterday, he sent another 65 names. And inside those 65 names, we saw...
Is this 65 names you said yesterday?
65.
No, the total is 65.
Okay, total is 65. Yes, okay, beautiful. The names that he sent yesterday...
earlier, and then sent,
I think we sent 65 34 names yesterday, but that's not an issue. The issue now is the people that made that list. Now, we saw the former sole administrator of Rivers State, Ibok Eta Ibas, make the list. He's former chief of naval staff. We also saw Damba Zoa, former defense minister and chief of army staff, make that list. We also saw Chioma Ohakim, the wife of former Imo State governor, Ikedi Ohakim, make that list. Just like Relu Adebayo, Ajimobi of Oyo State. Now, people are asking, Ibok Ibas, is that some kind of reward for a job well done as sole administrator of Rivers State? You know the story surrounding his appointment and his tenure, his stint as sole administrator. Is the president using that position?
Are we singling out Ibas in this?
No, I'm asking, Nigerians are asking,
Okay.
And not just Ibas, like people like collectively, Reno is FFK, is the president rewarding people, that helped him in one way or the other?
Let me use the word of Buhari. He said, in politics, those who sow will reap. And those who don't sow shouldn't expect reaping. That's the life of a politician. We are not saying here that it is right.
Okay.
But that's the way politics is played. Let's go back in time. Obasanjo, when he came into government, the first set of people he appointed were those people that had worked with him as military head of state or those that are his friends. And you recall that Buhari also said, will I go and pick somebody I don't know in place of people I have worked with? That said, you see, for me, the same thing that qualifies Ibas is the same thing that qualifies Dambazao. Dambazao was once chief of army staff. Ibas was chief of naval staff. Are was DG of DSS. Okay, was DG of NIA. And on like that. And in this, you appoint career diplomats and you also appoint non-career diplomats. Non-career ambassadors. So, across the state, there will be influence on who to pick and who not to pick.
Now, when we quote people like what Buhari said and say in politics and reinforce those comments and turn around at the same time to say, though it is not right, what exactly are we doing?
What I'm saying is that if it is on the consideration that the fact that these people at one time or the other had influenced certain things in support of the current administration and they are being compensated for this position, it's not right. But if on the basis of the fact that they are qualified, for instance, Dambazao is a PhD holder. Apart from being
former chief of army staff,
Just like Bratai was also appointed an ambassador to the Republic of Benin. It's the same thing that qualifies Dambazel.
Okay.
And it's the same thing that qualifies Ibas.
Well, I understand that other guests would also like to react to this. Barrister Eze Eluchie, let me ask you this very quickly too. Should ambassadorial positions, that's the focus now, should it be used as a reward for party, for the politics being played at party level? Should it be, and where then is the stance of throwing your hands open to everybody who is capable to deliver and choosing only those that are capable in that sense? Very quickly, please. Well, if your device is muted, please do take it off mute so we can hear you. Well, do we still have Barrister Ezeliche with us? Well, he seems to be having a network problem. I like this from the angle of the law. So, Barrister Asim Adams, if you can hear me, if you heard the question, please do go ahead. Well, Dr. Bright, then.
Though you say from the side of the law, let me say it from my own side. In all fairness, there are some things we cannot just gloss over. In as much as we expect the best and objectivity from our politicians on this point now is the president. Yes, like was mentioned, if you sow, you will reap. If you don't sow, don't expect anything. If competent hands are not found in their party, they can go elsewhere to look for. But if they found competent hands in their party, they make use of it.
Okay.
The choice, so long the law allows them to make the choice, then they also have the right to make choice from anywhere that they want to make choice. They want to make choice from, but then it cannot be subjective to us, because again, we've had governments that have complained that there are some saboteurs in their administration. So you wouldn't want somebody to go and bring an outright enemy. It would be like the Trojan horse that was brought into Troy, and it destroyed their whole city. So if there are competent hands within their party, I don't see any reason why they would go outside, unless we now estray the criteria for this appointment and realize that these persons don't meet this criteria. Then you now start asking, on what basis were they appointed? Then we can now start talking about maybe because of their political affiliation. But first, we need to look at this list or this ambassadorial position. What would make one to be eligible? Then we'll match it with those that have been appointed. Let's forget about the sentiment of if they all come from the political party, there's nothing we can do about it, because they didn't appoint them because their political party. We are the only one that may be assuming that this is what it is. What we should be looking at is these persons, did they actually meet up with the criteria for them to be nominated as ambassador? I think that's
all right. Thank you very much, Dr. Bright Onyeva Cooker. Well, we'll keep our eyes on the list and the ambassadors. We know there are career ambassadors and there are non-career ambassadors, and the missions, the staffers at the mission, of course, will help them execute the job that they have been appointed or nominated for. But let's get into another conversation now. We hear that Indigo are the greatest stakeholders in the Nigerian project. Let's discuss this, where it's coming from, and every issue around this particular subject.
extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. Glad to have you back as VOP this morning. President Bola Tinubu, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, has declared that the Igbo people remain the greatest stakeholders in Nigeria's unity and progress, a statement that has sparked widespread reactions across the country. Speaking at the Imo Economic Stakeholder Summit in Owerri, Tinubu praised the Igbo for their geographical mobility, economic enterprise, and educational ambition, stressing that half of Abuja is owned by Indibo, and half of Lagos is largely populated by them. And some were saying, why wouldn't you hear owned by Indibo too? But all the same, he emphasized that Nigeria is stronger than the Igbos as part of the national dispensation, pledging that his administration will provide the tools and platform for them to thrive. The remark, amplified by major media outlets and trending on social platforms, have been hailed by some as overdue recognition of the Igbo people and their immense contribution in the country, while others view it as a strategic political move ahead of 2027. The president's comments have reignited conversation about national integration, equity, and the lingering scar of the Biafran War, which many Nigerians debating whether their acknowledgement will translate into concrete policies for the Southeast. The Apex Igbo Socio-Cultural Organization, Hanes Ndibo, has cautiously welcomed the statement, urging the federal government to back words with action through infrastructure development, economic empowerment, and political inclusion. We have with us in the studio Mr. Delifanimo, a veteran reporter and a political and public affairs commentator. We also have joining us virtually Mr. Eze Eluche Esquire, attorney at law and also a public and political affairs analyst. And we have Dr. Bright Onyebokoko, who is a medical doctor and public and political affairs commentator, as well as a coordinator of the Indomitable Youth Organization of Nigeria, member of the Coalition of Civil Society Organization. He's also a human rights activist. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with us. Let me start off with you, Mr. Delifanimo. The vice president went for the Imo State Stakeholders Forum, where he made a statement, attributing it to the president that Igbos are contributing largely to everything, or more than, let's say, 80 or 90% of the things happening in Nigeria, he called them the greatest stakeholders in Nigeria, the unity and the progress and even economy and all that. What do you have to say about this? Because some people were of the opinion that this is more like a political statement to wall the Igbos talk for the 2027 election. As others are saying that, okay, fine, it's a good one. At least the Igbos have been acknowledged, and that might help to water down the issue of marginalization, which the Igbos have been crying foul for.
See, there are two issues in this, the political angle and then the real facts behind those statements. Now, let me start with the political angle. You see, some of these people, when they get to places where they want to be accepted, they say a lot of things to assuage the feelings of people around such areas. So, that said, now, let's be factual. And I am saying this from the bottom of my heart, that it is actually true that Igbos are enterprising and Igbos are everywhere. And today, there was this joke that anywhere you don't see an Igbo man, flee, because it means there is nothing of substance in that place. And the average Igbo man frees his heart. There are some sections of this country that, no matter how rich they are, they will not move out of where the concentration of their people are. They prefer having a room to themselves in such places to building a mansion elsewhere, even when they have the money to build such mansion. The only place where they exhibit their wealth is Abuja, and for good reason. Another thing again is you can't take away resilience from that race. Sometimes I discuss with some of my friends, I say, sometimes when I look at somebody, I'll look at him and say, this person looks like somebody who had been there, who had been strong, who had been rich, but somehow is going through rough patches. But not minding those rough patches, he still feels himself and he still carries on and would even do that job diligently. So look at there is one model that nobody has been able to achieve, this apprenticeship thing in the Igbo land, where somebody would have to serve his master for a period of time, and while living, he's not going to be paid salary, but he would be established for him to continue. Now look at the generation of people that would have benefited from such acts. So all of these, when you put together, you know that the Igbo man is resilient, is intentional, he knows what he wants at any particular point in time, and the energy they give, this is coming from me as my personal opinion. The energy that drives them, it's amazing. So, to the extent of such, I think Shetima is right.
Okay, no, Shetima is right, but let's look at it from the prism of what the Nigerian nation has done to the Igbo nation, and what should they do, to bring the Igbo nation closer, to the mainstream of Nigeria's national life. When Peter Mba, about 2 months ago, when Peter Mba joined the APC from the PDP, the same Shetima said that, look, with Peter Mba's defection from the PDP to the ADC, it has brought Nigerians, Igbos into the mainstream of Nigerian politics. And people were asking, what has Peter Mba got to do with the 3 R's, the rehabilitation, reintegration, and reconstruction after the war? So how far, or what do you think that the nation should do further, to ensure that those 3 R's, are brought to life, for the benefit of Nigeria's unity?
You see, if you must do that, it's a two-way thing.
Okay.
The rest of Nigerians and the Igbo nation. You see, you need to come out of your cocoon and embrace handshake across the Niger for us to be able to have that feeling of camaraderie. You know? So, in doing this, we need to, for instance, in Yoruba land, if you are not good, no matter how close you are to the race, they will shut you out. But if you are good, you will be embraced. And look at the last election. Tinubu lost in Lagos. Heaven did not fall. But we have not seen that happen in the East. When Peter Obi contested the last election, the whole of the Eastern region supported him wholesale. And that gives us the impression that it is only when somebody from that race is in the ballot box, that you are intentional to support it. So such things also gives a kind of feeling to the rest of the country.
Okay, but you also recall that talking about people be winning wholesomely in the East, you also understand that there have been times when the Igbo people had their sons on the ballot and they voted for outsiders.
Well, on party basis.
Okay.
You know, for instance, I tell you that PDP used to have a clean sweep of the 5 southeastern states in elections,
yes,
regardless of who is fielded.
Even when their sons were in other political parties contesting for presidency, they ignored those their sons and voted for outsiders because they knew that the outsiders were better than their sons.
An example of that?
Philip Umadi contested, Ojukwu contested. We didn't vote for Ojukwu. We voted for Olusegun Obasanjo.
The only reason why such happened was the fact that Ojukwu didn't spread the tentacle of that party beyond a region.
Okay.
It wasn't a national party. So there was no way anybody could have voted for Ojukwu at the national level at that time.
Interesting.
So that is, what I'm saying is, the currency of what has happened, if there's going to be an election, we should maintain that level of whoever is good should be regarded as good, whoever is not good should be regarded as not good, regardless of saying it's coming from the country. Obasanjo was not voted for in the Southwest.
All right.
Tinubu lost in Lagos.
Just the political party was what amplified is him getting the vote and all that.
So
Thank you so much.
Some of these things would also make us embrace each other, because either we like it or not, no particular region can win election in this country without the support of other regions.
Thank you so much. Let's take the conversation to Mr. Ezeluche. What do you have to say about this? The sudden statement made by the vice president when he went to represent the president in Imo economic stakeholders, saying that the Tinubu administration is praising the Igbos for their geographical mobility, the economic enterprise, and also educational ambition, stressing that half of Abuja is owned by Indibo and half of Lagos, largely populated by them and all that. Help us walk around this as the people that have been given such leverage still suffer the issue of marginalization. All right, Dr. Brighton Rivercuco, if you had the question, please, I would like you to react to it, please.
Well, if I have to speak on this statement, Indigo are the greatest stakeholders in the Nigerian project. I see it as a statement to massage ego, just to make them have a sense of belonging, because those are words and the actions so far has not actually helped. And I also see it as a way to pacify the Indigo based on what happened recently with respect to some of the agitations around maybe someone like Nnamdi Kanu and some other things that have also happened within to many of those Igbos who are doing businesses in other parts of this country. If they are actually the greatest stakeholders in the Nigerian project, then there should be actions also to support them, to put them in proper shape And they should not be those who are always being attacked at different times. If you look at when the 2023 election was coming up in Lagos State, there were words that were thrown at the same Igbo. If you hear about Kaduna, some of the killings, some of the things that happened, the targets were still more around the Igbos. I don't know so much about what has been happening to them probably in Abuja. But again, if they are the greatest projects, then it should be backed with action. You respect stakeholders. If these stakeholders would actually make your system work, you respect them. You hear more from them. You get them involved. You make them to participate so that that thing that makes them great, you can actually benefit from it. So I don't know the context or that the reason why he made that statement. I don't know what his reasons are, but if we take it literally, beyond the literal statement, there should be effort to actually get them involved, make them to participate, and tap that resources which that they are made of that can actually benefit Nigeria. And above all, they should also be saddled with some responsibility in the areas where maybe their expertise can actually help the Nigerian projects. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Now, when you talk about getting the Igbos involved and making them part of the stakeholders, some of the opinion that the Igbos have not really healed, or that the process for the complete healing of the aftermath of the war that broke out between Nigeria and the Biafrans in 1967, a war that lingered for 3 years and ended in 1970, that the Nigerian government have not really done anything to bring the Igbos back to the fold. Recall, my colleague in the studio made mention of what, go on after the no Vinton of Vanquish statement, the reconciliation, reconstruction, and rehabilitation. Igbos have not really seen such play out even within their region. How inclusive is it that we see Nigerian government playing with the Igbos? We're looking at the issue of inclusion now in government and every other thing.
See, we should not shy away from the fact that, yes, despite we say, okay, let healing take place, let there be reconstruction and every other thing, but there is still this suspicion that if they are given that opportunity, they may want to bring the Biafra agenda to the bear. So they're kind of checkmating them, putting them in some kind of positions that may not allow them exercise such authority as the case may be. So whenever you see maybe an Iboma being put in some form of position, there is always this Biafra raising. Maybe they will seek opportunity, wanting to actualize that Biafra dream. So you keep seeing them being, well, let me use the term, kind of marginalized actually. So if they are the greatest stakeholders, then that marginalization should stop. That stigma should stop if truly we actually want them to heal. Because yes, most of those who experienced the Civil War, those who participated in the Civil War, many of them are already above maybe 70, going to 80 or thereabout, and many of them have even died. So those who are still carrying the pains are their children, their grandchildren, and their great-grandchildren. So we can say, okay, well, for them to heal faster, because definitely they will be hearing the stories. They would have tried to hear the stories of what happened, and that will kind of have them to make them to nurse that wound for a very long time. So if we have actions in place that are at variance with what will be increasing that wound, the healing will be faster and the reconciliation will be better, the reintegration will be better. But it's a situation whereby somehow you still see them being kept in terms of decision making, in terms of some action, or you just look, okay, let me go and pick one from them and bring up to say, okay, well, after all, we've actually picked somebody from among them. The question is, does that person represent their interest? No. So if we want to do it, let it be holistic, let it be objective, let it be factual. glaring to every one of us. If we say, okay, we are rebuilding, what actually are we rebuilding? When did the rebuilding start? What stage is it? We're talking about integration. What is the actual integration that we are talking about? So all these things put together will actually tell you that, oh, these people have a sense of belonging. If you look at people from other regions that have been involved, it's different from what you have around those from the south. So there is no against maybe trying to say, let us mind west. What we are seeing is enough to tell you, are these people actually included? And of course, the vice president went to represent the president. He should prove to Nigerians that these persons are actually the greatest stakeholders in the Nigerian project.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brighton. Mr. Delefanima, before we move on to the next conversation, do you think that this, you said is a political statement, are we seeing the Igbos?
I saw it as a political statement, but beneath it is the facts.
Okay. The Ohanese Indibo come up to say something about this too. They were like, that they want to see everything that the president has talked, or the president through the vice president spoke about in Imo State coming to fruition. You know, saying something about they want to see the statement fall through infrastructure development, economic empowerment, and even political inclusion. How do you think we're going to see that play out? Since the last administration under President Muhammadu Buhari, we saw more like, well, I say total neglect of the Southeast over the fact that they did not vote for him. And from what I'm seeing now in this present administration too, it's more kind of tilting towards that, you know, where people are still talking about the marginalization and the absence of the federal government in the Southeast. Do you think they are becoming a bit wiser and, you know, more vocal?
You see, it's a two-way thing. I recall that when Obasanjo came and he had his first term without the support of the Southwest. And the second coming, he cleverly and intentionally worked towards bringing the Southwest into the mainstream of politics in the country, which was PDP at that time. And the sing-song would always be, come to the center. We have always been playing regional politics over the years. During UPN, during Action Congress, AG, Action Group, you know. But somehow, Obasanjo dragged us. Though it's not as if it totally paid off. But then, it dragged us and we were able to have some measure of claiming to be part of the center. You see, what I would see in all of this is, sometimes when you look at the way these things are shaped, until recently, I was an apostle of why is it always the North taking the largest share of what goes around in the country. But until recently, I just sat back and said, look, the North is seemingly monolithic. They still do the United States governors thing and all of that. Everybody that is from Kwara that speaks Yoruba, the Kogi person that speaks Yoruba is still considered as a northerner. So if they are going to distribute, and some of these places, they have peculiar names. You know, some are traditional names, some are Islamic names. So when they are distributing national resources, the North would always take the lion's share because they have 3 regions. But here in the South, the Southwest is standing alone. You don't expect 3 regions to share the same thing with you as a Southwesterner, as just one zone. The Southeast is alone. The South is alone. So by the time they are sharing, when you now hear Ubong, you know it's South-South. When you hear Delhi, it's Southwest. When you hear Chukuma, it's Southeast. But together, the three regions in the North, when you hear Usman, you have to begin to investigate to know where Usman is coming from. Usman may be speaking Yoruba, but Usman Mohammed would always seem as northerner. But in the true sense of it, it may be a Yoruba person in Kwara or Kogi. So these are issues that we have to contend with. And the best approach to all of this is a handshake across the Niger.
Thank you so much, Mr. Delefani Moy, for submission. We'll go on a quick break and when we'll come back, the topic of conversations we'll dissect, within the little period that we have still, because I was told now that we're pressed for time. And that is actually how Nnamdi Kanu's prison transfer is governed in court as judge rejects his brother's legal move, stating that he does not have up to 6 years or even he's not a lawyer, demanding the presence of a legal luminary for that case. Do you want to stay with us to dissect that after this quick break? Is still VOP this morning. The legal battle surrounding detained IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu took a dramatic turn as the court in Abuja had his motion seeking transfer from Sokoto prison, where he claims his life is in danger and conditions are unbearable. Kanu, who has been in custody facing terrorism-related charges, argued that Sokoto prison is unsafe and unstable for his health, insisting he should be moved to a facility in Abuja. His lawyers told the court that the prisoner lacked adequate medical care and exposes him to a threat, while supporters outside the court described the situation as a deliberate attempt to break his spirit. Mr. Fanimo, good thing was to have you in the studio, because you have been quite vocal about the issues surrounding Nnamdi Kanu, saying that you're certain that he'll be released anytime soon. And we also saw the visitation of Alex Oti, the governor of Abia State, when he went to visit the president to talk about the possible release of Nnamdi Kanu. What do you have to say about this? They're appealing the Sokoto prison for him to be moved somewhere in Abuja or any other correctional facility.
You see, I expected this to happen. Long before, even when the trial started, I already saw the end of the trial. And that was why I was stridently making case for political solution to this problem. You see, I'm not too sure if a convict has the right to determine where he should be kept in the prison, except if a lawyer says that. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but I know that I've seen people taken, Obasanjo was taken to Gashua prison. I've seen people taken to prisons that are far-flung from their natural abode. I've seen convicts that they feel right inside that particular prison yard is not safe. They will take him away. There was a particular guy that was taken away from Ado-Ekiti prison to Abeokuta prison because he had too many friends in that prison, and they feel that it's not safe to keep him there so that he doesn't orchestrate a jailbreak and all that. So for me, I don't know if he still has the right to ask that he should be taken to a particular prison. If he's saying that Sokoto prison is not conducive for him, he shouldn't be the one to choose that he must come back to Abuja, because minutes will be read to it that maybe he has some other ulterior motives. That's why he's particularly asking for Abuja.
All right. Thank you so much. Dr. Brighton Iwakiko, let's get your opinion on this. And also, recall that the presiding judge rejected the attempt by Nnamdi Kanu's brother to represent him in court, stressing that only qualified lawyers will at least 6 years of practice can appear before the bench, not an individual at all. As Nigerians are reacting also, some people are criticizing the fact that Nnamdi Kanu represented himself in court after expelling his lawyers.
Well, first and foremost, I think this is where the Legal Aid Council of Nigeria can come in. They have a set of lawyers who have been employed, so they should be able to make one available for him. But since the case has been judged and he has been sentenced, well, I think this is the first time I'm hearing a situation whereby there's maybe a convict will be saying he wants a change of prison for whatever reason. And like Daily Fanimo just mentioned also, he may say there are threats and some other things in that particular Sokoto prison, considering the peculiarity of the area and some of the things he has said in the past. But now making a specific choice is another challenging thing. If it's not safe there, it's not okay there, I think that's enough. Then let the authorities now look into it. But one thing I must say is that everything surrounding this arrest, trial, eventual sentence, as many other things, I still believe, in my opinion, they are all politically orchestrated, and that is what I see it to be. And of course, the outcome also will also be a political negotiation. It's just that I feel some of the parties involved have not come to the required compromise, because everything surrounding this case are just like kind of new, but I don't want to say they are innovative. They are kind of for someone to just wake up and say he does not want his lawyers shouting in court and all the drama that took place. Well, I see it as politically motivated thing, and it will also have a political end up. But again, threats to life is not something that anyone should take lightly, because we also know that a lot of things also happen in some of those prisons. So they should also look into that area and do all they can to keep him alive, since he eventually escaped the death sentence.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brighton Ibokoko, press for time. I believe the story will also appear before the cover pages of the National Daily. There you have Chukuma and Moses, and if possible, you and Mr. Delefanimo analyze the stories the way it should be. This is how we can go on today's VOP this morning. We appreciate Delefanimo, seasoned reporter and a public affairs analyst, and also Dr. Bright Onovokuke, a medical doctor, and also a public and political affairs commentator. We had Mr. Ezra Lucia, Esquire, attorney at law, and a public and political affairs commentator to join the conversation, though I think network glitches couldn't let us extend his tape to this point. Thank you so much, the backroom staff, the ingest manager, the director of the show, the producer of the show, the sound engineer, and every other person that made this morning's show to be the way it is. Thank you. We sincerely appreciate your presence and the work you're doing behind the camera. On behalf of my colleague in the studio, Chukuma Okoro, Moses Humphrey, I am Fina Okechukwu. Bye for now. Enjoy your weekend. Have a nice day.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. More. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. And this is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And yes, of course, we have joining us virtually Dr. Bright Anyova Kuka. Dr. Bright, thank you very much for staying back. And also Dele Fanimo, a public affairs commentator, is right here with us in the studio. Thank you very much for your patience and time.
My pleasure.
All right, so Dr. Bright and Nigerians, let's dive into it, really. Let's look at the headlines from the dailies and react as well. Now, you too can be part of the conversation. You can drop your reactions because we're streaming on YouTube at Voice of the People TV. As Voice of the People TV, that's how we appear up on YouTube. You can drop your views to the headlines being shared right underneath the streaming tag there. Okay. Now, from Daily Trust, these are the headlines here. ADC Obi flay Tinubu over early campaign. President asks Senate to confirm Ibas, Dambazao, 62 others as ambassadors. Again, court restrains VIO from impounding vehicles, imposing fines. Nigeria imports 12.8 trillion naira worth of petrol in 15 months. And the bottom strip there, challenges before new defense minister. All right. Now, when you flip the pages of Business Day newspaper, we see this headline. Tinubu appoints Ibas, Dambazao, 68 others for ambassadorial positions. 34 career, 31 non-career. I think it's a new list.
It's a new list.
So it's 68 added to the 32.
65 added to the 32.
65?
Yes. The new list, the list of yesterday is 65.
Okay.
You know, we had 3 initially for UK, US, and France.
Yes.
Then after that, we had, I think, 32 that included Renault Mercury and other FFK.
Okay.
And Ikbazu Guanyi. Then yesterday's list was 65. Because the total is actually supposed to be 100. 100 and I think we have now 109 missions outside. And we need to fill up all of those positions. So all fell swoop.
Okay. So this is it. This is maybe I'll just read a little into the story. So, well, we know the story already, but anyway, let's read a little into it regardless. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of 68 ambassador designates, comprising 34 career diplomats and 31 non-career nominees, alongside 3 earlier nominees already cleared by the Senate's Committee on Foreign Affairs. So the full list released yesterday reflects a spread across all 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, with several former governors, senators, retired military officers, and seasoned civil servants, included among those selected to represent Nigeria abroad. The career diplomats on the list include Wabiola Ezuwo Chukwemeka from Abia State, and then we also have Maimuna Ibrahim from Adamawa State, Ekpeji Monica Okechukwu from Anambra, and Mohammed Mahmoud Lele from Bauchi. Others are Endoni Sindap from Bayelsa, Ahmed Mohammed Mungunu from Borno, and Jed Adams Neokon Michael from Cross River. Well, those are, a few of the names there.
Yes. And the list is a quite interesting list. You know, if you put together all the lists, all the people, the 3 that were cleared earlier, one of them was former Director General of the Nigerian Intelligence Agency, which is more like the outside, the arm that takes care of Nigeria's security outside, more like the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA of the United States of America. It's a perfect fit. A few people there that I see, I'm impressed with the list. When people talk about Ebok Ete Ebaz, they forget that being rewarded. They also forget that Ebaz served as Chief of Naval Staff. And that is a high-level position in any country, in any part of the world. You also talk about Dambazoa. Dambazoa served as Chief of Defense Staff and enough to be an ambassador, especially since Nigeria is passing through trying times with regard to insecurity and all of that. So these are people that understand the intricacies of the insecurity here. And don't forget that they will also be given diplomatic trainings, before they go outside, especially for those of them that don't have that background. Because if you look at the United States of America, they also choose people within the security circle to serve as ambassadors. And we recall that Colin Powell, who happened to be the Secretary of State, American Secretary of State under Bush II, was the nation's chief diplomat by virtue of his position as the Secretary of State of the United States of America. He had a military background. So people like Dambazao, Ibok Ete Ibaz, that was DIA, NIA Director General, they are perfect fit.
And even
the DG DSS and all of that. And the other person served as DG of NIA, Institute of International Affairs. Served as what? So these are perfect fits. But you also have some names that don't fit in those.
That's probably about Renault Mercury and the rest. Those individuals. Some people feel they shouldn't be there. Is it compensation for speaking up for the president? And then, recent videos of Renault Mercury has surfaced online. where he led a protest against the president in UK, and then chanting, Ole and the rest.
There is no crime in repenting.
So it's assumed that
somebody
he
said it when he was chairman of APC, that once you cross to our fold, and then we bless you and go and sin no more. So,
but what are your expectations?
The point here is, like one of the titles of James Sally Chase I read, that particular title says, "You never know with women." It's the same thing here. You never know with politicians. If you are following the tide of a politician, by the time he swings, the tide may sweep you away, and you won't enjoy the sympathy of anybody. So, just like now, everybody is hailing Adegbeshola is this, Adegbeshola is that. What makes you think that Adegbeshola cannot come back to APC before 2027? That's the wildlife of a politician. Who would ever think Muiz Banire that wrote terrible articles, granted interviews? Is it Pedro you want to talk about? Is it Afikuyomi? And some of them like that. You see, some Wike that is now romancing with APC once said, how can I leave malaria to go and induce myself with cancer at the stamina? Now it's with the cancer now. So some of these things are there, and that's why I don't trust any politician. Buala was riling Tinubu.
Is this in the interest of Nigeria?
Certainly it is not. Certainly it is not, because when we say that politicians are like that and we try to reinforce that position, it takes away something from the morality that we try to preach.
Is politics in Nigeria?
No, there should be.
No,
there should be.
It shouldn't be all about politics.
It shouldn't be all about politics. You understand? I understand that the president needs to reward some people, but there are positions that you shouldn't use as a reward bait. Somebody like Reno Omokri is trying to pull down a lot, from his page. But those things are out there. People already have them. And so we imagine that you send Reno to a place like Germany as Nigerian ambassador to Germany. And he gets there, during a meeting, somebody brings out his tweet and tells him, you said that your president is a drug lord. You mounted a campaign against him in London, chased him away with a megaphone and all of that. And now you turn around to tell the whole world that this man is a perfect fit for the job. What position are you trying to, to portray? We have FFK has served as aviation minister, sound lawyer, very well educated, Oxbridge and all of that. Perfect, But must you reward him with an ambassadorial position? Look at what Daniel Buana is doing. Putting the integrity of the party and the government. These are people that say if you give the president 30 years, that he wouldn't do anything. So what changed in 2 years? And all of that. I'm not saying that he shouldn't reward them, but the kind of reward that that's what we are looking at. We have a large pool of very intelligent Nigerians that could go to represent Nigeria outside. Not some of these people that Nigerians consider as charlatans. Okay, do you see the campaign that Mike Arnold is mounting against Reno? On Facebook, on Twitter, across social media handles and all of that. And this is the man that is going to represent Nigeria in the outside world. It doesn't look good for us. And the president himself keeps doing damage to his own integrity. You know what people say, look, the president is simply choosing people like him to go and represent Nigeria. So what does that tell you about Nigeria? The president could do, I don't have any problem with rewarding loyalists and all of that. But to a square peg in a square hole, a round peg in a round hole, that does it for me. Because
I'm very sure that you can still find those people within the APC or within the supporters of the APC.
That are good, that are fit.
Yeah, there are people that are fit for the job.
Yeah. I agree with you, but Fani Kayode is good enough.
I don't have a problem with Fani. I don't have a problem with FFK. Former aviation minister, very well trained, very brilliant. He didn't say as much as Reno. You can hardly find maybe one or two things that he said about the president that are not quite clearly damaging, that are uncomplimentary. But then he's a perfect fit. I don't have a problem with him.
Oh, well, let's look at a few more headlines, move away from that conversation. Now, NLC threatens national protest over escalating killings, abductions in Nigeria. That's the headline. No need to go into the story because the headline explains itself, explains the story. So, yes, that's from the business.
I mean, anything must be seen to be talking. But what is the strength? What is the weight of their intervention?
But it's a good thing that NLC is
That's what I'm saying.
About insecurity.
In the time past, such statements will elicit some kind of reaction from government. Because NLC was formidable at that point, even during the military era. But look at what NLC has become today. So it's not going to resonate with Nigerians as much as it should resonate because of the quality of people in the NLC today.
It's not just about the quality of people, what the NLC itself has become.
The quality of people determines, the leadership determines the level of...
The NLC, even before Ajero had started taking a nosedive.
Yes, now the moment they brought in Waba, a government appointee who is a civil servant, how can a civil servant lead a protest against government? It's not possible.
So government was intentional in trying to destroy the NLC. And I think they have done
that.
They
started it in 2011.
Because when you, like this thing now, I'm sure not a lot of people will stop by as they're flipping through when they see NLC.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, not a lot of people.
Nobody will want to pay attention.
Oshomole, under who again? Hassan Sumono.
Yes.
When we're as students, when we're growing up.
When Kokori was in Lupeng and all that.
And all of that.
Just
so
any,
these are very powerful.
That kind of story would attract front page.
Front page. But look at where it is stuck inside, So NLC has lost that vigor. Not just the NLC, you also discover that civil society organizations were more vibrant during the military. And I said maybe because at that point, there was this kind of unity of strength and purpose by the Nigerian people, that were united.
Because we had a sole enemy.
Enemy, which is the military. So there were
and
no
we wanted them out at all costs.
But over time, I think the last man standing is the SERAP.
Yes,
which does the only what do they do? They just issue statements and
they go to court,
file and all of that. You don't see CLO is no longer active. With again, Claim is no longer active. CD is not active. Ayo, what's that name? Ayo Badoku is dead. This is Ayo Obe.
No, Ayo Badoku. I don't think he's dead.
Odumakin.
Odumakin.
Odumakin is dead. God bless his soul.
The moment Ayo Badoku's son was arrested among those of a robbery suspects was when.
But I think it was COVID that took him.
No.
Odumakin.
No, Odumakin died
during COVID.
Not during COVID. It was shortly after COVID.
But it was COVID that took him. Anyway, that's by the way. But the import of the message is that look, we need a more vibrant civil society organization.
But the incubator is moribund, which is our various campuses. Those days we had activists. Today we have cultists.
No. I don't think cultism is even taking a nosedive. We have youths that are more interested in either making money or
they're
flexing,
interested in
what
other
they call
things.
flexing.
What we are saying is the killing started from the campuses. That VCs were disbanding, student unionism, suspending, or all through the last 10 years. In fact, it takes a lot of persuasion for VCs to accommodate student unionism in the various campuses now. And so, these are the incubating machines.
I think the students' union are still active, but they do more of. Young men are not interested. I asked my son, "You want to get involved in a student union policy?" He said, "No, for what?" I said, "So what is their interest?" He said, "He wants to finish school and start making money and all of that." That's his own concern.
That is it.
And they are more interested in flexing,
When my son,
their phone is their best friend, they wake up in the morning, they are on the phone.
Impact of social media on our society.
And our society and all of that.
And then the other programs that come up on TV, it hasn't even helped in forming the interest in young people. So talking about opposing government policies. I think Nigerians largely care less.
And the very few of them that get interested, you know what they do? What they do is to emulate the political class. You know, you see the students union president.
They subsume themselves as
who is guarded by a Mupol, Nigerian Mupol, and he has like 3 or 4 cars in his convoy, tinted glasses, and all of that. He has a special apartment.
That was a particular student union leader.
He eats a special meal in school and all of that. So when that person, at that level, you know what? The person is aspiring to become a legislator the moment
politician, of course.
Politician. So, but there are very few, and few of them.
There was a particular student union leader about 2 or 3 years ago that had 33 special assistants.
Why wouldn't he? When you have a councillor in one of the states up north has 111 appointees. Councillor, I'm not talking about local government.
I'm talking about a ward.
Over a ward. I'm talking about a councillor has 111 appointees, special aides and all of that.
There are mouths to feed.
Mouths to feed, you know. And that person, the next movement will become local government chairman. And don't be surprised, one day you see him speaker of the State House of Assembly and next governor.
He can even rise from being chairman to becoming governor, depending on the location and the people behind him.
People that are willing to prop him up.
Okay, let's take this headline from Nigerian Tribune. Exodus of oil workers looms. Henderson warns. What's your reaction to that headline? Now, I understand that we have Dr. Brighton Cooker wanting to chime in on the conversation. I hope the network is clearer now. Dr. Bright, please. Okay, good to have you. Good to have you join us.
Okay, thought people forgot me before. Sorry, before you move to the other. Yes, before you move to the other topic.
Okay.
I think I really like the aspect of what we're talking about, the NLC. Ordinarily, NLC is Labour Congress made up of people, not retired personnel, people who are in active service. So for those who would head any of those unions, there should be people who should be objective enough to stand for the needs of the people. So talking about maybe in the past, they used to have their, when they speak, people have to listen and tell the government, is because then they know what they are doing. But today, the quest for cash in exchange for what the needs of the people are, has taken over unionism. So they don't see it as a way to fight for the needs of the people. Again, they see that opportunity to make money for themselves. And I also want to say something about unionism as it is. Now, before now, if you look at the SUG, for example, the students heard stories about men and women who heard unionism very, very firm as students. And today, many of those persons have gone into politics. Some of them are holding political appointments. So the idea they have then, I don't want to say maybe they know better now. So they are the ones quelling or asking the young ones to calm down. Because if, like NLC, for example, now, if the federal government wants to deal with NLC, who are they going to send? They will send the likes of Adam Koshomole, who will go there and they will see him as supposed to be a mentor to guide them. But you realize that when Adam Koshomole is talking to them now, he's not going to talk to them the way he was doing in his own unionism at that time. It will not come with the idea of you know. Some of us as parents, we have our children in tertiary institution. We don't allow them. Once we get information about, oh, something is going to happen, we call them to come back home. So those who have been mentored, who are supposed to be role models to the young ones who are coming in the space of activism, they have all been compromised in one way or the other. So who will encourage these young ones? And for the civil society organizations, they are still there. However, the media will still help in this area, promoting the voice or the voices of those who stand for objectivity. However, many of the media houses, they will tell you they have to pay their bills, they have to, they run on diesel, they run on this. So me, for example, I have my voice. I know what the people are passing through. I want to talk to them, but I don't have the millions to pay for airtime to speak on TV. But these politicians can come, pay whatever they want to pay, and they have you for Nigerians to hear. Whatever they are saying will be on the front line of the newspaper. Meanwhile, those who are crying cannot afford to pay for their voices to be on the front page of the newspaper. So this is an avenue for the media to help identify those voices and bring them forward. I also want to appreciate VOP. People are doing a lot. But it's not enough to just say, these people are not there. They are there. Let's go look for them and bring their voice up. Many are speaking on social media, as the case may be, based on the data and the number of followers that they have. But the truth of the matter is, there must be a deliberate attempt to go look for this person who are speaking on behalf of the people and bring their voice to them. So they are still there. Today you could be having a program, oh, let's call a press conference on a particular issue. They'll tell you the bill, you will run because you don't have the money. But these other persons who are the ones who are supposed to speak against, they can bankroll anything they want to bankroll. So we must give these people a voice. I think that's what I want to add in terms of that NSC, CSOs, and unionists. We must give them.
All right. We must give them a voice. Okay, but if they continue to speak up, I mean, people will have no choice but to give them a voice. But they need to speak for people to hear. Oh well. Let's touch on this headline. We've had exodus of doctors in Nigeria. Now, Pengerson is warning that there might be an exodus of oil workers.
Okay, no. This
is it because NNPC is not working? Are they?
No, the exodus are they locals or expatriates? Can we find out?
Well, it might be a little bit difficult getting into that story, but I'm sure they are locals.
Okay, whatever it is, if they are locals, what it means is that they are getting better opportunities outside. And so where would that be? Probably in the Middle East. Talk about Saudi Arabia. Do we have people going to Iran? Yes, we have people going to Iran and all of that. And so it speaks to the decline in the oil sector in Nigeria, especially when we also have expatriates pulling out. Not just as individuals, but their business concerns. You know, Shell is still trying to, working around their business to, I think the only Shell business left here is Shell Gas Nigeria. The SPDC, that is the exploration arm of it, has left long ago. Which other one? And others are maintaining skeletal service. At a point, Mobile Producer Unlimited wanted to shed weight. Chevron wanted to shed weight. You know, so and you begin to ask, what is it? As these locals, as these expatriates are pulling out, do we have the locals replacing them? We have the Nigerian, the Local Content Management Development Board in Bayelsa. That is where it is headquartered. One good thing that the government did, they had to put the headquarters of that corporation in Bayelsa where the action is. So, but how far are they going? Do we have local companies doing enough in terms of exploration, in terms of drilling, in terms of the value chain within the oil industry? Do we have that? Nest Oil seems to be having problem, you know, with his company and all of that. So, as we see this exit, do we have replacements? If we have replacements, which means we are shoring up our local content, then that wouldn't be a problem, because basically the idea of foreign direct investment is that over time, you know, when foreign companies come with equipment, with finances, and labor, they are supposed to transfer that knowledge to the locals over time. That is the main reason behind foreign direct investment. And when we talk about foreign direct investment, we are not talking about people who come with portfolios. We are talking about people who come with capital and equipment, to open up industries and not to open up supermarkets and malls. We are looking at people who come, with footprints here in terms of industries. And when they establish, part of the agreement is that we'll have the local component of it. And the local component also ensures that technology and knowledge is transferred, to the local, so that over time, as people keep sharing weight, the local component keeps gaining weight. That is the essence of it. So I wouldn't know who is living.
It's part of the Local Content Act.
Yes.
That an expatriate that comes into the country, the only reason why an expatriate can come to the country is if there is no local skill. And when they come, you put 3 Nigerians under such an expatriate, and for 3 years, they should be able to have 1 out of these 3 that will take over from him, and he exit the country. But the reverse is the case these days. You see some companies bringing bouncers, bringing cooks,
bringing
all manners of people, and then call them expatriates.
And they
our
come here and lord it over our
them,
graduates and all of that.
Our immigration people will just allow them to come in, and they take the place of Nigerians.
We used to have what we call expatriate quota.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yes, expatriate quota.
They are still issuing it, but they are abusing it.
No, when I say, I know they are issuing it, what I mean by expatriate quota is there's a certain percentage of people
that should be in the company.
In the company.
The point is, they circumvent
but we are exceeding that quota. We're exceeding that quota.
Yes, they circumvent it by bringing all manners of people as...
You see people that went to technical colleges overseas, and when they come here, they do what?
They become engineers.
And lord it over our own engineers.
In fact, they become, even those who are equivalent of school start holders, who had vocational training along college, secondary school education, they bring them here and make them supervisor over graduate engineers.
Yes. You see, I had a stint in the oil industry and for a brief period, and this local content of a thing, there was this particular company, service company. You know what they do? When the locals in Port Harcourt, when the community comes and says, look, we need you to employ our people and all of that, the man will say, oh, Indians, oh, okay, bring them. Lebanese and Indians, bring them. And when you say you studied welding, if you have a welding certificate, you know what, they'll take you to accounts department. And when if you
don't do well,
to ensure that you don't do well, so that they will fire you the next week. And if you did accounting, they will take you to welding department without training.
How will you cope?
How will you cope? So it was their own plot of saying, and when the community comes back, they say, you gave us people, and they couldn't do the job. So what do you want us to do? Now, when you go back and interrogate those people, they say, I'm an accountant. I have ND in accounting. They took me to the welding department. How am I supposed to be a welder? In some cases, there's something they call arc welding, aluminum welding and all of that, undersea welding. They'll take you to that department. And when you go there and stay for like 2 weeks offshore, they'll bring you back. They say, this one doesn't know what he's doing. They'll sack him. And they were intentional in ensuring that they don't take Nigerians. So I don't want to mention the name of that company, but it was a big issue then. So when the community discovered all of this, they came, brought coffins, brought pamphlets and all of that, and blocked the premises of the company. And normally they will go back, take some few people from outside and go inside. When those people come outside, they start singing a different tune. You know how we are, our people and all of that. So it's a clear problem that medical doctors, health workers are leaving. Now we have oil workers living as well. Because I have friends that are in Texas and they work in Slum G and all of that. Nigerians like you and I, and they prefer to work there than come back here.
And work here. Dr. Bright. Dr. Bright, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Well, you see, when people are supposed to work, apart from being available to work, the enabling environment is very, very important. it is very key, because your skills can only come to bear if the environment is conducive. Like we are talking today now, we are here on the studio. Everybody is doing their own bit to ensure that whatever thing that we are doing here is okay. But when you look at some of these professionals, the enabling environment is not there. Sometimes there are some places, there are some offers that for somebody like me I have been given, and I said I'm not interested. The reason is that if I sit down there, I'll work for 2 or 3 days, I'll put my pen on paper, I'll write something, and some people will see it as if maybe I'm wish-hunting them or whatever. The enabling environment is not there. I can remember like some almost 20 years ago or thereabouts, the medical director we had there looked at where we were working as house officers, and he checked. You are on call at night, you don't have a place to even sit down or rest where they can call you from. So sometimes you see people leaving the hospital premise and they have to call them, they start rushing down. He built a lounge, a sleeping room close to the ward, that if they call you within seconds, you're already there. He made it comfortable. He built a relaxation room where you could watch TV instead of you leaving the office. You want to go and watch football match, or for people who are in that, they stay in the hospital there. He created credit facilities that if there is an emergency, at least every patient should enjoy a credit facility to a particular limit. And if there is a mortality, that maybe there is death, everybody who attended to that client or that patient would have to come and justify the treatment that was given to that patient. So what was happening then? Everybody was on their toes. But today, people don't care. If it's not your brother, if it's not your sister, you don't. And it is not good. So when you now see a place that there is an enabling environment for you to work, will you continue to remain in that place where you'll be begging a janitor to put on a generator when you have surgery to perform? Or a place where the janitor is on standby? If anything goes wrong, he just switch on to his action? Or you want to be in a place where you have to go and tell the cleaner, come and clean this mess, than where a cleaner is on standby to clean up every mess? Or you want a place where they will tell you, oh, there is no drug in the pharmacy, compared to a place where somebody should be taking stock to know what is remaining against the consumption? So when we talk about this, is it migration thing or people leaving or whatever, you don't have to blame them. Create the enabling environment. Let the atmosphere be okay. Like we're in the studio, for example, now. If the hair is hot and maybe the place is not conducive, we will not want to stay. If we manage to stay for today, tomorrow, if we are being caught, we start giving excuses. So those who are condemning, maybe people are leaving or we have this challenge, let us wake up to the responsibility. There are documented records to show how a standard facility should be. So if it is not there, why don't you work towards it? It doesn't make sense.
Okay. All right. Anyway, we do hope that there will be some sort of transformation in the coming days. I guess that's all we can hope for. But this story also, it borders on health, Dr. Bright. I would like us to, go into this one. So now here is the headline, and then I'll read a bit into it. Senate raises alarm over silent poisoning of lead, lead contamination in Lagos and Ogun states. Now, the story has it that there's been a widespread and scientifically verified lead poisoning disaster devastating Ogijo, a densely populated community straddling the Korodu area of Lagos and Ogun State, Ogun East Senatorial District. Lawmakers said the tragedy caused by emissions from multiple used lead acid battery recycling factories operating in the area had matured into what one senator described as a full-scale public health emergency that is silently destroying an entire generation. The Tokumbo Abiru, who sponsored the motion alongside Benga Daniel, warned that the scale of contamination in Ogijo was an environmental catastrophe of global significance, adding that laboratories' findings revealed pollution levels as high as 186 times the globally acceptable safety threshold. And according to him, the testimonies from residents were heartbreaking. Now, it's quoted that people have complained of constant headaches, abdominal pains, seizures, memory loss, and frightening drop in cognitive function. All of this due to exposure to lead. Now, these are not random conditions. They match almost word for word the medical markers of long-term lead exposure. Dr. Bright, you are the medical doctor here. What are we dealing with? This is from recycled lead batteries that's been going on for a period of time, so long that it has filtered into, the water system. It's affecting lives now. What's the gravity of what we are dealing with here, Dr. Onyebe Kuka?
Yeah, that's a public health challenge that has been identified already, and going by the words, a problem known is already half solved. So the lawmakers should go beyond just raising alarm. The necessary machinery should be put in place to see that this is addressed. There should be an environmental assessment on the lead to the extent to which it has gone in terms of being in the environment. And of course, those areas where it has actually affected so much should be mapped out, and alternatives should be made for these people, very clearly, since they get it from probably the water they are consuming. If they can make an alternative source of water for them while the issue is being addressed as it is. As it is now, if they still continue to be exposed to it, the issue would continue to be on. So the environmental assessment should be done, and intervention should be made. That activity that is causing it should be immediately stopped, and wherever they have maybe the reserves or wherever should be cleared off immediately, and the areas where it is very, very prevalent or where it is high much, the people in that area should be educated, and of course, because it has to do with water, and I won't be shocked if they are relying on probably borehole water. We don't know the depth of the borehole where they are getting their water, but these are the areas where they can readily spring in to ensure that the people are not exposed beyond what they already have for now, and while other measures will be in place to help save them. It's a public health issue, and it should be taken as an emergency, and let the speaker or whatever should just work and spring into action immediately. Again, this is where their oversight function as legislator also come in to ensure that the needs of these people are actually met immediately.
All right, then.
You see, I experienced something like this, similar to this, in my environment. You see, we have this attitude of what does not kill us immediately is not the ambiguity of our deaths. For lead to have the impact that would cause what these people are shouting at about.
It must have been long.
It is about 15 to 20 years. And what they do, in fact, in my area in Ibadan, they labeled me as too stubborn, too recalcitrant, because I understand the implication of this. You know, it starts when you now begin to break those dead batteries and be burning them to extract the lead. And the film permits the whole environment, and when it settles down, it goes into your well, into your borehole, and all that. And over a period of time, do you know that even the film of the lead, when it settles on your roof, the roof starts leaking over time because it's acidic. So when I started making case that, look, let's go and report this man, because the man is a little bit influential in the community. When they want to clear NEPA problem, he will say, no, don't worry, I'll take care of it. But he knew why he was doing that, to shut their mouth. But one day I went to the meeting and said, look, we can't continue with this. I have children living in this environment, and this thing can kill. Do you know that some of my people, my co-landlords, went behind me
and reported you
to report me to the man. So when the man came to my house, I said, what are you talking about? I said, I'm not an illiterate. I know what lead is about. You have to do something. So eventually, when I confronted him, he had to relocate that particular plant to a new area where he bought a land and started doing that business there. But over time, houses will be built around that place again. But if I had kept quiet, maybe in the next 15 years, 10 years, it will start manifesting. Kind of and then when it starts manifesting, they will now say, it must be my village people. And that's it again. So, in this case, we need education. So some people don't even know the impact of this.
The role of government in providing water, I think that should also be addressed. Because in a lot of areas, even where you don't have lead issues, they are contaminated water. The water is brownish. You have
in
to
some
buy
places,
different
you
things
have
to purify
sewage seeping into water, and the people are drinking.
And people are drinking.
You understand?
You see, that is one area that the Nigerian government has lost completely. Both the federal and the state government.
It is the local government that should handle what we are discussing.
No, I'm not. Handle what? What? Yes. Provision of water?
No. Okay. I mean, making sure that they call them wole then sanitary inspectors. They are located in the local government. You know, they are supposed to be the ones to fish out
those people stay in offices and just collect salary at the end of the month. I wanted to address the issue of water that Moses raised.
Yes,
because it is of particular concern, you know.
When some of us were growing up now, we had public tap water.
Yes, it's of particular concern to me, you know, because see, water. I live in an area. My family lives in a place where water is an issue, so I understand it clearly. Now we have stayed for some cities have existed for as long as 100 years.
More than 100 years.
More than 100 years. Yet the state governments cannot provide water. Meanwhile, if you take 5 miles away from the city center, you have aquifer, you know, potable water. Underneath, they can't exploit it. They can't explore it. It's a problem. Growing up, we had pipe-borne waters. When I went to secondary school, in my school,
when you are passing by going to school, you see at least about 3 or 4 before you get to your school.
Pipe-borne waters by who? By the State Water Corporation.
Yes.
But over time, we ignored that and let it die. We now have people providing boreholes for themselves.
And even the consequence of the borehole is also dangerous.
It's not treated.
Because for you to hit aquifer in a place like Port Harcourt, like how many meters underneath you hit water? And people are rejoicing. Meanwhile, it is not aquifer.
It's surface water.
Surface water is not potable.
It's not potable.
And it's a problem. And over time, you see people suffering from one form of illness and the other. So it is a clarion call on government. If you can't do other things, and like I said the other time, if it is difficult for government to build water corporations, Why not seek for foreign help? People will come, foreigners who have manufactured these things, they will come and install, distribute water, collect their money over time in terms of PPP, like 20, 30 years, and they walk away. You take over the business.
Or your state government
Should that be a big problem?
attempted it sometime in the past. Do you know what happened? Government officials were stealing the chlorine and alum, and they were pumping water of low quality to the public. You can imagine.
We just hate ourselves.
Honestly.
And we say we are our own worst enemies.
Oh well, it's unfortunate, but this is where we have to draw the curtains on newspaper review.
I think
Dr. Bright, you want to say something? Go ahead, please.
I said, if you check the expenditure of the government on water, you will be shocked, and you'll be wondering where are those money going into. They see budget money, spend money on, over here we call it water board. I don't know what they call it in other location. People ask, where are this money going into? We have boreholes almost everywhere because people are not providing water for themselves. This water, the water is supposed to be tested. There should be actually a specified fit from where they could get water. But who is monitoring all this? Nobody. And from time to time, the borehole are supposed to be treated. Who does it? Who ensures that, oh, this one is done, this one is done? And the people who are not informed, they just get water, they take, and they go. There was a place where I was staying. Whenever I drink water from that bowl, I used to have sore throat. I have to stop it. Then I was a student. I have to stop it, and I stopped having a bowl.
Let me quickly ask you, in a few seconds, even when you boil that water or you use it to cook, does the heat purify it to an extent where one can consume it? Or is that even, should you just ignore the water entirely? Because we have a water problem in my estate.
If you boil to like 100 degrees when it is boiling, at least it will kill a whole lot of germs that are in it. But then you may have to now go through filtration and some other things before you use it. So when you use it to cook, because the food will boil, you may not have those impact. But when you now have to just take it directly and drink, it becomes a challenge. And it's also good that we should know that if the water is clear, does not mean that the water is even
purified.
So it has to pass through processes.
Well, Dr. Bright and Never Cooker, unfortunately, this is where we have to wrap it up. Newspaper review. This is a pressing issue, and I do hope it can be addressed because it speaks to health of Nigerians. Well, thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you very much as well to Dele Fanimo, public affairs commentator. Thank you for your time and your contribution. Chukwuma, also do appreciate your contribution. He makes a return at 6 p.m. for Political Lens.
Yes, and I'll be joined by Dr. Peter Anosike. We'll travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting trending stories. Join me then, it promises to be quite interesting.
All right, there you have it, and that's it on the show today. Sports comes up next. I'm pretty sure Nigerians will miss William Troost Ekong as he steps away from international football, but we wish him the very best. I am Moses Humphrey. I wish you the very best. Have a lovely weekend. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Oshodi is a vibrant, bustling district in Lagos, Nigeria, known for its energetic mix of commerce, culture, and resilience. It is a place where opportunity and chaos thrive together, reflecting the city's dynamic spirit. Before Oshodi became a symbol of Lagos hustle, it was a quiet settlement occupied by the Awori people, one of the earliest Yoruba subgroups in the region. The name Oshodi is believed to have been derived from Balogun Oshodi Tapa, a war captain under the famous Yoruba warrior Oba Kosoko. With Lagos' rapid development, Oshodi became a key transportation hub connecting different parts of the city. By 1970 and 1980s, it had become a bustling marketplace and a major stop for people traveling through Lagos. Today, Oshodi is a lively and busy place full of people, market stalls, and activities from morning to night. It is known for being the energetic heart of Lagos and a challenging area due to the crowd and traffic. Despite the chaos, Oshodi shows the strength and determination of the people who live and work there. In recent years, Oshodi underwent one of the most ambitious urban transformations in Lagos history, the birth of Oshodi Transport Interchange. This multi-terminal megastructure was designed to tame the chaos, bringing the modern transport system to one of Africa's busiest cities. Beneath the modern facade, the original Oshodi hustle lives on. Traders still line the side streets, food vendors still serve steaming plates of jollof rice, and thousands still rely on this place as the start or end of their daily journey. To the outsider, Oshodi might look like the unfiltered chaos, but to those who know its streets, it is an ecosystem, a place where the rule of survival, negotiation, and community are learned on the go. From sunrise to moonlight, Oshodi is a reminder of Lagos' unyielding energy, a place where the city's past, present, and future collide all in 1 square mile of unstoppable motion. Oshodi isn't just a place on the map, it is a testament to the Nigerian will to thrive no matter the odds. Welcome to Oshodi, the hustle capital of Lagos.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. TV, entertainment like never before.
You want start your show, you want start your Friday show, you can't do your face like saying on Monday, different. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and a different face. Monday, you first serious, focus. Tuesday, you just see follow Monday, because I'm brother. Wednesday, you go just see try to lose and small. Thursday, you go to open and small. Friday, don't open. Before weekend, you don't open. And the way they talk and say, no matter how you were well rich, you say, girl will die for you because life be like roundabout. And we tell people every time, say road, Ben, not me say you Ben waka put. Say AC water cool to drink. Or AC water they cool for body. Not mean say you go call the drinker. Now, at the time people say, person will be say life the sweet, not they carry the cross express. When they don't reach Friday, we'll give an appetite for mates. Because I like to see everybody happy. And I'm a caring person. But that one not me say, you go enter bus. See person say people don't ripe. You can't go Boston without permission. Then they will give you better slap. Now, the way I want to enter NFF today, be like, no, come out. I never know. I will see the checker. Or she could go marry. Say I not go marry. He say why? He say I never see the beautiful girl I want marry because the beautiful ones are not yet born. But stand out rich. Bail is free. Not be me talking. Now police statement be that. But not go do bad thing. May they not give you government bango. Yes, I say make I tell you. I say now welcome, good morning. Now Friday version be this one. We don't come say we give us informate. We be saying I go like. We be saying we just deal with now. We now come carry on. And I come the system for some kind of time. We'll talk about some people. We be say we call personality. We be say they get respect. In our system, you call the question Nigeria now. I go from NFF enter Nigeria matter because end for the front. But more very sharply start to the tail and I just to play for area now. Ekong. They call him Captain Zero, he don't come out. He don't tell people say, now me will be Ekong, I don't retire. I'm not going to play for Nigeria again. Respect is the sweet. He don't retire. Now, the matter now where they drag now for national team, because as they do, so now countdown what they do, so when I got the check out, because now 21 December now, all the African countries that qualify for Nations Cup for Morocco go start to fight themselves. Now, wait till you they play now, we say Super Eagles, we still get preliminary of a 52 and 53 list. We never even can anyone come down. Now, see, this country, many problems they deal. And if you say now when good team when you come, that's why we have the best one or two bottom. Now, Captain Zero, now they talk, now they drag, now they shake, now they'll give. Me will tell you that the number one. I'll tell you number two, I'll tell you number three. Now, number one, what they call Captain Zero. You don't they collect captain since officially as vice captain. Which is the sweet. In the play for Besiktas, he don't become core member of the team. He started to play for Nigeria for August 2015, what they call he has made his debut. 71 international caps. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not so busy, you say, let's make World Cup. Wilfred Ndidi, they will call him. You will come out. You will make sense. You will say, Ndidi, Wilfred, when they play for Besiktas, now he be the vice captain for Ekong. Now, again, what they talk about Nigeria, see, our players, they're not the two they talk when they want to retire. Me not see Musa now. Musa still be captain, but Ekong don't retire. It be like Lamba. Now, Ndidi, don't they play for Nigeria since August 2015? When you do your maths, where counter now reach now, you see they don't they reach like how many years now? You see they don't they count enter 10 years. So Ndidi, now the number one man where they fight for that captain. Not say they fight like that too, but the coach will say take it like miracle service. Number two, Alex Iwobi. Because we dey talk this thing now because countdown don't start. December 21, African Cup of Nations will start. Not be for Nigeria or not for Morocco, where they get fine city. Pin-up people. People make sense. They get Marrakesh, they get Rabat, they get Casablanca. You don't go there before. Now Morocco, now they host next Nations Cup. Now number two, where they for the list. Now fine boy, when they start to they doing Dre, they say Agberu, but in Dre now don't make sense. Alex Iwobi, Fulham midfielder. Another strong contender based on his seniority for the national team, not be small. Now, he don't get plenty appearances. Now, he started to play for Nigeria October 8, 2015. I be saying, now did the first one start? Okay. Did in August. So he will become, okay, now see the same year, but different dates. Now, we don't see him. Now, since we say they play for Nigeria, he don't get 90. Okay, wait, too. Did the first one start, but he don't play for Nigeria passing Didi. Because he will don't get 91 cap. Now, that one can make him one of the most experienced active player in the national team setup. In name now waiting, now they call Alex Iwobi. With the see him, they play ball for Fulham, they show himself, say yes, me, I good to go. Now number two, Abi, we don't call number two now Ndidi and Iwobi. More just run enter number three. Now only these three people now be our captain next. They not do captain band by person say get big muscle for you. Captain band now leadership quality they check. Now, if you want to check on, you can't know whether now this one I will fit do the job or this one I will fit do one. Now, Ndidi. Now, person say don't they do, I don't they used to the thing. The way they bring him come out, it makes sense. He will be. I never know whether if you were captain, but I'm not go pull come out. Now, number three, They call him Victor Osimhen. Now be Nigeria current striking talisman. He too good so they respect him for Europe. He don't play ball everywhere he go. They like to show himself. He go Royal Charleroi for Belgium. He should say yes. Me I will see me Nigeria, but I don't carry last. He go Wolfsburg for Germany. He say yes. I don't come. He go league, go scatter everywhere for France. He never finish. Because he come enter Italy when they call Scudetto, go win with Napoli for Maradona Stadium. Now I can't day finish. The couple that say they make way, they on the third before I don't go join that side. I go on loan before. Now I be king of Turkey. Now be the one with the shop Turkey. Turkey. I know I to talk about information. Turkey. Turkey in English, Turkey. I wanna watch this show. I would like see, Turkey. It's different. I beg. So now they call Victor Osimhen. Now I'm not telling you what you call sweet for Osimhen matter. He make a Nigerian debut when he started to play for Nigeria. Now for 2017. When he made others want to start 2015. So 2 years later, the small boy can't grow. Now since that time, he don't become the heartbeat of the team, not be Edo State too. Now they call Osimhen. Osimhen don't go score 31 goals for Nigeria. Now he can be Nigeria's second highest goal scorer for Super Eagles history. Now if you check on, you know say get one legend don't die. What they say rest in peace. What they call Rashidi Yekini. When they play ball now, the question say they don't born you that time. He record now 37 years. 37 goal record. They don't score 37 goals, but you know the again. I don't buy. You don't die. Rest in peace, Rashidi Yekini. But all this information when they give you now, when I check on, when I look all the players when I come out and DD, they kind of go. They talk about Iwobi, talk about Osimhen. Osimhen don't score 31 goals so. Now just like 6 goals so. We all score now. You equal Yekini record. Me, I should say go break on. Again, one show will do that. I will talk to me they compensate to Osimhen because they don't try for Nigeria. Now these 3 captain or the future captain, Iwobi never tested him before. Osimhen never tested him before. If you ask me, me or your turn, I say I don't know whether never will listen to me. Men I can't give him Didi. Osimhen good. They worry, forget picking where they will train. They try, understand? But don't be to give him captain. Osimhen they deliver. Men I just deliver me, they deliver. Make captain not go the heavy. If you wake captain and not score goal, you know go sit talk. You wake captain not head ball where you know go sit talk. You wake captain not talking, you know. Don't say we too talk. Church, we too talk. We get out here everywhere, they talk too much. So we go try, more just augment, arrange, check on. May we not say we don't already get captain. And if you ask me, more you carry that to give Wilfred Ndidi. Me, I sure say after this one, Ndidi not go play for national team again. Last Nations Cup might be this one. Because if you check in age, you know saying Ndidi said all the that's not. It will be said very soon. All of them, most of them for that squad will retire. Osimhen hope there for you if you go World Cup 2030. But if Nigeria qualify, now you go. Not say Nigeria not qualify, now I can't try to say one if you not work. So when you live on like that, say these 3 people are our future captains. So if they sleep, they ask God, say God, please, who they want to give captain? Because me now, I don't talk my own, I don't give advice. May they give Ndidi. If you be Igbo, that name means patience. Ndidi self don't get patience. Then good luck, I get patience. You know, I take play for now. I beg, time don't reach my job. That was fine. You get everything they side. More we talk about AFCON 2025. More talk on captaincy on don't pass. More enter AFCON 2025. We see the message. They don't get changed now. And that change now based on the latest directive from FIFA. Say as it be now. Say boys. They not go. Say they will all take their time. Now shake themselves. But that's not. Say people don't talk and say the way they play now. Say we not 1 year story. Say all the players. So if say they camp or when you join camp. Say me now resume on December 14, 15. If you be African player when they select for your country, when you want to play Nations Cup, you not go wrong come out to. They don't change it now. The date now not be say you come to report enter camp because Super Eagles now before waiting they tell us say they go report enter camp for December 10. Not be 10 again. Now FIFA don't change it now. Say now 14, 15. Say 15, I be the main date. But let me the check for inside the story now. When yes, so we say, I look and say, maybe they careful. Now team where they organize, now this thing not go affect. And they tell you, the change now, nothing I say follow for directive. Say now 10, Nigeria now come begin preparation for 14, 15. Someone like Sunderland, they happy, they jubilate. If they sweet, they tolerate their body. Because Sunderland get many African players. All the Man United, who they won't miss. If that's not the right side now, I go sleep. Because I'm at Diallo yesterday, they win. They draw. And Madalo will come out, Bremo will come out, they go affect her. But me, I look Nigeria team. This thing not be like good news for Nigeria. You know why? Because Eric Shea, my guy, never see get in first 11, and they follow on the talk last night, he just sleep go. We never get first 11 now. We never get. Now, we won't go play now. And they check now, they look at now, see how people are not going strong. Say, club can only release player from the tournament or for the tournament for December 15. Now, the players now, I don't tell them before saying now, they for just enter Egypt, based on the friendly wedding, but not work like that again. So all the Super Eagles players, we go select, they come jump, enter Morocco. Morocco, they near Spain. If you just, understand, and just to look at them to the cross enter. But Nigeria need to take careful. Eric Shea get work we want to do. Me, see, I don't want to talk about you like calm. The truth of the matter be say, people not the fear us again. We reach last AFCON. Final, not me say they fear us. They're not the fear us again. Nobody. People don't look up, don't look us finish. Say nothing in Nigeria. Now the quality we get on. Now the players we get on. Now the coach, I'm not gonna know whether we get on. But at the look they arrange, what they get for the team now. Say Eric Shea need to open his eye. Make soap not go wrong, enter inside. And they tell you, because that time when they're small, you dey bath, they sit down in the shower, you be like, what I want to kill you, now they kill you. Eric Shea must be careful. For me to change and can't speak English, you know say the matter long, the matter tight, come long like Lagos 10 million bridge. Eric Shea, I dey tell you, see, you need to open your eye. Not let anybody go put some stamp for your eye. Not let anybody tell you say no, if you make them. Because now when you start to believe her, now you go play. So I don't talk and I go talk again. Nigeria need to try for this one. But again, one man when I see South African people are too like Una. Una name I mean they like. I tell them I say wait to connect me South Africa and Congo on my forehead. Because the way we say they call the name, not be here. For South Africa, I call it Bongazi, Makutu, Mudau, Apolis, Mokoena, all those names, Ntemba and Bambali. Silitu, Sitole, see names, people like they watch play for backyard. These are the kind of names I like. South Africa, I mean now Congo, my country, Bakambu, Mbuku, maybe say my name. Name Dede, Masuaku, Wambisaka, Twazembe. They see name. Name maybe say if you hear and you don't say yes, this one they not come play for Nations Cup. You don't hear Bakambu before. So waiting with the talk now, they not get Africa, say we be giant of Africa, not be now again. Oh. We need to try to make sure say at least if now one may we forgive you now, I mean I try win Nations Cup. We go not say now not go World Cup, NFL, we all understand. Just forgive them. But if we feel win Nations Cup, but you go torture me. You go bless it, they press my 14, come out of my 18, and it go make sense like that. So may Nigeria you try win the Nations Cup from Morocco. We go call it also we 4-time African champion. Because me, I don't know where that people started. They say Nigeria Giant of Africa. Who even start that thing? Who talking? Maybe now Giant of Africa for normal everything, but not for football matter. Giant of Africa will be 3 times. I remember talking about person say yesterday relevant small. They call her Benedict McCarthy. Some go say na story 3. You see, some go say me they check her from your editorial. Some go say it be like this. Some go say Benedict McCarthy don't open him mouth talking. South Africans. You know, say if not be us, you not go World Cup. Now be this. He said they asked for UK. They watch the match. I said they watch the match, oh, they watch them. They watch them, oh. He said they watch them. As he see Nigeria give Benin Republic 4-0, he just jump up. He said there's nothing God cannot do. He said he jump. He happy, he sweet tongue. They call the McCarthy, why are you jumping? Why are you happy? Because I be the Bafana highest goal scorer. 31 goals now, you know. Nigeria too much, yo. But McCarthy don't retire. 31 goals now he gets. Osimhen another 31. Well, Ashidi Akini get at 7. Oh, joy, no disrespect. But wait till they talk. He don't come out now. They talk say, if not be Nigeria, South Africa for not go World Cup. He said because Nigeria say we go lose guard against Benin Republic. Now South Africa feel your come out. But based on who Benin Republic be, and based on say we get ultimation, Nigeria now we just give them a Pakoterigi style. We knock them like 4-0, 4-0. Osimhen carry ball go out. So Yerika still get some kind of light. Nigeria can't go playoff. Leave that one man not talking. But what me they talk now? They say I like as McCarthy open his mouth. They talk and they give Nigeria respect. McCarthy don't play ball. He work with Amorim as strikers coach. This same McCarthy, when me tell you now, McCarthy don't go do, he don't play for Blackburn, he don't score some kind of go for Premier League. This same McCarthy, when they talk now, McCarthy don't win Champions League 2004 with Porto. I don't respect him. He play with Mourinho. None of them boys say that team. When they Ferreira, the quality where they get for that their team that time. Carvalho, they play ball reach level. He win Champions League. It's not easy for South Africa to win Champions League. Not be made honest to be at the day. McCarthy have an achievement. So if you open him out the talk, he say he's there for UK, they watch the match, say they watch as they come score, he say yes, I'm happy. Now South Africa they go World Cup. Nigeria, where be your country? I mean, when I leave my first. I not see, you know why they talk this thing? I don't know whether the next World Cup after now, Nigeria will even qualify. Maybe we'll call them 3 times in a row, say Nigeria not go. Maybe now two will talk. We'll say 3 times in a row, Nigeria did not go to World Cup. If you say God forbid, you know they work. Not be everybody that talk God forbid they are alive today. Now God grace. Because God anybody say, Nigeria, God forbid. No, you know they work. You not work. My guy from Nera Junction, talk God forbid now, he did 6 feet. And they tell you it matter, he pay me. God forbid. God forbid how? The only surprise me said that English, and they pay me to explain that to me over my dead body. You never die. You say, you get okay, You say? And I said, over my dead body. Die, you not really die now, but you won't go heaven. But more live I beg McCarthy open him out so can say na so he play. Maybe just sharply run enter some kind of message you get for WhatsApp before we start to tell you I'm more informate because see me I won't run enter NFL. If I run enter now not come, I just dey wait. You get what they do where they vex me. This Nigerian football, you get what they do where vex me. Still now they pay me. My question is how can I sleep this night? Me now wait. Okay. Coach Triple A, this one there for Switzerland. They follow the joint this morning. He said Ndidi is the next Kipo. And he said they greet me from Switzerland. Kizike, he greet me. God bless you, Coach Triple A. He got to talk say it's true Eric Sekuchel doesn't know his first 11. I talk I never read this one when I see him. I never read this one when I see him. He never know in first 11. Franco Mali, Eric Che, again when I will take cover you rich, I will not talk again. Anything you do yourself. Me don't cover you. I want to try. Do not understand? Because I say NFL but you need to find your. You will call and say, find your rhythm, find your footing. Okay, maybe see jump the go. He say, hope they can do well in AFCON. He say, which other Super was the best. Then because I say winning Nations Cup will be difficult. If they win bronze medal, they try though. Is the same. Now, Percy for Switzerland. Now, see, Nigeria, the time when they do that, Lucky from Newcastle, UK, go join sometimes. Go tell me, say, it's the best for Nigeria matter. This small team, we all the manage ourselves now. Everywhere, not clear. Check sectors everywhere. Economy, he play on one side. I mean, education, he did one side. Everything you're bend. Who wants straighten that for us? Everything you're bend. Even this one, we just say, man, just say, oh, more just hold sports now. More just take gather, but more just see they all right. More we see the maybe they smile. We not this man. If there not be one or two things, and if not be one or two things, they say flagging. I forget na Ekong voice. When I hear Kong, then I hear Ekong. But don't look out, don't go back to the number. Say no more, no do it again. Because this thing, one win Nations Cup, never serious. Up till now, at least, I carry Congo come out that day, and I'm not here. I carry Egypt come out. I carry Senegal come out. On the Cameroon, all the leads on day. You now own, you just see the scene. The scene where you're long, you're plenty everywhere. Now, my friends, because first time they deal with something, they want to get joy. I can't ask one guy, say, waiting made they never get final score. They tell me, say, be like, say, not be say allegedly, not be say, talk, say, we talk on. It be like, say, the list, they pass through scrutiny. I say, which scrutiny they pass? He say, be like, say, the list, they go through Senate, presidential, this one, governor, she made a look at. He's my boy here, because these are politicians, to the regulars, politicians. When politicians they see, if you not see them, these people not get joy. You see, Nigerian politicians they not see. Me, I never see any federation where get mind reach NFF. They be like court. I never see. They're too tight. To break them now, only God, now go feel break them. Human being, if you go there, they go knock you come out. Now so Nigerian football you'll be. They don't only spoil the small thing we just get. All our record they at stake. Everything we don't build. This is they pay me. If they say not professional now, tears will come out. But you need to do your job well, focus. Be proud of your job, don't be for Saturday get. So you need to find the thing where they do. Define now, make you do it well. Okay, now since Nigeria not go work up, I don't hear anything say, hello, Nigeria failed. Disband them, sack them, I don't hear anything. They still they get joy. We never win for Morocco. We go play Congo. The only one match now we play against Cape Verdean side. They don't they do, they rush, all those men. They don't get joy. See, if we talk about Nigeria Football Federation, they pay me see all these things now, no cut out. I play. But we all still try. We all still, because we need to talk. Even about how would they carry the matter for this station. NFF done it for them the years. We don't to talk. Imagine Pini call us, tell us in our enterprising coach who they bring. Nigeria now go work up. This see now forget them now slap for the nation. Because your players say nothing play. If that's only that first 2 days. Well, it happen, everybody all rest. It don't pass. Everybody don't rest. Now big shame. If nobody they remind them, me or they remind, I will put up their face like poto. Because Nigeria not go World Cup for 2002. Understand? Now, we check on 2022. Not 2022, no 2002. 2022, Korea, Japan, now yesterday. 2022, we not go. Now, we just say, we organize it. 2025, not come. 26 World Cup, we not go. 4 years, don't pass. Now, like 8 years, they stretch, now they go. The next one now come be 2030. Morocco. If I tell you, say Nigeria will go, those are the lie. I don't know. Even analysts, they don't know when Nigeria will go. We don't know. Nobody say Nigeria will go to the World Cup. Analysts, no, they know when Nigeria will go World Cup again. Nobody know. More just move. From that one, man, I tell you, the one where you they pay me well, boss my shackman and 2 seconds on the reach. You know, not say our coach, I cannot confess Eric Chell. I say Eric Chell is worried. He's not sleeping well. They know they try. Our coach, maybe Super Eagles coach, Eric Chell, they still in the wait make him receive his salary. Oh, Eric Chell, this is the best picture for this thing. Hey, Nigeria, where do they play now? Which way Nigeria? See, Eric Chell now still they wait to receive his last 2 months salary. 2 months. If HR do me this one, they know say I'm going to stay for elevator because you won't go give me small thing. Because how can you owe a coach, a foreign coach, not be Nigeria, we understand the corruption where they say they do for the NFF. Foreign coach, you know, they own for 2 months. Not be shame be that one. Now, Eric Chell now. Okay, may I tell you now. Now, the answer is, tell us how much is even earning, how much being salary. The rush, and the rush. The one where they take you for that place never do that. The money they spend. And now we need, see, they say all those men, all those NFF, they travel with jets. Go Morocco. Coach, we want to carry you go Nations Cup. Even good as not qualify. Be good. Coach, we want to carry you now take go Nations Cup. Now with the talking, now we want to go play. We get Osimhen, the buckle up. We get eyes. We say we wear masks, go score, go pull on. Now they celebrate, you now cut on for mat. See Eric Chell now that they want 2 months, they never pay him. I won't pay. 2 months, they never pay him. $55,000. Is it now money without one? Man, I go talk with you, I don't know. $55,000 now money for street. Now big money. If you give me $5,000, now you take very high. If you give out to people for okay. Understand? $55,000. 5-5. You put come out for inside. Put zero. Not go put another zero. Join me, not go pass. Now they not fit pay Eric Chell for 2 months. They don't they leave one out. They don't they pay man. They pay man. The money on the inside the big. Why? Now Eric Chell now see. Martin now. The payments they say they hold on since that World Cup qualifiers. Now this week, so today I waiting Friday, 5th Abi. Eric Chell come meet with NFF. More get heart to heart. More reason together. Because this NFF, their hearts is big, but not be dead as time. Now, I say, me follow the talk. All the technical committee say, how far, I never give my money, or more discuss for Abuja. When I just do it for me, they say, there's hope. You pen 1, pen 2, pen 3, you go pen your hair, come on. That's what they are talking last time. It's not good. This coach that not do well for Nations Cup, now they say it's not good. He not do well. Why not go make coach, they even think, they bother. $55,000. You're not big now. No, shake on. Nigeria. You know, if they talk, you go like Nigeria. See, NFF get mind. Nigeria Football Federation, they get mind. They took mind that they get, I don't even know, sir. They get mind. If you bend person one side, they get mind. Coach, Not be saying it's saying Nigeria. See, when I come close, I tell you something. Come, nobody else. See, it's saying Nigeria. It's saying a Nigeria person now. Saying a Nigerian it be. As in, now we are in this together. As nobody for us. You go to the top foreign coach. Now the level of the shame where they pay me. Not see, come. I tell you, see, if to say Eric Cheo, na Nigerian, the born for Ejebode, be the born for any local government for Alimosho. Just understand, see all of us, nobody go know. See, you're not good though, not like sport party, but you go be saying we understand. All of us we are in this together. Nigeria, no foreign coach, Franco-Malian. That's the Frenchman. That Frenchman be that. But Eric Cheo, come on, I will tell you, you will collect the job. You don't know what were you expecting? Life is like roundabout. No matter how you were rich, you get best way they die for you. Feel like maybe like this. And they talk and they laugh. Don't say they pay me. He pay me, but if I say I don't, they used to Nigeria Football Federation. They're not good. You owe your coach, your foreign coach. When carrying a Gold Nations Cup, 2 months and I never pay him. And you expect miracle tomorrow in a cut and format. Let us see. We go all of us now. We will see this thing to the end. I want to do. Okay, so more just jump from Eric Cheo. Talk about one man where we respect. They call him Truth Ekong. I respect him. They call him pride. They call him dignity. They call him integrity. Super Eagles coach, matter they one side, but this guy they call Truth Ekong, he gave everything the way I like. I'll tell you now. Ekong now don't come and say he don't retire. Fabrizio posted. He posted, he dropped message, dropped letter. He said I don't retire. Now they call the ask and say, coach, for like you, waiting me you retire. Now he say waiting me I retire. Say he get the call, say he will be Ekong. Say if you just there, just there, people they shut down. They now say we want to play for Super Eagles. He say I know that I'm blocking some space. I need to come out. He come out, he retire. I don't know whether I call the born for Netherlands. I make him good like that. I don't know. He respects himself. Give us dates. Nations Cup, you just see. You know when they talk say because they bench and allow you. Not be bench, you know. If they say you want risk, he go. Apart from club issues, if they say you want risk, he go. Now when he go, as he go, even if not a stand match, if Nigeria can't win now, did he go come on band, give him, I go where I go lift him. He don't win some kind of things now. Ekong, best player for last AFCON. We don't touch some kind of medal. Ekong. He said, I cannot imagine myself playing for Super Eagles when some young boys, they say they want to play. Not in a space, not in a matter. What is matter? He don't occupy space. No. He need to come out. And he respects himself. You know why? The ovation is still high. That is what they call a move of pride. Integrity. Dignity. Ekong. From today, I'm going to sing your praise. I too like you. Nigeria players go retire, nobody go know. Musa, how far I play? I mean Musa now, we never hear him. Now, so originally, Captain Nigeria na Musa. The one who be interim, maybe as assistant. If you hear Ekong talk, I almost cry when I see him. He said, I need to retire because he said they look at you and they ask you now, they call a question and say, Ekong, who ask you? Or you both say, what are some of the areas you think your federation need help? He say, we not get shortage of talent. Nigeria, God bless, it will be like a cause of blessing. Nigeria just, God look us. You know God, Abi? God look us. Say, take it. Talent everywhere. Everywhere, talent. He said, talent day. Say, they don't find them. But now the way to nurture them, say he believe the federation can do better. Now this NFF won't do better. This one. Somebody see so. You know what the best for them? If like when you talk to the other, they look you. It be like when person tell person, brother, can you help me? He says, even if Jesus Christ come down, no, give you. Just leave him. Can you help me? Please, can you help me? Can you help me? Please help me now. Help me now. I said I will not help you. You can't they beg and they hope for tomorrow. Because the same way they play bets, since I say they hope, now so government see for us, hope. I don't know even me, I don't know the hope for the future. I don't know. We just they say God help us. Because the way it is they go. See Ekong now, don't retire. Respect. Nigerian player. See, He gave it to more talk. He gave it the chorus. He gave it the do well. You go see him. Karaga. You go fix the date. On so date, I will retire. John Terry. Gary Neville. They put him. Philip Neville. David Beckham. They put him. When I watch Ronaldo, they watch him. Messi say if your body they tell and say me retire, go stop. When I watch them, they go give us dates. We can't tell you now the date. We day I made Musa retire. You see? Nigerian people, they retire, now they know. When they retire, nobody go know. But Ekong don't come out. So there's no need. So if you tell me saying I call it a bencham, I feel not agree with you. If you argue, night go reach, morning go still come, we'll go this way, they argue. Because what he has done now is what they call pride. Why you not go respect him? Why you not go retire when the ovation is high? You can't even go boss Mashak Wanene. Can't go retire when we say Nations Cup don't reach that month of Nations Cup. Ekong, who is advising you? To get sense. To get sense. He said he support Nigeria, make Nigeria win Nations Cup. He support us. You get sense. You know, see, you get something. You get the best to go do you. You get the best to go do your check on. It makes sense. It's good. You respect him, dignity, respect, pride. Now, if I say Ekong say want the sports sponsorship, they want to give us. May they help them. May they help them. May they nurture them because he want to put his hand. Now we not see this thing as business. The day when our eye go open. If I say you don't open, but they don't want to open now. You know what I'm saying? Your eye need to open, but you know what you go do when you open your eye, but you don't want to open now. They wear lashes. NFL be like they wear lashes very long. If they look you be like say, look me less, I'm not your mirror. Know that thing? Yeah? Now so them be. I don't like them all. I don't like them. Come, time don't reach. We'll go break first. More enter market, more come back. No, not to waste time. Well, see how we come back. We'll give us some kind of light. So kind of like, I see some kind of that for sports. Not only NFL matter. NFL matter, we just shit one side. We'll show you some highlights. As they come out, we will explain now. As they come out, I will explain now. Then I have camera. Off fine. I'll be off my face. So make I tell you now say, talk back, correct. Every rich man and natural motivational speaker. They don't need to buy your book. When they talk, just they speak their words. I tell you, bail is free. They say bail is free. Now police statement be that. Not go do bad thing because they'll give you government bango. So say what is government bango? Government bango now handcuff. Time don't reach for highlights. But the thing we presenter go do, not go joke with your producer or tell your director, say, you don't close, you won't go. You just play with her. You play with her, some like, you can't shake some more. But we see the here. More start again, more go highlights. More tell us one or two things they play now, one by one. We will talk at the go. One yearly. Now so. This one I need to call through Ekong statement. But we don't say, in enough you read, just Ekong statement. See what you write for Nigeria. I love Nigeria. Now we can drop this statement. Let us go to the next one. In Asiam, The African Cup of Nations. Oh, I see this thing. I say this one makes sense. One of the best tournaments in the world. He said it will be shown for free in the United Kingdom. Now they call UK. If you don't go before you go, no. Not be everybody waiting for UK. Now they okay. I mean, I know. But more just they move. The African Cup of Nations will be shown for free in the United States. Okay. For the first time. See the channel there. Let me go do advert and not give me small here. Because broadcast for everything on there. So now great news. More go. See jump, you know. What about that one with that one now? Not that one now. Just jump. Now, let's go. No, these people they like it. Now, total emergency at the back. This is Arsenal. If I want to do analysis based on Manfred, you know, say you understand. If I pick on, you can understand. Arteta, Arsenal team. Now they see so. Manfred, tell them to divide them. You put down here, put me here, understand? Go make sense. See, Mosquera Saliba, Gabriel Megales. Now they call Arsenal centre back. We see an emergency. They put this one for their body. I don't know whether Arsenal will feel cope. In Capi and Mosquera pair for the first time. They do start shake against Chelsea. Gabriel and Saliba be the best defense in the world. They're not there for Arsenal. Mosquera now don't go get injury now join. So Arsenal need to try to find a way around this thing. I know that they want to do one, but they just find a way. Anyhow you want to do one, make una try, make una win match. You don't say when Arsenal win league since 2004. That time, and they win league. They never win again. You don't say. Now, more just jump. Can I go to the next one? If that's not Madrid something, you can't fool. So I feel so. It's a view. Now, Real Madrid don't confirm say Trent Alexander-Arnold don't suffer muscle injury. You want to do a muscle or joint? You call a muscle or joint. They say he not go there for 2 months. I want to advise this man. World Cup is coming. If you continue like this, Thomas Tuchel will come out to you for your team. More go for the next one. Okay. Nations Cup go sweet oh. The pay me so. See, nations expected to travel between cities during the group stage include Zimbabwe. I never go that place before. South Africa, my people. Angola, Tanzania, Tunisia, Uganda, Botswana, DR Congo. Wait, man, start again. Nations expected to travel between cities during the group stage include, when they hear the pace, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Angola, Tanzania, Tunisia, Uganda, Botswana, DR Congo! Let me Congo. Congo in my country. Benin Republic, Mozambique, Cameroon, Gabon, Comoros, Mali, Zambia, Sudan, Burkina Faso, Equatorial Guinea. No full training session at the match venue. A day before games. Teams may only visit and familiarize themselves with the stadium between the given time. You know, say Africa, we two they do our own. Okay. I mean, they call African time. 2 p.m. and 9 p.m. Okay. 2 p.m. and 9 p.m. pending CAF approval. Let's go. Move on. What is it there? This segment now they call highlights. See Paris Saint-Germain. I look. And I noticed something about Igbo bush and Nigeria bush. Not be Lamba. I better sleep in the Igbo bush than sleep in Nigeria bush. I see. Manager, when they call, it's too zoom. It's too much. Luis Enrique, they use giant screen for trade and never since I was born. Since I was born. That song say, but now I am getting old. That's not true. See, I never see manager when say they use giant screen, they do training for tactical purposes. See, Warren, Fabian, see, they play against themselves. For board, you go to play, they see yourself for board. I bet more respect, Oibo, it's too much. More go to the next one, what did you there? You say? See, what do you mean me not come? No, because I not like this work, but what do you mean come like I not to like this work? We say, no matter how you take talk we not go work up. We're going to give information about World Cup. See, I don't feel be Moses, so Moses enter promised land. Not be Joshua. Moses enter. See, if bad say we dey talk say today na be the official 2026 FIFA World Cup draw ceremony. See, I'm Washington DC. See time. 18:00 CET. When they put slash for the front, come put ET. 48 teams, 12 plus 12 groups of. Oh my God, this is they pay me. Nigeria not there. World Cup, Nigeria not there. I better go, man, don't cry. Go again. But wait, can I come back? See, you see this thing. When I look who the first person. So I don't know where you're looking from because for this last, some people like to look from left. 430 eyes. Some like to look from right. Look on. Who there for the other side? Messi. You look at the other side, Ronaldo, all the Haaland, all the Mbappe, all the Harry Kane, they were side. Now these two, now they call the goats of all goats. They're too much. 21st century best players in the whole world. More go again. What's in there? Yes, so manager of the month, who go win this thing now? Arteta, Emery, Guardiola, Husela, Maresca, Silva. They'll give Maresca. November good for them. More go. You good. Hell! Nigeria not there yet. World Cup. People who don't win World Cup. They ask us, say, I've been like girls informate. How has it been? If they say we don't see one World Cup manage, we for just happy. They say, if they say Africa good for juju, when they call voodoo, for don't win World Cup. Brazil don't win 5 times. Germany don't win 4 times. Italy don't win 4 times. Argentina 3, France 2, Uruguay 2, England 1, 1986. You know, then Spain. Okay, Argentina. So now it is 2010, remember. Who they there? Most FIFA World Cup trophies. Time rich. Player of the month. Harvey Barnes, Dewsbury Hall, Doku, Fernandez, Morgan Gibbs White, Reece James, Declan Rice, Igor Thiago. This one, if they go give Maresca, if they go give James, because Chelsea do well. But Harvey Barnes called, who have to give this thing? Not me, Jeremy Doku, like Doku feel now. If they not give Doku, may they give James. Let's go. Tell that rich. When I see this message, if I explain this thing, it go long, more leave him. I tell you about Guardiola, they're not in good times, more go, just leave him. Guardiola not today, understand? When they give me time. Man United match yesterday, they play 1-1. Diego Dallo and Mangasa. Now they score for this match. It won't be there, but best way say they make name now Chikwe. They say Fulham go pay AC Milan 28 million euro. Where we say if you do approximately now 24.5 million pounds, just to make Chikwe say maybe Nigerian player may stay on loan. From loan may enter permanent. Now Chikwe now not score 2 times out of 3 with 3 assists for Fulham. So he scored 2. Don't get 3 assists for Premier League for just 7 appearances. That one yesterday, it makes sense. So Chikwe, I wish you all the best. Come play well for Nations Cup if you go fit trial. Now World Cup trophy go arrive Washington ahead of the World Cup draw, and now will take place Friday. Everything now today, December 5th. They pay me winners trophy. Nigeria not did this one. More just jump come out and they pay me. Now Lazio yesterday we see the match I watched on Coppa Italia 1-0. They don't revenge. I play. Oh, McTominay for only this year. When I see where this Scottish boy don't win, Serie A winner, Serie A most valuable player, Serie A team of the season, AIC Serie A team of the year. Everywhere he did there. AIC Serie A football of the year. Only one person. We both say now what an unforgettable year for the Scotsman, McTominay. See face. Let's go. Now many things with this. Understand? This one at the team Sunderland don't do. Sunderland, they don't try. Sunderland don't go get excellent performance against big team. To beat Sunderland, they had. They meet Chelsea, they give Chelsea results. They meet Arsenal, they collect points. They meet Liverpool, they also collect points. They never take. Granit Xhaka get leadership quality. I play. Okay. See, World Cup don't reach. Neymar won't go World Cup. How can you imagine scoring a hat-trick while playing through injury just to save your boyhood club? Santos, Neymar. They're supposed to call him Neymar Santos or Santos Neymar. Okay, that don't reach. Okay, I see this one. Nigeria, this is a letter to you. The Confederation of African Football, CAF, don't introduce new updates based on the rules of the Government Nations Cup. They say national teams must submit their final squad list 10 days before kickoff. You know, say, we never pay a retail. If we don't submit them on time, we'll pay $10,000. Only 80 players from each squad now go fit travel, enter city for match they will play. Now, if you go by road, by train, or by road, plane road, no, not plane they went out. Now, teams moving from Rabat to Casablanca, they hungry me to go. Rabat to Casablanca will travel on match day morning. Why those heading to other cities can move a day before? It's sweet. Now they say, now say come with us along, You say, Time don't reach. You don't do. Can I come back? Time don't reach. More match break. Time don't reach to go. We need to go. Time don't reach. The talk and say AC they cool. Not me saying water good to drink. And person will be say life is sweet. Not they carry the cross express anyhow. Time don't reach. We go come back again. We'll do one for Monday. When we return, gain a better informate. But not be say we'll come out now. You just follow me jump come out. We get this same sport team. They'll gain a better time out. I'm sure it all makes sense. Around 5 p.m. You see Jerry and the guys. You just see there. They'll come. But for now, if I want to come out. Now midday news they come. So when I not go anywhere, I just see day. But my name na Kizike. Na Friday for the car name. I'll see you now when I come back. I'll beg for safety.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Obudu Mountain Resort, formerly known as the Obudu Cattle Ranch, is a ranch and resort on the Obudu Plateau in Cross River State, Nigeria. It was developed in 1951 by M. Macaulay. Macaulay, a Scottish who first explored the mountain ranges. In 1949, he camped on the mountaintop of the Oshia Ridge on Sankwala Mountains for a month before returning with Mr. Hugh Jones, a fellow rancher, in 1951, and Dr. Crefeld. Together, they developed the Obudu Cattle Ranch. Since 2005, a cable car climbing 870 meters from the base to the top of the plateau gave visitors a scenic view while bypassing the extremely winding road to the top. The resort is found on the Obudu Plateau, close to the Cameroon border in the northeastern part of Cross River State, approximately 110 kilometers east of the town of Ogoja and 65 kilometers from the town of Obudu in Obanluku local government area of Cross River State. It's about 30 minutes drive from Obudu town and also about 332 kilometers drive from Calabar, the Cross River State capital. Charter air service is available to the Bebi Airport, which lies between the village of Obudu and the resort. However, the airstrip is no longer functioning and the cable car has been grounded for a while now due to lack of maintenance. In 2020, it was reported that the governor of Cross River State, Professor Ben Ayade, pledged to revive the cable car after successfully test running it for the Christmas period. Since then, life has returned to the ranch. The climate of the Obudu Cattle Ranch is semi-temperate mountain climate, which is the general weather condition experienced on the Obudu Plateau. Due to its 1,600 meters elevation, the ranch has in recent times seen an influx of both Nigerian and international tourists because of the development of tourist facilities by Cross River State government, which has turned the ranch into a well-known holiday and tourist resort center in Nigeria. It has a serene climate compared to other regions in Nigeria.
2564 is coming up on running 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz.
Hello and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin.
And before we begin the Media News, kindly visit the website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. The headlines. Supreme Court strikes out Osun's case on withheld council allocations.
Nnamdi Kanu seeks transfer from Sokoto prison over appeal constraint.
UN former envoy fought Senate death penalty for kidnappers.
Senate summons ministers over Lagos Ogun lead poisoning.
Diversification, Shetima says FG to partner IMO on investment economy.
In the world of business, Senate probes CBN's alleged non-remittance of 1.44 trillion naira surplus.
In sports, Oshonika joins IOC Atlas Commission.
And in the world of entertainment, Mr. Danfo showcases city street culture safety.
Now the news in details. The Supreme Court has struck out a suit that sought to compel the federal government to release all the Osun State Local Government Council's allocation, which is withheld. In a split decision of 6-1 and 7-member panel of the Apex Court held that the legal action brought before it by the Osun State Attorney General lacked competence. In the lead judgment delivered by Justice Mohammed Idris, the court held that Osun State Council lacked the legal right to activate the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court on behalf of the 30 local council in the states, stressing that the Supreme Court could only be invited as a court of first instance to settle disputes between any state of the federation and the federal government. The panel held that Osun State Council are legally recognized autonomous entities that could sue or be sued. Justice Idris held that the councils were the proper parties to challenge the federal government's action, adding that the Apex Court lacked the requisite jurisdiction to entertain the case.
Well, still on legal matters, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has filed a fresh expert motion before the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja, stating that his detention in Sokoto Custodial Center would hamper his ability to effectively appeal his conviction and sentence. The motion was presented before the trial court on Thursday by Emmanuel Kanu, the younger brother to the recently imprisoned IPOB leader. The applicant said that in view of the impossibilities of his appearance before the court or chambers to personally move the motion, the judge should proceed and hear it in his absence. And the 8 grounds he raised in support of the motion ex parte, Kanu stressed that the court, after the sentence, ordered his detention in any correctional facility in the country except the Kuje Correctional Center.
Meanwhile, the movement for the actualization of sovereign state of Biafra, MASOB, has condemned as worrisome the silence and inability of President Bola Tinubu's Igbo political appointees to push for the release of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu. MASOB also condemned the Tinubu administration for what it called Kanu's unjust sentencing to life imprisonment, stating that it was against Ndibo, whose interests Kanu represents. In a statement by the National Director of Information, Edison Samuel, MASOB demanded that Igbo appointees in government, especially the kitchen cabinet members, use their closeness to the president to facilitate Kanu's release. It stated that Ndibo wants to see their effort towards Kanu's release from Sokoto prison because they represent Ndibo and Igbo slot in his administration.
Moving on, former senior human rights envoy at the United Nations, Professor Uchenna Emelonye, has voted the Senate's proposed death penalty for kidnapping and related offenses as contradictory to Nigeria's international human rights commitments and global normative standards. Reacting to the Senate's move to amend the Anti-Terrorism Tax Prevention Act, the human rights scholar at Bournemouth University in the United Kingdom said the proposal is contrary to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. He explained that Nigeria ratified the ICCPR in 1993 and is bound by the ICCPR's restrictive standards on the use of death penalty, even though it is yet to ratify the second optional protocol to the ICCPR, which is the world's primary instrument advocating the abolition of capital punishment. Emeloye argued that expanding the death penalty is a regressive, ineffective, and legally questionable response to kidnapping. He stressed that death penalty does not deter crime and that there is no credible evidence that capital punishment deters kidnapping or violent crimes.
Still in the news, the Senate has commenced probing into the widespread and significantly verified lead poison and disaster in Ogijo, a densely populated community located at the border of Ogun and Lagos State. Responding to the incident, the Senate summoned the Minister of Environment, Health, Solid Minerals, Labor and Employment, and the Director General of the National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency, NESREA, before the Senate Committee on Environment and Solid Minerals for update on the situation. According to the Senate, the situation was linked to multiple used lead-acid battery recycling factories, which has evolved into a full-blown public health emergency, with children, women, and factory workers facing life-altering health consequences after years of exposure to toxic emissions. It further ordered an emergency medical response and environmental remediation to contain the crisis by approving sweeping measures.
Still in the National Assembly, the House of Representatives has postponed the commencement of debate on constitutional review for further research and consultation. The debate was earlier scheduled for December the 3rd, 2025. This followed some members' argument at plenary that some of the proposed alteration required further research and consultation with constituents. Though some lawmakers were ready to commence the debate, citing the time already spent, others noted that the report had not been circulated to all members and that others needed more time to read through and digest the proposal before the debate. Topping the agenda are creation of states and local government areas, electoral reforms, inclusive governance for citizens, security and state police, as well as legislative and judicial reforms, among others.
Meanwhile, Nigerians in the diaspora under the aegis of the Save Nigerian Group USA have called on the United States President Donald Trump to take immediate action against perpetrators of religious freedom violations in Nigeria. Rallying against the alleged killing of Christians in the country, the protesters thronged the U.S. Capitol in solidarity with millions of Nigerians displaced from their ancestral homes and those killed as a result of their faith. According to them, Nigeria has abandoned the foundation that once held its diverse people together. And speaking during this protest, leader of the group, Stephen Osemwege, described and also decried the seeming intractable ethnic-inspired religious killings and recurrent kidnapping of citizens. Osemwege regretted that these crimes have ravaged many parts of Nigeria, adding that the government has failed to protect lives and property. He further urged U.S. Senate Majority Leader John Thune to bring Senator Ted Cruz its bill to the floor for an immediate vote targeting terror sponsors, sanctions for corrupt officials, and to court of money fueling the killings in Nigeria.
Meanwhile, prominent Islamic scholar Sheikh Ahmad Gumi has alleged a hidden involvement of powerful foreign nations in Nigeria's prolonged security crisis. In BBC Hausa service in Kaduna, Gumi claimed that recent patterns of attacks across the country suggested external support for armed groups operating in Nigeria. According to him, the situation on the ground contradicts earlier signs of improvement in national security. He noted that the Abuja-Kaduna highway, which was once regarded as a deadly corridor for commuters, had become far safer in recent months before the renewed surge in violence. The cleric also noted that farmers in Birnin Gwari, Kaduna State, who had long abandoned their farmlands due to persistent threats, had gradually resumed farming activities an indication that the security environment had shown signs of stability before the latest spike in attacks.
Glad to have you back. As still the Medanis and Voice of the People Television, and it's time for the Medanis analysis. And joining us to help make sense of the stories that made it to the bulletin thus far is the chairman Radical Agenda Movement in the Nigerian Bar Association, Ayo Adeniluyu. Also, we'll be joined virtually by the National President, Student Wing of the Take It Back Movement, Comrade Oguntola Sunday Ayomide. Good afternoon, gentlemen, for being with us. Barrister Ayo Adeniluyu, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good afternoon.
All right, good to have you join today's media news. Also, Comrade Sunday Ayomide Oguntola, good to have you join today's media news. If you can hear me, I would like you to unmute your device for proper communication, please. All right, let's start off with you, Barrister Ayo. I learned you were the chairman, Radical Agenda Movement in the Nigerian Bar Association. I would like to start off with the issue of insecurity, which happens to be largely on the lips of most Nigerians, the high rate of insecurity in the country, and the recent, well, I say, revelation or maybe claim made by the prominent Islamic scholar, Sheikh Ahmed Gumi, that foreign entities should be blamed for the increase in Nigeria's prolonged security crisis. What do you have to say about this? Because I think it was last month or thereabouts, Gumi he told Nigerians that due to the non-kinetic measure and approach of Nigerian government, use to make sure they end the issue of insecurity, how they've been related with terrorists and bandits and all that. They were able to recover certain hectares of land from the bandits and also make the Kaduna-Abuja road motorable, possible now for people, motorists who apply that road. But at this point in time, he is beginning to talk about the increase in insecurity, more like taking them back again to things that they believe they must have achieved or the peace or normalcy that Kaduna State have experienced for now?
Thank you so much for that wonderful question. I think the argument of Sheikh Gumi is partly correct to the extent that if you say, for instance, that the militaristic strategy of the current regime, the current administration is would not in any way resolve the crisis of the banditry and everything. That is correct. But in any way, we need to even ask Sheikh Gumi some pertinent questions himself. Is it in any way justifying the criminal action of banditry and kidnapping and terrorism that we have seen are being perpetrated by these non-state actors? Because in more than one circumstance, it is becoming clearer that he has a relationship with them. Those actions themselves are criminal actions under Nigerian law. So, and there are consequences for them under Nigerian law. But as I've argued earlier, it is the first thing to say is to salute the aspect of his argument that talk about the social collapse of day-to-day survival in the country, the absence of the impact of governance on the average Nigerian, even the collapse of even public infrastructure and social amenities like roads and the rest of it. Without a critical repair of the social fabric of the country, the likes of banditry, terrorism, and all forms of kidnapping, all sorts of barbarism will continue unended. And I would like to add finally that I'm chairperson. I'm not chairman, I'm chairperson. So
all right, chairperson. Okay, when you talk about asking Sheikh Ahmed Gumi pertinent question, what question do you think Nigeria should ask him when he was so vocal about how authorities are also in support of the approach, him being the intermediary, the mediator between the government and the people. The bandits now, I recall also that we have this allegation raised by the former governor of the state, Nasir El-Rufai, about a certain 1 billion naira being paid to the terrorists by, the state governor or by the state government, although it's more like having a back and forth. Some people were for that, some were against it. And what do you have to say also the fact that the Senate has finally decided not to see kidnapping as a child's play anymore, but move forward to say that each crime that has to do with kidnapping or people who sponsor it, people who aided it and all that is getting us a capital punishment without an official fine.
Well, that has become more or less a social necessity for the ruling class at this stage, in the sense that the social foundations that led to banditry itself is the widespread poverty and everything. And we have a ruling class that is very laid back, lazy, a rent-collecting ruling class that is not interested in education, that is not interested in production and every other form of social development. So, and we have seen that more often than not, the approach they use is to engage in what you can call social bribery. You saw the amnesty program in Bank Data is not limited alone to what we are experiencing now. And banditry, the emergence of banditry itself is a social phenomenon, in the sense that apart from kidnapping, which 2 or 3 elements can just abduct one human being or 2 or 3 human beings, we now see a social organization of people who want to, protect or possibly usurp resources for their own sustenance. As you have said, the governor have to more or less pay them off. But that's what the ruling class will definitely do. You have seen it in the data scenario and all that. So
all right, then.
That's the.
All right, then. Thank you so very much for that submission there. Let me take this conversation to Comrade Oguntola Sunday. Comrade, let's establish communication. I don't know if you're with us. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right, thank you so very much for being here. Well, interestingly, from the news that we read earlier, Sheikh Ahmad Gumi did say that insecurity in Nigeria has a bit of foreign powers backing it up. From your perspective, even as one who has been around for a while in Nigeria, what do you think are the hard, verifiable evidence that distinguishes foreign state sponsorship from the known presence of transactional non-state fighters in all of these conflicts?
Yeah, thank you very much, my host. A very good afternoon to everyone listening to us. Saying that there are international forces sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria is a very backward statement to say when it is obvious. It's coming from someone like Gumi himself, who is supposed to be in prison by now, someone who is a direct defense of banditry and terrorism in the country. It's the same person saying that people from other countries are in terrorism in the country. So it's a very backward statement, and I think a shift of focus. That's just a statement plan to shift our focus from that they are the true sponsors of terrorism, because it takes having a buyer for stealing to succeed. When people get to steal from the market, if you don't get someone to sell to, they are definitely not going to steal again. So, but people will go to kidnap, and the government, instead of apprehending them and making them face justice or take justice to them, is paying them for doing what's not right, for killing the people and for causing harmony. So we do not have any negotiation, we don't have reasons to debate this matter. The government itself is the sponsor of terrorists in the country. So it is not an external force, it's not an international debate. It is the government itself sponsoring the downfall of its own country.
Well, we definitely want to affirm from you, if you have verifiable facts to these claims that the government itself is sponsoring terrorism in the country. Do you have verifiable facts and claims to these claims?
But asking that verifiable facts is saying that we should have verifiable facts is more like it's also like we're taking back, we are going backward. The reason being that we have a government that is so responsible to provide security for its own citizens, not neglecting his own duty to secure them. And okay, now they are getting into trouble by getting kidnapped or arrested by terrorists. Now the same government that is supposed to provide security for them is the same government paying ransom, organizing programs for bandits to pay bandits to get people out of kidnap. That is irresponsibility, and that is directly an act of sponsoring terrorism. They do not need that. They do not need to officially pay or have a business deal with the terrorists to sponsor terrorists. These people kidnap and get paid by the government to release citizens. So that's enough evidence that they are the ones sponsoring terrorists, because they have all the resources.
Oh dear. Okay, we understand that network situation is clearly not making us get Comrade Sunday's final submission. But I don't know if Barrister Ayo is still with us. Barrister is still... Oh dear. Okay, we'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the media news will be up next. Please stay with us.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Guys, what's up? How you all doing? The coming of Isha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you back. Still the media news and Voice of the People television. We sincerely apologize for that breaking transmission and the fact that we cannot continue with the news analysis due to some technical glitches. Vice President Kashim Shettima has stated the federal government's commitment to partnering Imo State in improving investment opportunities and accelerating economic growth across key sectors. Shettima, who spoke at the Imo State Economic Summit 2025 in Owerri, said the Bola Tinubu administration is determined to work with the state government to unlock economic prospects and ensure that communities benefit from sustainable development. Speaking on the theme, unlocking Imo's economic potential, partnership, investment and innovation, the Vice President stated that all the possibilities converge because Imo is not just ready for investment, but is prime for transformation. According to him, the federal government stands ready to work with Imo State to unlock opportunities, the risks promising ventures, and ensure that the benefits of development are felt across communities. Shettima identified Imo as a major pillar in Nigeria's economic diversification plan, with high potential for growth in technology, gas utilization, agro-industrial processing, and small and medium-scale enterprises. He further explained that national prosperity is only achievable when every state takes ownership of its economic direction.
Moving on, ahead of the 2026 Hajj exercise, the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, has issued a set of new operational directives on flight management, group movement, medical requirements, and data processing. The guidelines, which was signed by the Deputy Director of Information and Public Relations, Fatima Usara, were communicated after a meeting with state programs, welfare board, and accredited Hajj carriers at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja. The release outlined measures aimed at eliminating pre-arrival data errors, enforcing stricter compliance with medical rules, and ensuring coordinated movement of pilgrims in groups. It directed all Hajj carriers to issue 2026 Hajj flight tickets to pilgrims in collaboration with state programs welfare boards, and that pilgrims must be informed of exact departure date, time, and location to reduce incorrect pre-arrival data sent to Saudi Arabia. Among others, he also stated that missing a flight will carry serious consequences beginning from the 2026 Hajj exercise.
Moving on, the Edo State government plans to plant 1 million trees over the next 4 years as part of the fight against climate change. Officials in Benin City say the initiative is part of the broader Green Revolution program, which also targets sanitation, climate-smart agriculture, and cleaner energy for vehicles. Voice of the People's Television correspondent Rhoda Johnny has more on this report.
The Edo State government has unveiled a plan to plant 1 million trees over the next 4 years as part of efforts to tackle climate change and improve resident health and well-being. Speaking at a press briefing in Benin City, the executive chairman of the Edo State Ecological and Climate Change Funding and Management Commission, Blessing Agbomere, highlighted the initiative as a key component of the state Green Revolution program. He explained that the Green Revolution will extend beyond tree planting to include better sanitation, climate-smart agriculture, conversion of vehicles to cleaner energy, and expanded access to potable water across communities.
We are officially launching and unveiling Monday Okpebholo Green Revolution in Edo State, and also launching the Edo State Ecological / Climate Trust Fund. The Commission has a mandate, and the mandate we all know is ecological. But I can tell you that we went around the state firsthand. We saw so many gullies. We visited sites and saw more than 50 to 70 gullies. And if you look at Edo State's budget for 3-4 years, cannot even resolve the issues of the gully. Because to resolve and provide and to remediate one gully, at least you will be spending about 5, 6, 7 billion naira. We have some that will cost as much as 20 billion. So that means that the state government alone cannot fund this project, because the budget for the state is not just meant for gullies, but for so many other projects. So for this year and for next year, because this year is already coming to a close, our budget was about 160 billion naira. To resolve many of the issues, we need about 160 billion. It's doing so much in planting trees. Like the state today has a mandate of planting 1 million trees within the 4 years of the governor's administration. We can plant 3 million trees, we can plant 5 million trees, but at least the trees that we are going to plant will not be less than 1 million. And the governor also has this agenda to ensure that every community in Edo State has potable water to drink. This and so many other things our commission is intending to do.
He also revealed that the state plans to set up the Edo State Ecological and Climate Trust Fund to attract support from individuals, organizations, and partners for the initiative. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. Moving on to other stories, as the global 16 days of activism against gender-based violence continues, hidden struggles are emerging in Edo State. Men and women are breaking the silence on intimate partner violence, a problem often swept under the rug. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, reports that communities are calling for stronger protection for victims, improved reporting systems, and collective actions to end abuse.
During the global campaign, with a focus on intimate partner violence and the roles of men, the convener in his opening remarks called for collective efforts to address violence within relationships.
The men should be given opportunity to speak, opportunity to participate, opportunity to also hear their experience. We actually commenced this thing with when we organized the Edo Men Stand Against Rape, because we felt men are the one raping women, but again, nobody wants to believe that a woman rapes a man. So let the man come out, speak about their own perspective, what they experience. And so that's why we also chose a day out of these 16 days of activism to say, okay, let the men come, let the men learn, let the men interact, and let the men also speak up that we are not just perpetrators of gender-based violence, but again, we are allies who can help prevent gender-based violence.
A keynote presentation highlighted stronger community response, better reporting systems, and improved protection for victims.
Violence against women and girls. But we also realize that this violence not only about women and girls, but it also affects intimate partners. You see a man abusing the wife, the wife also abusing the husband. So just feel that this particular gap, which most persons have decided to ignore unconsciously, is actually affecting the fight towards ending gender-based violence. That's why for the past 3 years or 4 years or so, we decided to say the fine. Let us see how best we can get the men especially involved with these conversations.
Findings revealed that intimate partner violence affects both men and women, with many men not speaking up due to stigma.
Men should speak out because I see a lot of situations where men go through domestic violence and they tend to hide it because of ego. You know, you have to speak out and be saved. In that same environment where such thing is happening, that's the only way you can hear from the men. If not, they decide to keep it to themselves because perhaps they feel so ashamed to talk out or to speak out. But I believe that it's good they speak out, just as the women speak out.
So I'm glad that this kind of advocacy is coming out, you know, to create awareness for everybody to speak out. There's what we call communication. If you communicate, we'll know where your pain is coming from. We can't help you if you don't communicate, not only when.
The panel discussion examined reporting channels, available support services, and the need for stricter policy enforcement. Participants urged sustained awareness, preventive measures, and stronger community involvement to curb intimate violence across Edo State. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you so much, Brother Johnny, for that wonderful coverage. It's still the Media News and Voice of the People television. We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. Business, sports, and entertainment story up next. Welcome back. It's still the Media News and Voice of the People television. Now to some business stories. The Senate has asked the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to provide a comprehensive explanation for the alleged non-remittance of 1.44 trillion naira in operating surplus following the Auditor General's query. The Senator Adetokunbo Abiru-led Senate Committee on Banking, Insurance and Other Financial Institutions made the call for transparency, insisting that public trust in monetary governance hinged on a clear and unambiguous response to the Auditor General's query on the controversial surplus funds. Abiru commended the Apex Bank for the positive trajectory the nation's economy from the beginning of the year, but tasked it to increase the tempo for more stabilized economy in 2026. He further acknowledged the CBN's achievement in stabilizing the foreign exchange market and driving down inflation.
And from business, we move straight to talking sports, where Nigeria's 7-time Olympian Olufunke Oshunaike has become the first national appointed to the first Olympic Committee Athletes Commission following her nomination by the IOC President Kessie Coventry. One of the Africa's most decorated table tennis players, Oshunaike is among the 5 new members appointed to ensure that the commission reaches full composition ahead of the Milano Cortina 2026 Olympic Winter Games. The others are Soraya Hajiaga from Iran, Hussein Ali Riza from Saudi Arabia, Sheikh Cisse from Cote d'Ivoire, and Mariana Pajon from Colombia. The appointments were made in consultation with IOC Athletes Commission Chairman Ima Teho. It stated that the Athletes Commission was essential in making sure that athletes remain at the heart of everything the body does. Coventry further commended the new members for their commitment and the wealth of experience they bring in service to athletes nationwide. Oshunaike competed in 7 consecutive Olympic Games from Atlanta 1996 to Tokyo 2020 and currently serves on both the Nigerian National Olympic Committee Athletes Commission and the Nigeria Table Tennis Athletes Commission.
Moving on to entertainment stories, a Lagos-based artist, Seydouga Eyimega, has unveiled a collection of artworks inspired by the city's street life, highlighting the complexity and spirituality of the popular downfall of commercial bus drivers. Popularly known as Mr. Downfall, the artist showcased his work at an open studio exhibition titled Mr. Downfall Curated, which included sculptures, paintings, and a collection of redesigned urban artifacts such as chartered vehicle side mirrors and all. Eyimega explained that his latest work drew inspiration from Lagos consumer culture, Afro-urban identity, street survival tactics, and road safety, adding that there are always stories to tell if one knows how to look out for them. According to him, observing bus drivers and commuters helped shape his thinking about society and stirred his interest in Lagos street drinks. He further disclosed that his interest in roadside drinks called aphrodisiac began in 2020 when he started observing the way the downfall drivers patronize them.
Still talking entertainment, in another development, the Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism and Creative Economy, Hannatu Musawa, has reaffirmed the federal government's commitments to supporting the film and audio-visual sector with access to tools, resources, and platforms to tell their stories. Musawa disclosed this at the annual film lecture of the Nigerian Film Corporation, NFC, during the Zuma International Film Festival, ZUF, in Abuja. Represented by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Dr. Mukhtar Mohammed, the Minister commended the National Assembly for expanding the scope and reach of the NFC. She explained that an investment in Nigeria is not only the stories, but also implies an extension to culture, youth potential, an economy ripe with opportunity, and a global dialogue rooted in the time for authenticity and dignity. Musawa urged collaborations not only with Africa, but also with film communities globally to share expertise and other production to improve quality.
That is it on the Medanis, but before we go, let's take a quick look at the headlines. Supreme Court strikes out Ocean's case on withheld council allocations.
Nnamdi Kanu seeks transfer from Sokoto prison over appeal constraints.
UN former envoy for Senate death penalty for kidnappers.
Senate summons minister over Lagos Ogun lead poisoning.
Shetima says FG to partner IMO on investment economy.
And in the world of business, Senate probes CBN's alleged non-remittance of 1.44 trillion naira surplus.
In sports, Oshoneke joined IOC Atlas Commission.
And in entertainment, Mr. Downfall showcases city street culture safety.
That is it on the news. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and on all the social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@voiceofthepeople.ng. I am Fina Okechukwu. But before we go, up next on the radar, or up next on the schedule of Voice of the People TV is the Spotlight Show with Precious Agomano.
And I am David Edward. Good afternoon.
extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes wrong, please the sport.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
The 2025 Future Makers Women in Tech graduation and award ceremony emphasized not just training, but community and collaboration. Graduating founders shared how detailed facilitation, dedicated mentorship, and access to partners helped shape their personal and business growth.
What we're celebrating today is the graduation of the 6th cohort of Women in Tech Enabled Business Incubator, sponsored by Standard Chartered Bank. This cohort, we have women that are running businesses, providing solutions in health, providing solutions in speech therapy, in agribiz. We also have women that are, using tech to solve financial inclusion challenges. We also had mentoring and coaching sessions. And what we're doing today is celebrating the top 5. And these top 5 have been awarded $10,000 for their businesses. The first thing that they get coming on this program is a networking and finding that they're not alone. The second thing is that their confidence is built, and then they now realize that they have agency and they can use their voice for good. And lastly, what happens is that when they're empowered, what we see is that these women, having been empowered, they go ahead to empower others and hold the hand. So as they're rising with other women.
During the fireside chats, speakers highlighted the need for stronger female networks, urging women in tech to seek clarity of purpose, be visible, share their stories, and collaborate intentionally. They summarized this mindset in the acronym CROSS: contribute to the ecosystem, rise with others, remain open-minded, embrace storytelling, and build strong bridges. The ceremony concluded with the announcement of the top 5 outstanding participants recognized for their innovation and resilience.
I would say the women are getting their voices heard. Over the years, over the last 8 to 10 years, we've seen a growing number of female techpreneurs, as we like to call them, who are making not just their mark, but they're a name for themselves in the industry. And we're seeing that it's not just tech, but they're focusing on different aspects of tech. There's agri-tech, there's health tech. And we're so excited about this, which is why as a bank, it made sense to us to support this, but not just support it for the sake of it, but sustainably so. Since 2019, we've successfully supported well over 55 women directly, but thousands through the sessions we've had in partnership with the Enterprise Development Center.
Personally, I believe this is one very detailed accelerator program I've been on. They're focused on you as an individual, they're focused on your business. It's been very enlightening from the first day to the last session.
It's been an inspiring moment here as the 2025 Women in Tech graduation and awards ceremony, a space where ideas, innovation, and impact continues to unfold. As these women take a step forward to make a solution today and tomorrow, we are rest assured that the future ecosystem of Nigeria in tech is going to make a big difference and certainly become brighter. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing? This is another beautiful day, yes, on Spotlight Show on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And I'm your lady, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. Today is a beautiful day, and I'm sure you've not see. We get plenty gist for you, so please don't go anywhere. It's a new day to stay positive and inspired and branded. We're bringing you an exciting blend of gist, exciting blend of stories. So please don't go anywhere. Sit tight while we ride together. So first up on our list today, we are talking about Luana Lopez Lara becomes world's youngest self-made woman billionaire. So yes, Luana Lopez Lara, co-founder of the prediction market platform Kalshi, has been named the world's youngest self-made woman billionaire at the age of 29. So the startup recently raised $1 billion, giving it a valuation of around $11 billion with an estimated 12% stake in the company. So Lara's next worth is now projected at approximately $1.3 billion. Her rise from a professional ballerina in Brazil and Australia to a tech entrepreneur is being hailed as a remarkable example of self-made success. So while media outlets celebrate her achievements, experts caution that the billionaire designation is based on Kalshi's valuation rather than liquid assets. So meaning actual wealth could fluctuate with the company's market performance. Nonetheless, Lara's story has captured global attention, highlighting the growing influence of young tech founders and the increasing number of women reaching the billionaire milestone through entrepreneurship. So, This is very interesting. You see, when I see young ladies doing well like this, hi, it give me joy. Do you understand? You know, not be every time they talk about the men, the celebrities and the rest of them. See young ladies. I'm like, I'm so proud of us. You know, sisters supporting sisters. Hey, women supporting women. It's actually beautiful seeing things like this. And come to think of it, women, we are strong. We came to prove to the men that we are strong. You know, sometimes when they look at us, they'll tell us, what can you bring to the table? Oh, we are the full table, please. All right, a lot of people don't come out of plenty things about this. So please, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning Launa. Let's take some comments, please. So somebody said, this lady should be celebrated. She should teach others how she became a billionaire. Don't be small, oh. Me, I want to learn too, because everybody, now money be the matter now. All right, Sam said, you for include your junior sister name. Kilo de, una to the verse for this comment section. You should be coming down. Another person said, hate the world, self-made. We are who we are by grace, which gives us opportunity and wisdom to do what is needed. Okay, self-made. Now, wait till they vex you, no verse. Oh yeah, we are made by God's grace, actually. So everything Victoria said, you're always a young woman. Mention your name. Okay, una no go kill people with pressure. This pressure is too much. Everybody, if you don't make... See, this year, people with plenty, you know, goals, achievements, a lot of things they want to do this year. It be like saying that this year when they talk, say, if you don't marry, everybody... Because I don't know what's going on everywhere. Marriage just cut everywhere. I can't ask God, please, what is going on? Hey, God. For if you look left, now marriage. If you look right, now baby. If you look front, now car. If you look back, kilo day, you people should be coming down. Oh, we they come. Don't worry. God will give you your own testimony where will make you smile. So let's take more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. And somebody said, African women own no pass. Hot body, marry rich man, baddies and do BBL. Oh, father. See, African ladies, will they try? No, just come. You want me to start calling names? Don't start, oh. You want me to start calling them, but don't start. Because I have a lot of people that have actually made it at their young age too. So yes, King said, Regina Darling is now a yardstick for measuring failure. Oh, blood of Jesus. Please, you guys should respect her boldness to quit nonsense marriage. So Loretta OTA said, you are insane. What's the comparison for grow up? Okay, the gold said self-made. That is well. Oh. So another person said, wetin bring Regina inside now? As Ekpa no dey have her life again. Net worth done overdrop now. Is well with people. People are comparing. I don't know if people should stop this thing. You okay? Oh, Destiny Drew said, now only Ira and Regina, you know. So Chris Jr. said, all right, we have a lot of comments. And Caro Okebe said, una sabi find trouble, sha. Not be small, for these comments, they give me headache. Because since while they see for these comments, I go just, they say, Jesus, is this what somebody is saying? So somebody said, nobody rates Regina Daniels billionaire as in waiting she dey work. Okay, I am Teddy Lishaw said, what of me? For ask yourself now, go make money when we go mention you. All right, yes, that takes us to our next gist, and we're talking about a lady has revealed something hilarious. Come to think of it, she said her house help wears wig in her house. So she has asked, and I quote, am I the only one being dramatic? Like me, I don't see any wrong with, your help wearing wigs. That is number one. But wearing it in the house, depending the kind of wigs, because if you want to cover your hair, do the house chores, you cannot carry your hair like that, is okay. But maybe there's another intention of you wearing the wig inside the house. Sometimes when I'm in the house, I go wear wig, where heat go they do you. Something you want to remove and be free. It's scary. You wearing that wig in the house when there is heat and you will not feel comfortable. I don't know why you're putting it on. All right, let's see what this woman has actually come out to say. That wearing wigs in the house help actually wore wig in the house for almost 7 hours or be the whole day. She was saying a lot of things. So let's see what she has actually come out to say. People where they carry help. I want to basically talk about, house help, people bringing house help to their help to, in their house. And a lot of things where they happen right now because people, they go carry problem put for inside house. Things what I don't see for this social media is scary. I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of things in this social media. Where I go, they fear, I go, they say, what it be this? Blood of Jesus. You go see, you know, house help where you carry, maybe you want help, and the rest of them, you go see your house help, they do some little things inside kitchen. And you go, they ask yourself, this is somebody I brought to this house to help, and because of that, see what she's doing. It's scary. Not even to talk about the help on their own side. A lot of things happen. Talking about violence, talking about, will I put it? Okay, see now. Okay, this is it. Let's hear what she has to say.
My house, wig in my house. Like, I'm talking of 7 a.m. This girl is wearing wig. Actually, I have 2 house helps, right? And I want to know if I'm the one being dramatic. This girl, they wear wig for my house. Like, every time she's wearing wigs. Guys, am I being dramatic? I don't know.
At 7 o'clock, you see they wear wig. What is going on? It's supposed he reached to check. Oh, hey, voila. All right, a lot of people don't come out to say plenty things concerning waiting this lady don't talk. You know, people can't they bring out their own experience of, you know, help that they have brought to their own house. All right, let's see what Boots and More said. So she said, is she doing her work diligently? I guess so. So did she steal the wigs from you? If your answers are yes and no, then stop worrying. Let's stop having this mindset that house help must always look unkept or like they are suffering. You should see the beauties on our story, though it's a good day to buy goods. Okay, yes, and that's true. You know, see, helps are not meant to look shaggy or look unkept. They are meant to look good, but good in a well-mannered way. I feel I don't wear wigs in my house by 7. If I'm in the house, I'm always on my natural hair. You know, why am I wearing wigs inside the house? For waiting. It's only when I'm going out. So it's weird to me. If you ask me, it's weird. Do you understand? All right, somebody said, the collector said, you are being dramatic, sis. For me, it is a must for people living with me to look good. If she wants to wear it outside, to church, go for outing, is understandable. But inside, people don't understand. Inside the house. So there is this joy I feel knowing that they are working for me and they are also taking care of themselves. You need to see themselves. You need to see how I compliment my nanny when she dresses well, and you see her blushing from ear to ear. Please drop this mindset, I beg. Well, a lot of people, they understand this thing in a way. Do you get? It's good that she has a wig. It's good that she can wear it outside. It's good that she can wear it to church, to the market, to anywhere. But inside the house, it's like you have another. Do you get me? I don't even wear it inside the house. I feel, anyway, it's her choice. If she won't wear them inside house, so it's her choice. Now, no be me go, they feel the heat. When heat today, this period, people, they look for how they want to come out the one way they wear. See, women, beauty, they cry. We always want to look beautiful, but beauty is pain as well. All right, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we have a guest joining us. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put till we come back. Beautiful people, and I'm still your girl Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, we have talking about a lot of things, and I'm sure you don't enjoy yourself, but me too, I'm also enjoying myself. But calm down, we have a guest joining us today, and yes, joining us today is a dynamic Nigerian gospel singer, worship leader, and music minister renowned for her fairy and spirit-lifting praise. So from singing in churches, choirs as a child to becoming a celebrated voice in the contemporary gospel music, yet she has consistently demonstrated a unique gift for connecting with the audience through heartfelt worship and powerful ministry. Known for her distinctive vocal style and deep passion for glorifying God, she has ministered across churches, gospel gatherings, and national stages, touching lives with songs that inspire hope, faith, and devotion. Her latest EP, Mockery to Majesty, exemplifies her journey from trials to triumph and highlights her unwavering dedication to using music as a vessel for God's glory. Please join me. Let's welcome Yetunde Praise. Woo! Wow. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
How you feeling? Because this tease and composure is another level. Please, I like this kind of, this vibe you give.
Oh, good.
So how have you been? How's the week been for you?
Yeah, I'm good. Good afternoon, everyone, from wherever you're watching me from. I am Yetunde Praise.
Ooh, you see the way she called her name, Yetunde Praise. With class. You got what I'm trying to say. So
I got it from you anyways.
Ooh, so I'm a good please. So how has your week been for you?
Very well. God has been faithful. I've been fine.
Okay.
I'm good.
You had a lot of one bag going out to minister to people.
Yes, a whole lot of ministrations lined up, and like I went for one on Sunday. It was a wonderful moment in God's presence.
Okay.
Yes.
So please, for the people that don't know who Yetunde is, can you please tell us who you are?
Okay.
Meet you, yes.
This is Mrs. Yetunde Oloyede with the stage name Yetunde Praise.
Wow.
Yes, I'm a gospel music minister. And I'm married with beautiful children.
Oh my God, with beautiful children. God, please. For the sake
God
of
when.
God when. So come to think of it, have you ever imagined like when you were young that you were gonna be, doing music?
Yes,
Wow.
because music has always been in me since I was much younger. Like I'm talking of age 6, 7. I sing in the choir, and then I lead adult choir even at that age 8, 9, 10. So my dad used to tell me that you will be a great singer. Though I didn't, I just took it like, okay, singing in the choir and all that. But when it came, I had to just answer the call. And I started fully 2019. 2019, I started fully, and God has been faithful. I must say, God has been faithful. I've had series of ministrations. I've shared the stage with beautiful people, wonderful gospel ministers, Mommy Yetunde Are, Mommy Damola Adejumo, who happens to be my mentor anyways. The woman that sings Olorumi Monti. Yes, she's my big mother in the ministry, and so many more of them.
Wow.
Yes.
So tell us, what was there any particular moment or experience that inspired you to pursue gospel music?
Like I said, music has been in me.
Yeah.
And I run a prophetic ministry. So it just came, and I answered the call. Like I said earlier, it just came, and I had to just answer the call. I had to leave my work, like I had to resign.
Wow.
Yes, yes. I had to resign and fall on other businesses to at least make ends meet. And
wow. So I heard you said you had to resign. So tell me, how did your family, your workplace, your church community influence your musical journey?
Okay, before I resigned, I told my husband, I said, this thing, I'm not having enough time to actually attend to this. There will be ministrations in the afternoon, in the morning, and then I won't be able to go. And I just feel bad. I feel sad. So I told my husband, I said, okay, one has to go for the other. And then he said, no problem, whatever you want to do, you have my support. So I had to resign, and then I had support from people. And then recently when I met my brand manager, the street Jesse, Mr. Temilulu Abayode, he actually influenced me. He taught me so much that I never knew before. And I've been doing great. I've been doing fine.
Wow.
Yes.
So come to think of it, I've been hearing Yetunde Praise. I'd like you to, share your story behind your stage name. Is it because of the name you're saying?
Yes. Actually, before they used to call me Zionite minstrel. Yes. So I went for invitation in the church, and the pastor saw the way I was praising God, and he said, which one is Zionite minstrel? That name is too long for me, I beg. You should be called Yetunde Praise. Like praise lives in you. So since they said, go and change everything in your complimentary card, change everything and change to Yetunde Praise. And truly, since then, I changed my name, and it has been from glory to glory.
Ooh.
Yes.
So what was it like for you, performing or ministering on stage for the first time? How was it?
Yes, I would say it was just like something that has been in me coming out for the first time, because I had the opportunity to lead adult choir even while I was about 13, 12.
Oh my God.
Yes, I led people who were married, who were doing well. Wow. One thing I don't struggle with is music. I don't struggle with music. Like, okay, you know, we want to have exams and they say, go and read. Music. It's just like, okay, beans and bread. So it just comes and so me having to sing properly on the stage for the first time. Okay, actually, yes, I feel like, oh, crowd, because not like the usual crowd we have in our churches.
Yes.
Then, so it's God. So I was like, the microphone was actually shaking. But you know now, steeze and composure.
You still need to
maintain 100%. So I said, God, and then through the help of the Holy Spirit. Yes, I won't neglect that. I just said, God, please help me. I don't want to fumble. This microphone must not fall because it was. So I had to. It got to a stage I had to hold it with my two hands, singing, and at the end, God took control.
So I listened to your song, Mockery of
to Majesty.
So let's talk about that, because I've listened and I'm like, what really made you write the song? What really inspired you putting down the song?
What inspired me? All thanks to God, the Almighty, the giver of inspiration.
Yes.
Because all my songs, I got them through revelations. Yes. It is good. You can actually sit to compose songs and it will come out well. But I'm just saying all the songs I have, the one in the Mockery to Majesty, the ones I've released earlier, came from divine inspiration. Sometimes I may be sleeping and I just hear the song, I sing it, and you know, I start writing them. So Mockery to Majesty. The Yoruba is Egomi Dogo. So that song, God gave me like years ago, and God told me, this is the time you will release it, very soon. So for every time I've tried to bring out the song, those people say, no, it's not yet time. Yes, it's not yet time. So when my brand manager came on board, and he said, okay, can we say the songs? I sang and said, wow, this is beautiful. And you know, sometimes if God wants to confirm his word, might be through someone, might be through, you know, animals and all that. So he said, it's time for us to, you know, bring out this wonderful song. So in that album, I have Egomido Go, I have Etobi. I featured my amazing sister, Bukola Babs. In that Etobi. I have Olubukun, I have Psalm 23, Lift Your Name, and I have 6 songs and 1 bonus track, Incantation, Heavenly Incantation.
Wow. So can you do Olubukun for us?
Olubukun
for us.
Okay, that Olubukun is actually God, the one who blesses me.
Yes.
Olubukun. Okay. Olubukun. Okay, should I start from the cross? Okay. You are good, Lord. You have rescued us. Our soul has escaped as a bird out of the snare. The snare is broken. We have escaped. The snare is broken. Our matio. Olubukun. Olubukun mi eshe. Olubukun. Ọlá rẹ ni mò ń jẹ. Olubukun. Olubukun mi ẹ ṣé o. Olubukun. Ọlá rẹ ni mò ń jẹ.
Wow, I just want her to stop. So tell us that have you had any challenging times in music?
A whole lot.
Wow.
Challenges even before yes, I will. Even before I decided to do music properly, life hasn't been rosy. Yes. From primary school, I was not even born with any spoon though. Not even silver or gold.
People will never
no spoon at all. You get. But I thank God. My father happens to be like a guard. He was working as a security man. Then he tried to, you know, pull us through secondary school. And afterwards he said, it's out all God has helped me. So you guys should at least fend for yourself. And since then, we started pushing a whole lot of challenges through school and all that. But God has been faithful. And now in music, before I met, you know, I'm marrying before I met my brand manager. Because it actually caused a lot of changes in my life. And I'm so grateful. Then I was just doing music alone. You know, with my backups,
Yeah.
doing music, going for ministrations. I didn't know how to just plan it. I was just going. Okay, you know, go for administration, come back. I don't know how to charge, you don't, and all that. So we're just doing like normal thing.
Yeah.
And sometimes there was a day, I remember a day I went for administration at a mountain in Abeokuta.
Okay.
That day, to be sincere, I was not having anything on me. So I told one of my backup singers, I said, okay, please, you have to sponsor us to this program. And when we are finally paid, I'll refund. And she said yes. So I was waiting for the other one. She started telling me, okay, I'm sitting in the other. I said, okay, don't bother. Let me go with just one person.
Yeah.
And we went. Lo and behold, we finished ministering. And they said, okay, we are coming. Okay, sir. We are coming for like an hour. We're waiting for payment. And finally, they came with an envelope. It was so flat. So I said, please, na check. So I said, okay, give it to my backup singer. She collected it. And on our way, she said, Oga, this one does not look like check. I said, it will be check. How can an envelope be very flat like this? It's check. It was not check. We checked. It was 5,000 naira. And I said, okay, let's just go. When we got to our bus stop, our destination, I said, okay, remove the money we have spent so far since yesterday. We spent 4,300 naira. We were left with 700. So I said, okay, you should take 300. Let me take 400. At least that one will take me to my house.
And this is this, you know, Tim Gottfried spoke about this recently on when he went for a concert, and he said the reason why he doesn't come to Nigeria, you know, to do music basically, is because of the way churches treat music ministers, and that's one reason. Like you see him getting on the realms of fowl, chicken, yam. Like someone you came for a ministration and they're giving you yam. Hey God,
that's even better now. Like there was a program I went for, and they didn't even tell me. You know, it's one thing to tell me, please, I don't have anything.
Yes,
you come alone or probably with one person. You know, the guy who invited me said, please, we are expecting you with your full band.
Wow.
So we went. And afterwards, after the administration, they said we should kneel down. Raining prayer. They prayed
and prayed.
And prayed.
So after the prayers?
Nothing. Wow. And some churches, because we don't charge, we tell you, we don't charge, please just honor us. It's our father's business now. Yes. But for parties, I charge. But we don't charge. And some we just take that for granted.
Yes, they take it for advantage. They take it as you're coming to do.
And some, in fact, they will give you beyond what you're expecting. Some will treat you well.
As the people that understand what it actually means.
That's it.
Wow. This is really interesting. So where do you draw your inspiration from? Your songs, for personal songs, the ones you've written?
Okay, I have one, Holy Ghost.
Yes.
And that song I received in 2015. While I was going to the office, I just, I told you all my songs.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm still going to be writing, yes, but all the songs I have now are divine. I have never sat down to say, okay, let me sing it like them. In fact, I released one appreciation year 2022. When God gave me that song, He gave me only the verse, no chorus.
Wow.
So it was about 3 years later.
Yeah.
God gave me the chorus. Wow. And as I was hearing it, God said, that's the chorus to appreciation that I gave about 3 years ago.
Yes.
So all my songs, basically, I received them through divine inspiration. Every of my songs. Every.
So I heard when you talked about doing a song with Bukola Babs.
Yes.
So I want to talk about, have there been anybody that has, influenced you musically? Apart from the person you call your manager and the Bukola Babs.
Okay, yes. I have
people are looking up to right now.
Yes. I have Mommy Bola is number one.
Ooh, that's nice.
I used to call her though I've not met her physically, but I'm around her. Yes, I'm wrapped tied to her neck. And I used to pray, I said, God, please, don't take Mommy Bola now. I want to meet her in person.
Yeah.
Please, before you call her to glory, for now, please let me keep her, because she has been a big source of inspiration to me.
Yeah.
To me, in fact, in my church and some of the churches that I go to minister, they call me Bola Are Kekere, like the younger version of Mama Bola Are.
Wow.
That's what they call me, because I truly, I bless God for her life, and I bless God for her ministry. So also Mommy Shenwele Jesu, Bukola Akande. She's also one of my mentors, and Mommy Oyindamola Adejun, the one who sings Ọlọ́run mímọ́ tí ó ṣe. She's my mama and mother in the ministry. Also Mommy Tope Alabi.
Mommy Tope Alabi.
Mommy Tope Alabi, she's also my mother in the ministry. Mommy Yetunde Are, that's Mama Bola Are's daughter. Yeah. She's also, and those are the few ones that
Wow. This is really interesting, because a lot of people want to go into music, basically gospel music, and they want to be seen and do the work of Christ. So what's your advice to young upcoming musicians, gospel musicians?
It is well. That's my number one advice, because you have to still maintain that lane. I mean, the path of righteousness, because sometimes things will happen that will you want to question God.
Yes.
Please do not question God. Bible says the path of the just shines brighter and brighter.
Yes.
Then I won't say my path wasn't shining bright, but it was shining. I could not manage myself. But when God brought my brand manager to me, he came as a light into my ministry. So whatever you are doing now as a gospel music minister, keep doing it. Keep praying. Keep trusting in God. One day, God will send help. Yes. If God calls you, He will decorate your life. Sure, He will not leave you stranded. That's just our God. Keep doing His work, keep serving Him, keep praising Him, keep loving Him. Even when times that you feel downcasted, you feel like, what's happening? Jesus is still alive. And He will forever carry you. That's my message to you.
Thank you. So is there any project you're working on right now?
A lot. Like I said, I just finished my EP listening.
Yes.
We held the program on November 9th.
Oh, that's
I had so many beautiful ministers with me. I had Minister Deborah Ajayi with us that day. We had Toby Special, Dodon Lope, Minister Lifted, a whole lot. And in fact, let me shock you, we had about 4,000 attendees.
Oh my God!
On
that's
that
a
day,
huge one.
people were blessed, souls were transformed.
Wow.
Once somebody told me, I said, immediately I entered this place, I felt God. And then we heard from other people, testimonies, a whole lot of testimonies. Wow. So, and I'm also working on my tour, my church tour.
Wow.
Yes, we want to go to different churches to sing the hippie to them. It's a free thing. It's a free of charge. We're not charging them. But as God lays it in their heart, they can bless us. So we are going there to minister all the songs for free. And then, let them be also blessed through this wonderful, and a whole lot of that.
Wow, that's beautiful. So what's next for your music and career, apart from the project you're working
on? What's next? Jesus is in the boat. So he's sailing with us. We have like I said, my brand manager has a whole lot of things that we have lined up to do. Yes, and then by January we are planning to also release a single. Yes, and also by Easter too. We are planning a whole lot of projects that we are working on. Yes.
Wow, that's so interesting. Thank you so much, Yetunde, for sharing your
Thank
life.
you for having me
Show. Oh my God, I didn't want her to end because the song she really did. Me, I don't hear Yoruba songs, but I love Yoruba songs. I'm serious.
I have English songs too. Ooh. I have done me well. You have done me well. What more shall I render?
Oh my God.
You have done me well. Glory to your name. You have done me well. What more shall I render than to praise you? Oh, glory to your name. So you can listen to my songs on all streaming platforms at Yetunde Praise. Yetunde Praise.
You've heard that? Watch Yetunde praise. So to our amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight Show. It was a blast. Remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey and don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So, bye for now.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines,
News breaks and events happens. We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide. More. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Lagos today joined the global community to mark the International Day of Persons with Disability with a strong message on dignity, access, and inclusion. At the event organized by the Lagos State Office of Disability Affairs, participants from across the disability community highlighted the progress made so far and the challenges that still limit full participation in society.
We are also human beings like them, that what others can do, we can also do better.
Our mobility, how to deal with our challenges. People don't sometimes, like I am partially sighted. Most people don't know that there's a condition called partially sightedness.
Speakers stressed that when persons with disability are included, their skills and contributions become undeniable, their relevance becomes visible, and their success is guaranteed.
When the disabled are accepted, there will be provisions for their needs, just like every other person.
There is ability in those children if they are given the chance to participate, the chance to be around their peers, their age group, and they can also bring out that ability in them only if they allow that inclusion.
Disability is not a disease. And so, because it's not a disease, then, there's so much that can be done about it.
The state government reaffirmed its commitment to global principles such as the United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability and the Sustainable Development Goals, especially those focused on equity, education, decent work, and inclusive community. They emphasize that inclusion is a right, not a privilege.
Today, I am pleased to announce that very soon, Lagos State will introduce the Lagos Disability Inclusion Compact. It's a comprehensive policy framework designed to deepen accessibility.
The government also called for stronger partnership, noting that it cannot build an inclusive society alone. It appealed to private sectors, employers, technology creators, faith-based organizations and communities to open doors, design accessible platforms, and dismantle discrimination.
Our administration and policy is about everyone. Our Themes Plus developmental agenda speaks to this. The plus is an intentional, deliberate focus on inclusivity, youth, and gender equality.
According to the state, persons with disability are innovators, creators, professionals, and visionary leaders who enrich workplaces, inspire creativity, and strengthen communities. The government announced that Lagos will soon introduce the Lagos Disability Inclusion Compact, a comprehensive framework to expand inclusive education, improve transportation support, enhance digital accessibility, deepen economy empowerment, and reinforce LASODA's regulatory power. The state commended on its agency for swift action in addressing recent discrimination incidents, insisting that accessibility must become a natural part of every system. As Lagos marks the 2025 International Day of Persons with Disability, the call is for every resident to recommit to dignity, justice, and empathy. And people build a strong society where ability is defined not mobility, vision, or hearing, but by courage, creativity, and potential. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay. towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her dead uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but back date when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So where really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered. Their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government will always turn out. They sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of Lasoda that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them, and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time, part-time, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry, are beyond. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African News from the story where U.S. President Donald Trump brought the leaders of Rwanda and Democratic Republic of Congo together in Washington to sign a peace and economic cooperation agreement. The event came even as new clashes were reported back home in the two countries. The deal is part of Washington's push to secure access to critical minerals while projecting diplomatic strength. Trump described the signing as the end of decades of conflict despite ongoing violence in eastern Congo. Reports from South Kivu confirmed fresh fighting between M23 rebels and Congolese
and Congolese forces during the ceremony. Analysts say U.S. pressure has slowed escalation but has not addressed the root causes. Critics argue the agreement is driven more by competition with China than by genuine peace building. For many residents of eastern DR Congo, the humanitarian situation remains unchanged despite the high-profile signing. Still talking about the DRC, residents of Goma says they have yet to see any real change despite the peace agreement hailed as historic in Washington. Many remain skeptical as fighting continues near their communities. Locals described a painful pattern in which political leaders announce process while violence persists on the ground. Fresh clashes in South Kivu this week deepens fears that the latest deal may not hold. Analysts also warn that implementation, not symbolism, would determine the agreement's success. They say unresolved issues and economic interests could undermine the fragile process. More than anything, people in Goma want the violence to stop. For them, peace means silence on the front lines, not signatures abroad. And from the DRC, we go to Kenya, where the United States and Kenya have signed the first in a series of new America First global health agreements aimed at shifting responsibilities to partner nations. The 5-year, $2.5 billion deal replaces multiple programs formerly run by the now dismantled USAID. Under the new framework, funding will move from NGOs to the Kenyan government, which will gradually take full responsibility for health workers initially reported by the U.S. Kenya also pledged to increase its own health spending by $850 million. Officials say the partnership is meant to promote self-sufficiency and strengthen systems tackling HIV, AIDS, malaria, tuberculosis, and polio. President William Ruto of Kenya said the deal supports his universal health coverage agenda, including equipment upgrade, supply chain improvements, and health insurance expansion. U.S. officials expect several African countries to sign similar deals soon, although Nigeria and South Africa are unlikely to join due to political differences with the Trump administration. Critics warn that eliminating USAID has already cut funding for hundreds of programs focused on maternal health, nutrition, HIV, and AIDS. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization says malaria killed about 610,000 persons in 2024, with most deaths occurring in sub-Saharan Africa. Children continue to make up the majority of victims. Global cases also rose sharply, climbing from 273 million to an estimated 282 million. World Health Organization officials warn that drug resistance, climate change, funding cuts are undermining years of progress. The parasite's history of resisting new treatments remains a major concern. Past resistance to chloroquine once pushed deaths above 1.8 million annually. A newer class of drugs known as artemisinin has helped reduce fatalities, but they are now facing growing resistance as well. Experts fear gains made since the early 2000s could be reversed, particularly in Ethiopia, Madagascar, and Yemen. Away from health matters, the United Nations has raised urgent concerns as landmine deaths increase while funding for demining operations declines. Experts meeting in Geneva say civilians are being killed or injured almost daily in conflict-affected regions. UNMAS warned that programs in Afghanistan, Nigeria, and Ethiopia may shut down by March without fresh donor support. In Sudan, only 5 clearance teams remain active in Khartoum, where millions have returned to areas still contaminated by explosives. Access challenges also persist in Al Fashar, which endured more than 500 days under siege and continues to face sporadic shellings and suspected landmine presence. Nigeria demining officials say displaced persons risk returning to dangerous uncleared land. Experts emphasized that mine actions is not a slow, long-term recovery process, but an emergency humanitarian necessity. They say consistent funding is vital to prevent further civilian casualties. And in Tanzania, the U.S. is reviewing its relationship with Tanzania following concerns over religious freedom, free speech, and violence against civilians after the October election. The State Department warned that Americans in the country could be at risk. Right groups and the UN say hundreds were likely killed during post-election clashes. Though the government disputes these figures, human remains are reportedly being buried in mass graves or incinerated, according to UN experts. President Samir Suluhu Hassan has pledged to investigate the violence and maintains the election was fair. The U.S. review also considers obstacles to American investment in Tanzania. Officials emphasizes the need for accountability and transparency to restore trust. Observers note that the situation could influence broader U.S.-Africa diplomatic and economic engagement. Moving on, Niger has accused French nuclear group Orano of predatory practices and environmental crimes after radioactive materials were found near former uranium mining sites. The military-led government warned the company could face criminal proceedings over mass crimes. Orano, 90% state-owned by France, denied operating at the Madaoulea site and said it had received no legal notice. Radiation tests reportedly found reviews far above normal, with substance linked to respiratory harm. The dispute follows Niger's nationalization of the Somer mine in June, stripping Orano of its majority stake. Niger recently began transporting uranium from the site, defying the World Bank Tribunal order that barred access to the stockpile. The row highlights a broader trend in West Africa, where military-led governments are asserting more control over natural resources. Niger remains a key global uranium producer, historically supplying France with around 15% of its nuclear fuel. And from that story, we'll go straight to the Middle East, where the Middle East and North Africa recorded their hottest year on record in 2024, with temperatures rising at twice the global average. Heat waves are becoming longer, more intense, and putting pressure on human health, ecosystem, and economies. Average temperature in Algeria peaked at 1.64 degrees Celsius, above the 30-year average, while the region faced both severe droughts and flash floods. Consecutive failed rainy season in Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia compounded water scarcity issues. More than 300 persons died last year due to extreme weather, with nearly 3.8 million affected overall. The World Meteorological Organization warns against urgent investment is needed in water security and early warnings system. If emission continues at current levels, temperatures in the region could rise by up to 5 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. Experts stress that adaptation and mitigation measures are critical to reduce future risk. And in Tunisia, Tunisian police arrested opposition figure Najib Cherbi to enforce a 12-year prison term, signaling an intensifying crackdown under President Kais Saied. Cherbi, 82 years of age, has been a prominent political figure since the 1970s. Dozens of other opposition leaders, lawyers, and business figures received jail sentences up to 45 years in the same conspiracy. Some, including Chaima Issa and Ayachi Hamami, have begun hunger strike demanding release. Authorities accuse the defendants of attempting to destabilize the country and overthrow Saeed. Critics argue the changes are politically motivated, aimed at silencing dissent through the judiciary. Saeed maintains he is combating corruption and holding all implicated individuals accountable. Opposition groups and rights organizations say the crackdown has intensified since Saeed assumed extraordinary powers in 2021. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And in the studio right here with us to help us make sense of these stories and more is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is an erudite scholar in economy, finance, education, and also is a major writer right here in Nigeria. Doctor, a very good afternoon to you, and thanks for being here.
Having me.
You're welcome. All right, let's get right into it. Interestingly, this story has been spanning through the course of the week, and I'm talking about the arrest of opposition figures in Tunisia to the point where sentences up to 45 years have been given. I mean, in the past 1 week thereabouts, dozens of opposition figures have been arrested by the security operatives, clearly on the basis of the fact that the president presently is saying that he is clearly combating corruption and holding implicated individuals accountable. What's your position with this kind of conversation, Doctor?
Well, for me, mind you, it was in Tunisia that Arab Spring started.
Right.
And it started because of bad governance. That one guy has to pour fuel on himself and set himself on fire.
Right.
So, and it led to changes in governments in many countries that's in the Arab, world.
Right.
So this guy should learn from history, because what is happening in Tunisia now is exactly what happened in Tanzania before the election.
Okay.
So, the members of the opposition that were arrested were not given a fair trial. Or the arrest was just politically motivated, because the incumbent is not sure of retaining power.
Okay, now again, as it stands, Doctor, questions are being raised about the fact that he's particular about opposition figures and not people in his government, which again, some have said in his government there are other corrupt individuals who are still in government and still working for him. Interestingly, as it stands, Ayachi Hamani and of course Chaima Issa have begun hunger strike in prison. You did mention of the Arab Spring a couple of minutes ago. Should this continue, are we most likely going to experience something similar in Tunisia again with these hunger strike by Ayachi Hamami?
That's why I say he should watch what he is doing, and he should also be mindful of history. Understand? Because history has a way of repeating itself. But or the way the human brain is wired, we look more outwards than inwards.
Okay.
That's why he's not seeing the corruption in his own government. And if you read the history of Alexander the Great, Alexander the Great went ahead overthrowing corrupt governments all over the world without knowing that that thing is even worse in his own government. So, for me, I'm not saying that he should not fight corruption.
Right.
But those being arrested, being only members of the opposition, doesn't make sense.
In other words, it should be more holistic in his approach.
It should be holistic. And the people, it shouldn't be fiat. People should be given the opportunity to defend themselves.
Now, interestingly, Doctor, as it stands, some have said right now with this kind of prosecution and, of course, quick judgments coming to opposition, the judiciary is a shadow of itself in Tunisia. What's your position with the fact that, yes, about 5 to 45 years jail sentences have been handed over to oppositions in less than 1 week, yet there are still some people still awaiting trial in the same country that have not gotten that level of prosecution and judgment?
When an 82-year-old person is given 45 years, which means you expect him to live around 130 years.
Right.
So for me, it's not right. You can see that this is politically motivated, and he's just doing it to diminish opposition.
Is there the possibility that judiciary as it stands would maybe publish their trial records and maybe put the audits in public?
No, that's by giving this hurried judgment,
right.
It means that the judiciary in Tunisia has compromised. It means that government, that is, the executive is controlling the judiciary. If not, why must you give a hurried judgment without following a due process?
Now let's talk about the economic implication of these kind of decrees by the presidency to clamp down on opposition. On the part of FDI, how much of investor confidence can this give, knowing for a fact that foreign direct investments comes either ways when they see that a leader in power seems to be authoritarian, as it were, or as it is right now in Tunisia?
One, there's no how a foreign investor can go to any country where the judiciary is not free. But do you understand me?
Okay.
It means if he has issues, he cannot get justice. So that is one of the reasons why FDI doesn't have much impact in Africa, because our judiciary are corrupt. They are complicit. They have become the appendage of the government in power. So you cannot, even if you have all the money in the world, you cannot invest in a country where you cannot get justice if you have an issue with the people or with the government. So basically, and again, when oppositions are being haunted, it means that human rights are not being respected. There's no freedom of speech.
Okay.
So it would be very wrong to invest in such a country.
Now, again, the human rights group have termed this level of prosecution and judgments coming as a sham. And that, again, do you think is going to have an implication in the global perspective of Tunisia?
Well, it will change the way the international community looks at Tunisia.
Okay.
Because what is happening is an aberration. Opposition figures are tolerated in all the countries of the world,
right,
except in Africa. So, and if the human rights groups begin to mount pressure, it might affect the aids that are coming to Tunisia.
Now, let's look at public resistance. As it stands, the people of Tunisia are presently saying, well, critics in Tunisia are presently saying, look, release these guys that you have in your custody, because they are being vocal about your government, which again, on one hand, is them trying to call you to order. Is there any act of human rights violation should the critics continue like this?
It is only in Africa that criticism is being seen as witch hunting, understand, or wishing a government a fall. Criticism is just to redirect the government where you are going is wrong. Come this way.
Okay.
Criticism is meant to put government on its toes.
Right.
To make it to begin that to work for the people. So those criticizing government should be seen as friends of government and friends of the people. So criticism doesn't mean hatred.
Right. Right.
It doesn't mean hatred. So they should see them as people helping the government to succeed. But because when you are not being criticized, you become cognizant.
Okay.
And when you become cognizant, governance will begin to fail.
Well, again, that again truly is a stance that even the world over accepts, because yes, when you are criticized, it simply means that you need to also do better than what you're doing. Let's get to another story, Doctor. Interestingly, the Middle East and of course some part of North Africa have suffered quite a bit of climate change, basically having their hottest year record in 2024. What do you make of this level of heat wave that is becoming more longer and intense than the norm?
Well, there's a global warming as we speak, understand?
Right.
The world is becoming hotter than before. And mind you, the Middle East, the Arab world are in Sahara Desert area, which is dry, understand me? So it is having its own effect. Even in northern Nigeria, the Chad Basin is drying as we speak. And that's why most of the people who are farming there are now coming down worse. That's to the south.
Right.
So it's happening everywhere. So the only way is for them that to look for alternative. Understand me?
Okay.
Finding ways either to combat it.
Is there ways to combat this, Doctor?
There should be. Understand? There should be things that now we are talking about green energy, green revolution. Those things can be used to combat global warming.
Now, the fact that, yes, the world is diversifying to the part of green energy and green life is on one part. How much of an economic impact, Doctor, can this level of heat wave, which again have caused several droughts for farmers in these North African countries, how much of an economic impact is this going to have on the economy of these countries?
It is having a very serious impact on the economy. As I said, the Chad Basin used to be very big on agriculture.
Right.
But because it is drying now, youths who are farming there have now come to the south of Nigeria to ride Okada. Understand me? So the same thing in the other areas. And it is also causing insecurity. Because they say a hungry man is an angry man. Where somebody is farming has dried up, he has no other source of income, he can take to crime.
Okay.
So this is not only causing a hunger, it is also causing insurgence.
Now, how can the government of these countries do better with having to start off their green economy? Aside the fact that, yes, we hear that there is a need for planting more trees, more around us, but how can these countries do better without rains?
It's about information. I mean, it's about innovation.
Okay.
Understand?
Okay.
Dubai, UAE is on deserts. The ports in Dubai were artificially created.
Okay.
And today, Dubai is one of the most busiest ports in the world. Artificial ports. So, Iran is having a scarcity of water now. Iran.
Right.
Because of this. Understand? And they are now begging Israel, who use the artificial way of that to get water, that to help them with water, unless they will starve that to death, because they have not developed that technology which Israel has done. So it's about innovation.
And if this government fail to be innovative, that simply means
they
that
will die.
They will go under. Well, Doctor, let's jump to another conversation because of time. Niger Republic clearly is again at the neck of the French government because the uranium row intensifies with the fact that they are accusing the nuclear group known as Orano of predatory practices and environmental crimes after a radioactive material was found near former uranium mining sites. Again, the government of Niger wanting to be vocal, even though they've sacked, of course, the French government from their territory.
Well,
what say you about this?
What they said is the truth, because French government, we are very, very predatory in Africa. Right. In those francophone countries, they were not treating them with respect. They were not treating them with concern. There's nothing you can say that the French government did in most of those Africaphone countries. Go to Côte d'Ivoire, go to Niger, go to Togo, you cannot see their presence. Their interest is just taking their natural resources without other people getting anything back in return.
Even with their security base in those countries?
Sure, understand me. Those security bases are not for the interest of those countries. It's for their own interest. One, to curb violence and uprising. To use those security bases to put the people in check against the revolution.
Okay.
Understand? So for me, if they had not done it, they should begin to nationalize anything that French has in their country.
Well, again, the Nigerian leader has defied, the World Bank Tribunal order as against transporting uranium from that same site. Looking at these kind of order that have been given before, and the Nigerian government are defiling it. Some have said as it stands, there might be some countermeasures. What countermeasures do you think might happen? I mean, one that comes to mind is asset freezing and, of course, insurer withdrawal. Is there the possibility that Niger is going to suffer more?
They will not suffer more. They will not suffer more. Understand?
Why do you say so, Doctor?
Mind, even in Nigeria, around 1973, 74, 75, there were nationalization of British properties that in Nigeria.
Yes.
And then the PC was nationalized. And then the PC was not the original name. So if they have not started doing it, the Niger should be for the Nigerians and not for the France. Understand me?
Okay.
Africa for Africa. So they should start taking possession. That's why Mugabe of Zimbabwe was my guy. He stood up for Africa and died for Africa.
So why do you think, Doctor, why do you think the World Bank Tribunal placed that sanction on Nigerians from transporting uranium, something clearly it's found on their soil? Why do you think the World Bank Tribunal made that decision?
Imperialism. That is imperialism, but I don't think, for me, that is a ceremonial institution. It has no power of enforcement.
So, Doctor, if you say this now, and
it has no power
fears of counter, what's that word now?
From which country?
Well, from the World Bank themselves. On the part of maybe not granting Niger any kind of loan afterwards.
But the president of Burkina Faso rejected the World Bank loans, and they are doing well. Understand? The president of the leader of Burkina Faso rejected the IMF loan, World Bank loan, and they are doing well. And the best way to develop is to develop internally. Use their own resources to develop. And that's what India did. That's what Singapore did.
So you think as it stands, internal development is
the best way to go, even though it will take time, understand? But that will make you truly independent.
Now, Doctor, looking at the fact that, yes, as it stands, the Nigerian leader has broken off the cord of wanting to stay with the directive of the World Bank Tribunal, and of course, has transporting uranium. You think the leader or the Nigerians, as it were, would see very good buyers, and they will not get sanctioned even by maybe IMF, as it were?
I say IMF sanctioning African countries is a good thing. It will help them to look inwards. World Bank sanctioning African countries is a good thing. It will make them. Do you know, for 5 years, Nigeria, under Sani Abacha, Nigeria was in sanction. But Abacha held the economy for 5 years. He only increased fuel from 9 naira to 11 naira for a whole of 5 years under sanction. Understand? Okay. Our economy was strong. Understand? So that's why I respect the former president of Croatia. He said that we borrow, let us die. Understand? He said that they will borrow from IMF or World Bank, let them perish.
So
and they surged forward.
And of course, that brought about that level of development found in that country. But then again, Africa is a peculiar nation, Doctor. Is there the possibility that the Nigerians would again get some support from their African nations, fellow African nations?
I don't know of the fellow African nation.
In terms of doing trade, Doctor.
But currently, they are scrambling for Africa by the Western powers. United States, China, Russia. Understand?
Right.
They will always get big powers to do business with.
All right, then. Let's jump. Oh, goodness me. I'm just checking the time and it's running past fast. Let's get to Tanzania, where the U.S. is presently reviewing its relationship with Tanzania based on that situation that you also did mention earlier, the post-election conflict that happened in that country. Madam President Samia Suluhu has said that she would carefully look into that situation, even though reports say that over 1,000 civilians died post-election. With these kind of conversation, Doctor, and of course, with the U.S. government clearly telling her people in Tanzania to also be careful, would this strain relationship with Tanzania and Washington?
The woman knew what she did. Understand? The woman knew what she did. She succeeded an authoritarian.
Right.
Understand?
Right.
She succeeded an authoritarian because she deceived the people because she was soft and spoken, calm. They felt that a different person has come on board. Understand? But they don't know that she was hiding her evil self.
But some have said that this is an act of intimidation from the male counterparts who are, again, opposition. You think that is the reason why she did all she did to retain power?
A woman who her party, CCM,
yes,
was joining people in the opposition, disqualifying them on technical reasons.
Sondolisi was one of them anyways.
So that there wasn't any, imagine winning over 98% in this modern world. That showed you that it was a manipulated process and a manipulated election.
Now, Doctor, I keep talking about institutions.
But she agreed that people died.
Yes, but never gave a figure.
But she put it to foreign actors. Then who are those foreign actors?
Now, again, like I said earlier, Doctor, she also had said that there's some level of intimidation and, of course, some people wanting to topple the government by force because they lost an election. Shouldn't that be another? I mean, she's the president. She has intel.
Who can topple? It's only the military that can topple the election. Unless we want to have what happened in Guinea-Bissau, where the person that lost the election invited the army to take over instead of handing over to the opposition.
Okay, now, Doctor, are you saying that Madam President Suluhu clearly was very aware of what she was doing.
She was instrumental to. I carefully studied that election. I carefully studied the election, and I knew that she was conscious of the intimidation, the harassment, the gendering, the disqualification of the people in the opposition to make it very easy for her.
And by that, you think she did not have, of course, like her office is saying that there were some intel about some people toppling the government by force, thereby going into media houses to say things that made the level of insecurity in the nation got to that level.
If she has won the election, we will not have witnessed that level of protest.
Doctor, before I let you go, AU observers were in that election, and their report was that the election was free, fair, and credible.
But what of EU? EU condemned it.
Well, what EU condemned clearly was also on the part of post-election. But if African Union is clearly saying that the election was free, fair, and credible, and of course congratulated her afterwards, and days later coming to say that post-election violence shouldn't be tolerated, what say you about that institution, African Union, having double voice on election matters in countries like Tanzania that has a little bit of fragile democracy?
One, EU, I mean AU, it's a them dog. Understand? It's a them dog. If you clearly win an election, you win the heart and mind of the people. Right. Because it's the people that vote. Understand? If they vote for you and you were declared winner, there will not be a lot of violence. Okay. But the people troop out to the streets to protest, to them say that more than 1,000 people died, means that election was manipulated. Oh, and there's nowhere in the world that anybody now wins with more than 56%. Nowhere in the world.
Well, honestly, statisticians will clearly argue that as well, just like you're doing, where an election is won by 98%. That again was about the factor that several persons have been complaining about. But because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. We've been talking with Dr. Peter Anosike, an erudite scholar in economy, finance, and of course, government. He's also a major economist and a writer right here in Nigeria. Once again, thank you so very much, Doctor, for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the African News will be up next. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back at the Studio African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Traders expect Nigerian, Ghanaian, and Kenyan currencies to remain steady against the US dollar in the coming weeks. Central bank intervention and steady demand are supporting the Naira, while Ghana cedis is benefiting from a seasonal slowdown in dollar demand. Kenya's shilling is likely to hold near currency levels as it has for over a year. Banknotes only minor activities as businesses closes their books for the year. Ugandan shillings may strengthen due to low hard currency demand and remittance inflows. The festive season typically reduces local appetite for dollars, helping the currency gain. Zambia's kwacha could come under pressure from increased demand for imports during the holidays. Analysts say year-on-year demand for hard currency may cause mild weakness in the kwacha. Moving on, Morocco plans to increase the share of drinking water supplied from treated seawater to 60% by 2030, up from 25% amid 7 years of drought. The government is accelerating construction of desalination plants powered by renewable energy to secure water for urban centers and farmlands. The country aims to produce 1.7 billion cubic meters of desalinated water annually from projects under construction and upcoming tenders. The largest plant near Teesnit will cost about $1 billion and supply both cities and agricultural regions. Currently, Morocco operates 70 desalination plants producing 345 million cubic meters annually, with 4 more under construction to add 540 million cubic meters by 2027. Plants are planned in Nador, Tangier, Rabat, and Tantan, some in partnership with international groups. Innovations like floating solar panels on dams are being used to reduce evaporation and conserve water. Morocco is expanding such experiments to dams in southern and mountainous regions to further enhance water security. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on another quick break right now. When we return, more stories in African business and sports will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. Now to some African business stories. The South African rand strengthened further on Friday, breaking below the 17 round mark after the country posted a smaller current account deficit. Traders say the improvement eased pressure on the currency. Analysts noted that the government's issuance of dollar-dominated Eurobonds for the first time since 2024 also helped lift sentiment. Dutch Bank set initial price guidance between 6.625% and 7.750% for the 12th year and 30th year notes. Economists say rising net foreign reserves added additional support for the rand. Central bank data showed reserve climbing to $70.024 billion at the end of November. South Africa's benchmark 2035 government bond also firmed in early trade. Yet its yield slipped by 1.5 basis points as investor confidence improved. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking some sports. FIFA's last-minute decision to shorten player release period has left African national teams scrambling ahead of the African Cup of Nations in Morocco. Players will now join their squads from December 15th instead of 2 weeks before the tournament. Several countries, including Senegal, Angola, DR Congo, Mozambique, and Ivory Coast, have cancelled or revised training camps in Europe and North Africa. Friendly matches planned to prepare for the competition are also being reconsidered or cancelled. Coaches say the decision disrupts months of careful planning, creating logistical and tactical challenges. Angola's coach, Patrice Bouemel, described the change as frustrating and exhausting after extensive preparations. Critics argue the move prioritizes European clubs over African football. Mali's coach Tom Saintfiet called the timing disrespectful, noting FIFA had known the tournament dates since June of last year. And with our sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOPTV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
That's 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please sport.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Bantu Stephen Biko, born December 18, 1946, was a South African anti-apartheid activist. Ideologically an African nationalist and African socialist, He was at the forefront of a grassroots anti-apartheid campaign known as the Black Consciousness Movement during the late 1960s and 1970s. His ideas were articulated in a series of articles published under the pseudonym Frank Talk. Raised in a poor Xhosa family, Steve Biko grew up in Ginsberg Township in the Eastern Cape. In 1966, he began studying medicine at the University of Natal, where he joined the National Union of South African Students.
We have to teach our children black history. Tell them about our black heroes, our black culture, so they don't face the white man believing they are inferior. Then we'll stand up to him any way he chooses.
Strongly opposed to the apartheid system of racial segregation and white minority rule in South Africa, he was frustrated that the Union of South African Students and other anti-apartheid groups were dominated by white liberals rather than by the blacks who were the most affected by apartheid. He believes that well-intentioned white liberals failed to comprehend the black experience and often acted in a paternalistic manner. He developed the view that to avoid white domination, black people had to organize independently, and to this end, he became a leading figure in the creation of the South African Student Organization, SASO, in 1968. Membership was open only to blacks, a term that Biko used in reference not just to Bantu-speaking Africans, but also to coloreds and the Indians. He was careful to keep his movement independent of white liberals, but opposed the anti-white hatred and had white friends. The White Minority National Party government were initially supportive, seeing SASO's creation as a victory for apartheid's ethos of racial separatism. Influenced by the Martinician philosopher Frantz Fanon and the African-American Black Power movement, Biko and his compatriots developed Black consciousness as SASO's official ideology. The movement campaigned for an end to apartheid and the transition of South Africa towards universal suffrage and a socialist economy. Biko believes that black people needed to rid themselves of any sense of racial inferiority, an idea he expressed by popularizing the slogan, "Black is beautiful." In 1972, he was involved in founding the Black People's Convention, BPC, to promote black consciousness ideas among the wider population. The government came to see Biko as a subversive threat and placed him under a banning order in 1973, severely restricting his activities. During his ban, he received repeated anonymous threats and was detained by state security services on several occasions. Following his arrest in August 1977, Biko was beaten to death by state security officers. Over 20,000 people attended his funeral. Biko's fame spread posthumously. He became one of the earliest icons of the movement against apartheid and is regarded as a political martyr and the father of black consciousness. His political legacy remains a matter of contention.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Hello and welcome to another enlightening edition
of Health Check, the program where we discuss key issues that affect our growth, our health, our well-being right here on Voice of the People television. I am Praise Peters, and as always, I'm delighted to bring you fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health concerns in ways that are real, relevant, and empowering. Remember, you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at VOPTV Live. Well, today we're focusing on asthma, one of the most common chronic respiratory conditions affecting both children and adults in Nigeria. It is characterized by inflammation and narrowing of the airways, leading to repeated episodes of coughing, wheezing, chest tightness, and shortness of breath. Despite being manageable, many people still suffer severe attacks due to late diagnosis, poor treatment routines, or exposure to environmental triggers. Globally, asthma affects an estimated 339 million people, and it remains the most common chronic disease in children. In 2019, global estimates showed over 754 million cases of wheezing and more than 357 million asthma cases among people aged 5 to 69. Well, while diagnosis is more prevalent in higher income countries, mortality rates sadly remain higher in developing nations like ours. But this is a very, very crucial topic, and to help us understand this condition better, we're joined today by two distinguished guests. Dr. Paul Kusemijo is certified and seasoned medical doctor from the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, health and safety manager, wellness coach, surgical resident in plastic surgery, and a business medical entrepreneur. And we're also joined by Dr. Charles Adiogun, a respected public health advocate and wellness physician, committed to preventive health education and community wellness strategies. You're most welcome, doctors. It's good to have you on the show today.
Thank you. It's good to be on the show also.
We welcome Dr. Charles.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for having us.
Well, from the brief profile we've read, I can see that you're really vast, and I'm sure you're very, 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 very knowledgeable. So how has the profession been, Dr. Paul? How's it been so far, being a doctor?
Well, as a doctor, it has its challenges. And, you know, the thing about doctors is that we say we're trained to save lives. So as someone said to me recently, doctors are supposed to focus on health and wellness, not focus on money. But we can see the current situation of things right now with the doctors on strike and different things happening in the country right now, especially with the fact of certain agreements to which they had reached with the federal government and nothing has been done for a couple of years. So yes, a lot of things have been tough.
All right, that's amazing. I can tell that being a doctor, it's hard enough, but for the passion, right? For the passion.
So the passion, yes, has to really be there.
Wow, we have to commend you for that. How has it been, Dr. Charles? I'm really keen on hearing yours because I think you deal with a lot of people. Please tell us.
Well, it's been interesting. It's been challenging, and first and foremost, so far it's something you're passionate about. You're giving it your all, and you're delighted when you see the desired outcome of your patients. So it's been quite a mixture of both.
All right,
but it's
and
been
that's
a good experience.
Yeah, I can tell. And that's why we're here today. Absolutely. For the love of passing the right information to enhance and generate public awareness concerning people's health. So let's dive right into the topic of today, asthma. Whew, asthma seems to be a very, 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 very crucial topic. So let's talk about it. So Dr. Paul, let's begin from the very foundation. What exactly is asthma and how does it affect the lungs?
Okay, so asthma is what we would call the, it's a chronic inflammatory issue that I'm just going to go basically non-medical so as to you can understand. And
yeah.
So it's when you do have certain inflammations that occur within the the organs to which we breathe. From the lungs, you have the bronchioles and the different things now. For example, you have, as you can see from the drawing that was showed up, when we have inflammation and then those, you have tightening or closing of the airways to which people use to breathe. Now, the muscles and all those things are tightened, and then you see the person is going out of breath, unable to get air, because now, as the human body is designed, we have two lungs from which we breathe in, we take in air, oxygen is used in the body, we take out carbon dioxide, things that it's not used in the system. So oxygen is taken in, which is very important, or the air we breathe in and then we use part. So now, and then the body sends this out to the other parts of our body. Now, the different things we have, I'm not going to go too much of the, I'm sure Dr. Dale wants to go into that nitty-gritty, but so just in short, just say asthma is when you're unable to, your body is unable to utilize the amount of air that you take in, or is unable to utilize enough air taken in to oxygen to be passed around the system. And because of that, the body is trying to compensate and trying to make sure that it's able to get enough oxygen. So because of that, you see that you start seeing the person is trying to breathe, looking for air, unable to. You see the person's chest is heaving, his body's looking for enough oxygen to be able to breathe. That, in simple terms, is what we know as asthma.
All right, you mentioned airway narrowing.
Yes.
And most people do not really understand these grammar, especially when it's already happening to them. So can you make it easier for non-medical persons? What signs should they look out for to know that they are experiencing this airway narrowing?
Okay. So there are certain things what we call triggers that happen. For those who are asthmatic, would always they tend to always get to know these triggers. For example, someone who's asthmatic can't be in the same room with someone, or somebody uses a certain perfume, or there's dust in the area. The next thing, one of the first symptoms they start feeling is they might feel a little bit of tightness in the chest. The chest feels tight. Then they suddenly feel that they can't breathe. People are around, but they just feel like they can't get enough oxygen, or possibly the person might be in a room with a lot of people and then you just feel as if the air is still. You find that you can't. So one of the first major symptoms you would see is tightness of the chest and inability to breathe. You just find that you find it difficult, as if everybody's breathing well around you and you just find that you can't breathe yourself. The very best thing would be is to get out of where exactly you are and get out into another environment that's better, maybe less people and especially if you're in an area where possibly somebody uses very strong, or somebody with a strong perfume passes by you, and then all of a sudden you just start feeling this chest tightness and you feel as if you can't breathe. It's always just best to get away from whatever that trigger was, because that's definitely your system reacting to that.
All right.
So the airway narrowing, the inability to breathe is as a result. That's basically what we see when we talk about the airway narrowing. They're unable to get in the air. So,
all right, that's pretty much interesting. But from what you've said, I can deduce that it's a really, really critical condition.
It is a very, really critical condition.
Something that has to do with your breath already. Okay, let's move to Dr. Charles Adiogun. So, talking about asthma right now, is it hereditary? Is it something that just anybody can receive? I want to know how do people really contact this respiratory disease?
Okay, thank you. So just like the doctor has said, it is a type of respiratory hypersensitivity. So it's a situation whereby an individual may be in the same situation or in the same environment as other people, but is reacting in a way that is different from other people. So that means that there's a kind of makeup of that person that makes the person a little more sensitive than the general population. So yes, there may be a genetic basis to it, just like most illnesses have genetic basis. So it's an allergic reaction. So there are triggers like he mentioned, or they're called allergens. It could range from what he said, strong fragrances, to pollen, to dust, to fumes, to some types of foods in some people. And then you just notice that they have this wheezing, this coughing, chest tightness, heavy breathing, shortness of breath, it could really, really be a very distressing situation for the patient and even for people around who are witnessing an acute attack of asthma. So when it happens this way, it, of course, like you said, it's critical. Time is of the essence. Something needs to be done to improve the work of breathing of the person, because oxygen is necessary for, the proper body functioning. So you have to find a way to improve the breathing of that individual. And of course, it's always best to have all the, the acute phase treatment things available. Most people who are asthmatic or they've been asthmatic for a long time, they know they need to have an inhaler that they use for acute attacks to open up the airway, because as the doctor explained, there's what we call bronchoconstriction, which in simple terms is just the airway closing up, becoming tighter, becoming narrowed, and sometimes you have mucus plugging also, and then you also have the smooth muscles surrounding the airway tightening, so that makes it very, very difficult for air to pass. And most times for people who are asthmatic, they have a problem with exhaling air, because if you have a chest x-ray done while they're in that acute phase of asthma attack, you notice that their lungs are hyperinflated. So the lungs are so full and fully ballooned out because they have so much air in the lungs, but it can't come out. And that's very, very distressing for them. And because because the problem is with exhalation, that means carbon dioxide will be so much because they're not passing the carbon dioxide out, and that is not a good thing. So it's very important for people who are asthmatic to know what their trigger factors are, because people are different. If you know your triggers are dust or pollen or fumes or anything like that, you just do your best to avoid those precipitants and avoid those situations.
All right, thank you very much. So you're already moving to the acute stage, the really critical stage, and all of that. So most people do not know that these things occur in their systems. So before we dive deep into those parts, because this is for the awareness purpose, right? So let's move to the early signs. So what are the early signs, common early signs that people often overlook that may be pointing towards this respiratory disease?
Okay, like we said, there's a genetic basis. Sometimes in people's families, they know that they have other siblings in their families that are very sensitive to certain situations. And typically, there's something we call respiratory atopy, whereby, when it comes to you've just been a bit allergic to something, or your body reacts, in a hypersensitive way to certain things more than other people. So you are somewhere, every other person feels normal, but you are so uncomfortable in that area, or you're always sneezing, or you have watery eyes, itchy eyes. All those are pointers to allergies. And people that have allergic reactions, they may be prone to other respiratory allergies. But in case of asthma, it's a chronic condition because it's a long-term, lifelong kind of condition. So it's not just a transient thing that
so
you
it
just have.
cannot be cured?
No, it cannot be cured. It can only be managed. So you have to know what your triggers are, avoid them as much as you can. But no matter how much you try, occasionally you would still have those symptoms. And when you do have the symptoms, the important thing is for you to know what to do and how to seek help early, because it can kill in no time, because of course, it has to do with respiration. In some cases, practically we've seen patients whereby they've used their inhalers at home and they still don't feel better. That is the time to go straight to a hospital, because that shows that it's beyond what you can manage at home. So that is not the time for you to try other home remedies. That is the time for you to go straight to a hospital and get things done properly.
All right, interesting. So Dr. Paul, I would like to channel this particular question to you. So Dr. Charles Adiogun was explaining something about when you discover this, go to the hospital. I'm really keen about children because they really cannot express themselves. So I want to ask, how is asthma diagnosed in children, and how can you spot these symptoms in them, knowing that they cannot really express how they are feeling?
Okay, so asthma in children can be diagnosed. It can start from birth. It can be diagnosed from birth. Okay. A child is born to a family where possibly the mother is asthmatic or the father is asthmatic, or it runs in the family. So the doctor can then advise the parents to always, if there's any issue, to tell them what to watch for if you do notice. So here there's a little bit more onus on the mother, especially being the one that is much closer to the child. She watches the child daily, so she's able to note certain things. Yes, the husband too also has his own part to play, but mostly the mother who is the one dwelling with the child regularly. So if she sees the child, she notices the child is maybe quiet in an area and she just sees that the child is unable to breathe, and she sees possibly the children are pink regularly, and then you start seeing the child starts turning color, turning blue. These are things, and those are signs and little things, well, even from little children seeing, and then as a child has to be brought as a little neonate. Then you start talking about them growing to about a year old. A child who is possibly a year old now, who is finding it difficult to breathe, you might see him he's looking around. And I've seen mothers who have told me in the clinics, and they say, they just noticed the child was quiet, and they turned to it and they saw that the child was they saw the chest going up, and they knew that this was a problem. They rushed the child to the hospital. So there's certain ways and very little things, just like Dr. Charles was saying, very, very little triggers. It could be an allergy. That's one of the very, very basic things most times that can happen to anyone, a child or an adult, and it could be overlooked because the child could just be maybe showing high results. We know that asthma is a hypersensitivity, and then the child is showing this hypersensitivity to possibly a pollen or just this, and then you feel, okay, no, let me just keep the child, or maybe try to fan the child, maybe the child, and it just keeps escalating, and then the problem just keeps going worse, and until you see the child turning bluish in the face, and then he's unable to get oxygen, then you start trying to rush the child. And once you see that issue, you should get the child straight away to a doctor. So as best, and then let's take the child away from that, rush to a doctor. Now, other things that could happen, it's genetic, it's hereditary. So children with the family histories, they should pay
attention.
Thank you. The family has to pay much closer attention to them because of the family history they do have. There's more than a 50% chance that they might. So you need to, so any little sign or symptom, you need to take the child straight away to the hospital. Now, I talked about allergens being a very overlooked issue. A child possibly could have cough. Maybe just having this repeated cough, coughing over and over and over. And then we know, just as Dr. Charles had talked about, there is this hypermucous secretion that occurs when the airway is getting blocked. This cough, possibly with the child is trying to expel the cough, the mucus that is produced. So it just keeps coughing continuously, and you feel, oh, let me get this child cough syrup. And you're just giving the child cough syrup. It's not going, and the child just keeps coughing and goes. So it's best take the child to the hospital. So there are little signs and symptoms like that, especially in children. Little bit of allergies here and there, sneezing, coughing, finding it a little bit difficult to breathe, and then telling, mommy, my chest, or the child is pointing to the chest, and then so you need to be very, very aware of little things like that. And once you see a child in distress, in any little distress at all, get to the hospital as best as possible.
Is it possible that all of these things can be misdiagnosed to be pneumonia or bronchitis in kids?
Okay, yeah. So when a child comes to a hospital, the doctor wants to listen to the chest. Now, in medicine, they always say, there's the term we would always know in medical school, says common things are called common. But I'm not saying with that, yes, it could still be misdiagnosed. Depending on if now the doctor, because you should be able to, as a doctor, to be able to see signs and then know the kind of test you need to run, ask for family history. Once you have a family history, you basically run around so you do different, and then you do check on possibly could do an allergen test if that is even available. If it's not available, there are other things to do and run. Now, if you see, before you start thinking, yes, a pneumonia. Now, with other things like that, you're looking at an infection. You're looking at other things.
All right.
Sometimes we can think too high and want to go that far, and then the basic things such as an asthma that's happening to the child, or let's say a child is having a cough now, and then we're thinking, we listen to this, and we're thinking we can hear crackles, and then we're thinking, possibly pneumonia. Is that give IV ceftriaxone, and then this child is having some respiratory issues, he's still not able to get in air and all those things, and then you're battling another issue entirely. But the main thing that needs to be tackled is not done. So yes, it could be misdiagnosed, but it's a very common thing that, surprisingly, with the rate at which it's seen mostly in our developing country, you would think it's something that, and one of the major things where the issue comes in really is not the mortality, which, if you remember, you talked about the high mortality, especially now. It's not majorly because of the misdiagnosis mostly in the facility. It's most times that the people don't see the need to get to the facility on time,
because they think they can handle it themselves.
Because they think, oh, I'm just having a cough. I just took cough.
Self-diagnosis is actually a killer.
Well, let me go and lie down and rest. So someone has been cooking. I've been perceiving the fumes, so maybe that's what was getting to me. I just need to go and lie down and rest. And the chest is just going bad. So we just basically, and then they think, and then all of a sudden, by the time maybe the husband or someone else sees the lady,
it's already too late.
So you're rushing to the hospital, the woman packs on the bed. So we have all these things, and they see them in so many record numbers.
Yeah. All right, that brings me to our Dr. Charles. He was talking about triggers. So let's talk about triggers and risk factors now. So what are the most common triggers of asthma attacks in Nigeria? Let's look at Nigeria, because this is basically to create awareness.
That's
right?
our environment. That's
yes. And we know what's most common with our environment. So please, what are the risk
basically
factors?
like we've emphasized, it's an allergic reaction. So there's something that is always a trigger, something in the environment. So most times, to talk about in the Nigerian context, you would be looking at pollutants in the air. You'll be looking at fumes from generators. You'll be looking at fumes from car exhausts. You'll be looking at all the kind of things we use, some air fresheners, fragrances, perfumes.
I think these are very common,
Yeah.
Everybody has generators now.
Of course, it's everywhere.
I passed my neighbor.
No, but for me, I'm particularly very concerned. Typically when I'm in Lagos traffic, the kind of traffic I'm talking about.
Especially when you're at the back of a trailer and all of those.
And then they're just.
No, I really think this is a major problem.
It's a big issue. I just feel sorry for people who are passers-by or they are held in the traffic and they just have to inhale that and they have nowhere to go, at least for that period. I just pray that they have their inhalers with them, because if not, it's just going to be a disaster. So that's a very important risk factor. And then for some people, we said certain types of foods may also be some kind of triggers for them. But basically, the thing is, I know as people get older, they begin to become more self-aware and they begin to know what works for them and what doesn't. So for a lot of people who are beginning to be able to identify their triggers, they can actually work towards avoiding exposure to those triggers. That at least would minimize the frequency of attacks.
So everyone needs to pay attention to their peculiarities.
And then for children who are still probably a bit naive or they don't really know everything, you see in the big picture, the responsible adults in their lives, guardians or patients, or parents rather, to be able to pay attention to those triggers and be able to guide them that, look, you don't take too much of cold stuff, you don't expose yourself to cold, all those things may also be potential triggers for some people. So those are the common risk factors that we actually identify.
All right, you talked about foods. I'm really, really keen on that. What kind of foods could possibly trigger asthma?
Well, the truth is there are certain types of, it varies for different people. Some people may take chocolates and
what?
Yeah.
Okay.
And some people may also take certain types of seafoods, because we've seen people take certain types of seafoods and they just have swollen face, swollen lips and all that.
And all my life I thought it was just peppery foods that could trigger asthma.
No.
People take nuts.
Yeah, and some people, exactly.
Nuts.
Yes, nuts can be a very major trigger for some people. Absolutely correct. Yeah, so that's why you need to keep a food diary and then be very observant and be self-aware and know what usually is your trigger and try to avoid them.
Yeah, Dr. Paul, people can barely identify that. They could just mistake it for something else. So are there stuff like allergy or testers or something like that? Or all we have is to just pay attention to ourselves?
Now, you can't have an allergy test in the comfort of your home. You have to get it in the hospital. You get to the hospital, there are allergen tests now to check for hypersensitivity and different other things. So when you get to the hospital, the doctor can run these tests. The allergen tests to run for those who have allergy. But no matter the thing about the tests is also the very important thing, paying attention to you yourself. You are the best knowledge for whatever else it would be. So if you do know you are allergic to nuts, before the doctor is even going to start running allergen, you'll tell him, the doctor, I'm allergic to this, I'm allergic to this. He's able to, with that, it saves you a lot of trouble. It saves the doctor. So it's, yes, the allergen tests are there and good for maybe for those right now who maybe just have allergic reactions and are not sure what it is, what's causing it. So you want to run this test. But for you, if you do know the test, if you do know what's causing your reactions, for example, I have friends in which they know that they don't stay where people use perfumes because they know those are their triggers. She perceives a particular perfume, she goes into an asthmatic crisis right away. So she doesn't use perfumes herself, but she cannot stay in the room. So when she does it, she's like, oh, I mean, this person is, please get me out of here. Because so she already knows her triggers. So she doesn't have to wait to even do an allergen. She knows I need to not be in a room where people use strong perfumes. It affects me. So that's why I said, that's why we talked about, it's always good for you yourself to also know what are your own personal triggers.
All right. So I have a couple of asthmatic patients in my corner. And most of the time when they swing to that stage, that critical stage, that particular crisis, it's almost like we can't find what exactly happened. So is it possible that emotional stress or anxiety can trigger asthma crisis?
In my opinion, it could. And this is now, not everyone might want to agree with that, but for me, it could, because I have had patients with those kind of things.
Wow.
This woman, she's been in a little bit of an emotional possibilities with her husband and different things. And she's noticed that every time she always has these, the husband always, they have these domestic issues, she goes into a crisis.
Oh my God. So it's not just environmental.
So that's what we talked about. That's why we said that the triggers are environmental factors. It could be pollens, it could be dust, but even it could have emotional anxiety and all these things also give you, because you start getting emotionally worried and different things, you start hyperventilating, your body starts releasing chemicals, and then starts tightening your airway, and all these things happen. So emotional stress and all these things, yes, can trigger asthma.
Wow, Dr. Adego, it seems you really agree with him.
Yes, emotional stressful conditions can actually trigger, and it could worsen an already existing attack. It can make it worse, because anxiety, you find out when patients come into the hospital and you're trying to calm them down. I know you are distressed, but just calm down. You know, you have people react to stressors in different ways. You find some patients still very agitated and anxious. It takes them a longer time to come out of the attack than calmer patients. So you also know that, the anxiety also worsens the symptoms.
All right. I used to hear something that you don't have to be a smoker to smoke.
Yes, correct.
Correct. I even hear that it is worse than those that smoke themselves. So I'm really, really particular about smokers and secondhand smokers. So are they at higher risk of, developing asthma?
Well, the truth is, when it comes to smoking, it is one of those things that we say it's a potential risk factor for all the terrible things you can think of in the human body. All the cancers, or most of the cancers, if not all, has smoking as a risk factor. You can't be wrong listing smoking as a risk factor.
So not smoking is not enough.
Even for the passive smokers that are just around the active smokers, they also carry a risk of that. So basically, smoking is already a problem, for everybody, regardless of whether they're asthmatic or not. But when asthma is in the picture, it's now a double blow. Yes, so it tells you that there are certain constituents of cigarettes that make it really, really detrimental to our health. It contains hydrogen cyanide, contains some radioactive substances, that increases that are carcinogenic, meaning that they are cancer causing. And then it contains all sorts of chemicals that you know, you may even use as toilet cleaners and all sorts of things. And all these are very, very detrimental to our respiratory health.
All right. Because you are a public health advocate, I really want to throw those questions to you. So we've talked about how that communities can really, really affect these situations, knowing that, you know, you have to be on traffic and all of that. You have to be in traffic, rather. So what can you suggest that communities should do to reduce these possible risk factors, you know, crowded areas and all of that for asthmatic patients, to help them, of course?
Well, for asthmatic patients in general, you know, they're just a fraction of the population, but creating awareness, you can never go wrong with that. We always advocate for health education, let people understand the nature of the condition they have, what are the risk factors associated, and then what are the signs to watch out for, and what are the crucial steps to take in the face of an acute attack. So basically, environmentally, I think that you know, this is not going to happen overnight, but it will have to involve a lot of policies, you know, being in place, and then strict enforcement of such policies.
Yeah.
Like the environmental Ministry of Environment will have a huge role to play in making sure that exhausts from industries, from vehicles, from generators, you know,
are kept away from the general public.
And then, you know, there are new ways of doing things, you know, in other climes where, you know, everybody is talking about the environment keeping the environment green and healthy, you know, and minimizing toxic waste into the air or pollutants into the air, because some of these things are things that have successfully depleted our ozone layer and has cost us, you know, a lot of problems, and you know, with global warming and the likes of them. So it's very important that the environmental ministry, you know, should, you know, get up a campaign or some strategies and implement things that will make sure that the way we get rid of these exhaust fumes, you know, there's a better way to manage those things. And well, unfortunately, there may be need to put an end to certain sources of these fumes somehow. Maybe you work on your power system, and then you don't have to be using generators anymore. Yes, and then you need to possibly improve on your automobiles too, that they don't, you know, burn fuel or combust fuels that, you know, emit such toxic fumes anymore. But it's more important that people are well educated and they know that, okay, these are areas that we should avoid, and these are things that we should stop doing. And of course, like we mentioned, smoking, you do not expect somebody who is a non-asthmatic to be around smokers or even attempting to smoke, no matter how much the pressure is.
Yeah.
You know, and this goes about talking about teenagers and adolescents because of peer pressure, and they are experimenting new things, forgetting that this may not be suitable for you. But just because you want to fit in, you just do what others are doing, whereas you are actually shooting yourself in the foot. So I would think, on a general note, the environmental ministry has a lot to do. The Ministry of Health has a lot to do. The schools, the institutions have a lot to do in educating and creating awareness about environmental sustainability, and you know, they need to keep our environment safe for everybody, and possibly green, you know, having green trees everywhere so that you have more oxygen.
Okay, is that even possible right now?
Yeah, we can, rather than just you know, using all our land expanse for building houses and all that. We also need to grow trees, because trees are healthy, because these are the things that can make oxygen cycle in nature be maintained. And that is how we can have a healthier environment for everybody.
All right, basically all hands need to be on deck. Communities, schools, governments, and even we as individuals. But right about now, we'll take a short break. And when we return, we'll be talking about prevention, treatment, and management, of course. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People Television, and I'm still your host, Praise Peters, still joined with Dr. Paul and Dr. Charles. We've been talking asthma, and we've talked about all of the symptoms, the causes, all of the things that we must avoid, and how that you should pay close attention to your health as an individual and to your kids as well. Well, right now we're delving into the treatment and management of asthma. So I'll start with Dr. Paul. So Dr. Paul, for many people, inhalers are the first thing that comes to mind when asthma is mentioned. How does an inhaler work medically, and is it the all-in-all preventive measure or treatment for it, knowing that it's a lifelong thing?
Okay. Now, remember when we started talking about asthma and the things that happen with the asthma, in the sense that the person is unable to get oxygen to breathe, the muscles, the smooth muscles, and the muscles around the airways are thickening. There's hypersecretion of mucus and things. Now you're having closing of the airway. Now, so what the inhaler does is every inhaler contains what we'll call certain medical substances. Well, I'll put them as the medical drugs in the inhaler. For example, one of them is the most common inhaler would use is the Ventolin inhaler.
Yeah, Ventolin.
Ventolin's main product is the salbutamol. Salbutamol here works as a bronchodilator. So what it does is the muscle that is tight, it helps to try to widen it, to dilate it, to give it opening so that the air can pass through. It works as a bronchodilator. That's its main function, is to work to try to open up the muscle to be able to have air pass through. Now, it gets to, for example, you see, I'm sure you would have seen it times when people have used the inhaler and it doesn't work. And then you're wondering,
yes,
what is supposed to, you're saying it's a bronchodilator.
I started to doubt if there is a correct way to use it,
So, no, but then the thing is the asthma progression, though, as Dr. Charles told you, it's a chronic issue, it's a long-standing issue, but then when you do there's when the person can have an acute initial stage right there, and then it can progress and become worse even from then on. So the person, that's why you see with many people, one of the first line of treatment is what we'll start with is the inhaler. We start with
inhaler, like a first aid?
Like a first aid right there, and then to try to immediately try to open up the airway, to try to dilate the airway as best as possible to open up. Now, in dilating the airway, for example, if a patient has already had the asthma for an extended period of time, not gone to the hospital, there's so much mucus secretion already there. Now, in opening the airway, there's still not going to be enough air to pass through. So the person uses the inhaler to try to open up the airway, but still not able to get oxygen passing through. So therefore, then going to the hospital, other things can then be used. We then start using things, corticosteroids,
nebulizers.
Then you go into nebulizers to totally now work in trying to break down and as much as possible create an opening through that airway for oxygen, to clear that airway, even with the mucus and everything, totally clear it up for now. In that form, this is what it is. You're using the nebulizer is the salbutamol in the vapor stage, right? So, but then you're pressing it, you use it with the puffs and the different things and try to. Now, but you can see even with the nebulizer, to shock you to know that with the nebulizer, some of the things we even use, starting if you want to nebulize, we can nebulize with so many things. We can nebulize with saline water, we could nebulize. But then even we also nebulize also with salbutamol. The same salbutamol that's in the Ventolin inhaler, you could also nebulize, and it is a much faster and much more effective thing. For example, so if the person has used an inhaler and it's not effective, one of the next stages, most of the next we will go to is aminophylline, then ipratropium bromide, and then from then on, if none is working, the next stage you'll get to is the nebulizer. A nebulizer is one thing you use starting off with salbutamol. It's able to totally break through the mucus, gets the patient to be able to totally breathe again. You see many times with people, I've even seen, I had a 2-year-old child just about last week that was nebulized.
Oh my goodness.
And they had to nebulize, and children, God, when you have to put that thing on their nose, and God, the child was crying. But then the thing was that at the end of it, you would see that this child was breathing so much better.
So it works.
So it does work. So then, but the thing is that the mother had tried to initially use an inhaler, felt this thing wasn't working, the child was still heaving, breathless and all that, and had to rush the child to the hospital. So yes, so the nebulizer works with trying to open up the airway, but then with a very, very acute, someone having in a place where possibly your allergen is perfume or fragrance, and somebody passes by you with that fragrance and you start having the initial, and then you're able to get to your nebulizing medical and use your inhaler, get out of that region, most likely it will try to calm, and then the rest it will try to calm down, and then you feel a bit more better. But some people, as I said, might be in those situations and not do anything immediately. And then as it gets to a stage where they try using the nebulizer, and then, well, we have, I think when I was going to start to start. You see, I was just about to, I'm like, I need to. So you see that there are just certain things in which you can have, but then there's certain situations when people have, what I was trying to say was that there's certain asthma situations that people have that we don't even try using a nebulizer. You know, this kind of patient has this kind of, there's called something we call brittle asthma. That's one of the first things that made me go and understand what brittle, they have status asthmaticus, a very severe form of asthma. You don't even try nebulizer, it was not going to work.
Wow.
Sorry, you don't even try an inhaler. That's not going to even do anything, doesn't cut it. So just the first thing you want to start with is start to nebulize this patient. And then begin to and then you start increasing the dosage of how you nebulize the patient till the patient is much better. So there are certain things when you get to know, especially the person's history, family history, this is how this person's asthma has been, you know how to combat it.
Really, if anyone around you or if you are asthmatic, the doctor should be your friend, because you cannot possibly handle this with self-diagnosis or self-medications, of course. So, Dr. Charles, these things I'm hearing, I wouldn't lie, they're quite scary, but I'd love to ask, are there long-term side effects of this asthma medications, knowing that they have to do with respiratory organs and all of that? And how often should an asthmatic patient visit the hospital for checkups?
Okay, thank you. Just to add to what the doctor has said, there are also some triggers I think are worth mentioning. There's something we call exercise-induced asthma.
Exercise.
Yes, induced asthma.
Somebody doing a lot of exercise.
So when a person is exercising, then he just goes into.
Meaning exercise is not even for everybody.
So in exercise-induced asthma, then you now introduce things like Montelukast. The way it works. It has its own characteristic mechanism of action that helps to improve breathing, and then also you may also have aspirin-induced asthma. Because certain people, when they're on aspirin for whatever reason, either because they've had a heart attack before, or maybe they need some blood thinners for whatever reason, and they're also asthmatic, they may go into an asthmatic attack if they are sensitive to aspirin. So that's why it's important that when you self-medicate, you may be actually be counterproductive, because you go to the pharmacy and you ask for aspirin, which is not wrong because that is what your doctor has placed you on at some point, but you forget to tell the person dispensing your medication that you're also asthmatic, and the person is not a magician to know what you have. So the person may give you something that is not appropriate for you. But if you're always going to your doctor, a doctor that has your history, that knows everything about you, he would always consider the big picture before he recommends any medication for you.
Doctor, I'm so sorry to cut you off there, but many people turn to things like ginger, steam inhalation, herbs, and so on. So I was going to ask, since these are quite natural, can alternative treatments help sometimes?
They would not really help you because, like we described, you also agree that it's a scary situation when you find somebody finding it so hard to breathe in acute respiratory distress, and the person is having shortness of breath, and then you're doing steam inhalation and you're doing ginger and garlic or whatever. No, that's not going to be helpful. You need the right treatments to be instituted so you can actually get the needed cure, or not cure now, improvements in your breathing.
Yes.
So it's very important for us to also go back to your question where you asked about asthma being, it's long term, it's lifelong, and it's good to come to terms with that and be at peace with that, because I know most Nigerians hate hearing that a condition is lifelong or long term. But the issue is that once you know that there are medications that would improve your complaints or improve your symptoms, then it's better for you to go for it than for you to shy away or you say you're tired of taking the medication.
So how often should they visit the clinic for checkups?
Well, an asthmatic patient must go for frequent checks because...
As frequent as possible?
Yes, because it's very possible for you to also have, respiratory tract infections. You have community-acquired infections. You have, like the COVID, for instance, when it happened, it affected everybody. So for people who were asthmatic, it was a particular risk for them because they carried an extra risk factor, because COVID, of course, was a respiratory illness majorly, and they already had an underlying, chronic respiratory condition, so it would make breathing worse for them. So definitely, if there's an outbreak of a respiratory infection, asthmatics should be on their toes. They should have a high index of suspicion. They should be very observant, go for their wellness checks, and at the slightest symptoms, they go to the hospital. It's very key for them to do that, because you can actually have an asthmatic attack coexist with a respiratory infection. Yes, and that can really be bad. And particularly for people in the extremes of ages, the little children and the elderly. So you find out that in both extremes, you may find out that their immune status is not what it should be. The ability of their bodies to fight off invaders is not what it should be.
Okay, doctor, we've been talking about the individual now. Dr. Paul, I'm trying to wrap my head. I'm a very imaginative person, and I'm trying to think about, what about the people around these asthmatic patients? What can they do to help an asthmatic patient when they're having their episodes? Especially, it might not even be their family members. It could just be anyone, probably schoolmates or anybody. But this program is for awareness purposes, right? So is there something that anyone around an asthmatic patient can do to help an asthmatic patient when they're having an episode?
Okay. Very, very good question, especially because we're in communities. So these are things that is very good. One of the very first things to be able to do is you see someone in a situation where the person is unable to breathe. And if you're not a family person, but you're just a sitter or just someone by the person, it would be best to see how to get the person to the closest hospital as possible.
Just get them to the hospital.
Get them to the closest possible hospital as best.
Yes.
And also, it would be important that while doing that, if the person has any tight clothing, try to loosen up the clothing and all that, just to help them. But make sure you get them to the hospital. That would be the best help to render. Not to crowd their space.
Yes.
Somebody falls, just try to clear the area.
Exactly. People would want to see what's happening.
Get everybody away. Where's the closest hospital? Get that person. As much people as you can. If you get a car, carry the person in the car straight to the hospital. The closest possible hospital as possible.
All right. So right now I'm thinking solution, right? Because that is really what we need. It's not enough to know the problem. We have to know how to solve the problem. So, Dr. Diego, are there daily habits that can help the frequency of asthma attacks? The ones we can control,
Yeah, basically, first and foremost, we know that it has triggers. The condition has triggers, known triggers. So, of course, you make sure that your space is dust-free as much as possible. You make sure that ventilation is optimal. You have cross ventilation as much as possible, and you also make sure that for people who know that they are allergic to pollen, for instance, they may not want to keep too much of flowers around them, to minimize to minimize their risk of having an acute attack. Then cold exposure. People work in offices that they are extremely chilled up and all that. Just know that you need to have your cardigans, your warm clothing, and all that. very important. You may not necessarily need to have cold baths all the time if you know that's a trigger for you, and you don't walk about in the rain too. You know, anything that you know is an identified trigger for you, you try to stay away as much as possible. And to add to what the doctor has said, it's also very important that people around asthmatics should also have a high index of suspicion, because I have seen patients in that terrible critical phase of a severe asthmatic attack where they can't even utter a word. So they can't even shout for help. So somebody has entered the bathroom and is not coming out. And maybe because the person perceived a fragrance, maybe some kind of air freshener there, and has an attack there, and everybody just thinks all is well because they're not hearing anything. Have a high index of suspicion. When you notice the person has been in somewhere and is not out, please go there. The person may need help and may not be able to reach out to you. And it's also very beneficial for all asthmatics to have their inhalers in every possible corner. You have in your bag, you have in your car, you have in your office drawer, you have somewhere at home, you know, so that wherever you have an attack, you have something to fall back on. So it is not at that crucial moment you are looking for a pharmacy to get it from. So you always have...
You should always be prepared.
Yes, and then let your loved ones, as much as possible, who are always with you, they can always have a spare as well. You know, I think with all this, they will be able to fare well.
All right, so in one second, or in one sentence rather, can you please tell us something for the asthmatic patients that may have, you know, lost hope or probably see themselves as a disadvantage? You know, these things could get to them emotionally. So just in one sentence, just tell us something to help their mindsets and, you know.
Hope is never lost. Hope is never lost. So we in one sentence, just to say, we all have equal chances at life and health, and it's only the person that's alive that's able to make a better living. So don't try to be a hero in anything. You have an issue, if you can, get help immediately. And those around, it's always the onus also to be on, as Dr. Charles also said, to have a very high index of suspicion. Watch out for our loved ones. You know a wife, or you know your husband is asthmatic, or you have your children are asthmatic, and you just notice they've been in the bathroom 20, 30 minutes, you're not hearing anything from them. Check them out. Just have a high index, because it's the person who is alive that has a better chance at living well.
Thank you very much. All right, so this is a big thank you to Dr. Paul Kusemijo, a certified medical doctor from the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, and Dr. Charles Adeogun, a distinguished public health advocate and wellness physician dedicated to community health improvements. They've spoken really well. I'm sure my viewers can, you know, attest to that fact. Thank you so much, doctors. Thank you very much. It's really good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
All right. Asthma is manageable, but properly understood and treated. So if you or someone you love is showing symptoms, please seek medical help early and immediately. Don't wait for severe attacks before taking action. Remember, your health matters. Don't be afraid to speak up, seek help, and make your total well-being a priority. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Stay safe, stay informed, stay healthy, stay alive, and join us again next week for another important conversation on your well-being. Bye for now.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
And today we'll dissect into major stories that are dominating the headlines and, of course, sparking conversation across the nation. Rivers Speaker and 15 lawmakers defect to APC. We said it yesterday, okay, and it is already happening today. What more can I say? And of course, away from that particular one, Nnamdi Kanu seeks transfer from Sokoto prison to Abuja facility. Join the conversation with expert insights and seasoned perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udon. Let's look into other news stories with details. Nigeria's opposition slams President Tinubu over alleged early campaign. The People's Democratic Party and Labour Party's presidential candidates, Peter Obi, have criticized President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for distributing luxury vehicles to state coordinators of the Renewed Hope ambassadors, citing it as an example of early campaigning. The African Democratic Congress also condemned the move, describing it as a cynically insensitive action that makes nonsense of the emergency declaration itself. And away from that particular one, Muslim communities denies converting burnt church to mosques. The Mangu Concerned Muslim Consultative Forum in Plateau State has reported claims by Reverend Ezekiel Dachamo, regional chairman of the Church of Christ in Nations, that a burnt church in Mangu was converted to a mosque. The Muslim community described the allegation as baseless and inflammatory, demanding immediate proof or public retraction. In a statement, the forum's chairman and secretary, Sheikh Sulaiman Aruna, and Emil Lawa stated that there was no evidence to support the claim and accused Reverend Dachamo of attempting to incite hatred and undermine peace efforts. They demanded that Dachamo provide the official name of the purportedly converted church, its location, and the date of the alleged conversation or the conversion. All right, away from that particular one, of course, the reason why I'm not taking anything or I'm not even giving my submissions on all of the news stories because I want my guest analysts to actually pick any of the news stories to dissect before we go into the main topic today. All right, away from that particular one, NLC threatens the national mourning, protests over rising insecurity. The Nigerian Labour Congress has warned of a national day of mourning and nationwide protests over the worsening insecurity in the country. NLC President Joe Ajero stated the organization can no longer stand idle by as criminal gangs unleash terror across the nation, particularly citing the recent school kidnapping and withdrawal of security personnel before the attack. And away from that particular one, ADC slams Tinubu over, of course, a same early campaign amid security emergencies. Of course, the party also criticized President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's re-election bid under guise of public mobilization. Despite the country worsening a security crisis, the party described the move as healed time and undermining integrity of security emergency, right, declared by the president. Peter Obi slams government over luxury vehicle distribution. This cannot be overemphasized because he has actually described this as insensitive, and he said, why are they, distributing luxury vehicles to themselves? He talked about Hilux trucks, Oma buses, as regards to, settling themselves. That's what he called it on his ex-handle. But the country is really going through a tough time now. And this was the same thing I mentioned when I talked about the Senate president, which I would want my guest analysts to pick up from there as regards to what this administration is doing when it comes to the political climes, the political, terrain of the nation. They are not even acting as if insecurity is ravaging the land. And it's a thing that we really have to talk about. Gombe magistrates are arraigned for alleged bribery and extortion. A magistrate at the magistrate at a court in Gombe, I beg your pardon, Mohammed Sulaiman Kumo, has been arraigned by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, over alleged bribery and extortion. Kumo was brought before Justice H.H. Kereng of the Gombe High Court on Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025, on a 3-count charge filed by the EFC Gombe Zonal Directorate. The EFC alleged that Kumo received monetary benefits totaling 1.4 million through Zenith Bank, a particular bank account, of course, belonging to Adamu Ahmed, a registrar in his court. The alleged bribe was received in 2 installments, 1 million and of course 400,000. I talked about this particular thing on the show, okay, as regards to the judicial system. Every, sector in Nigeria needs total overhauling, okay, and they have to be accountable to someone. And this is the reason why some people, or the vulnerables, the very low Nigeria, as we may call it, or the poorest of the poor, does not even know their faith when it comes to the judicial system anymore. They don't even know if they can actually get fair justice. Of course, because some of the cases have been bought over, and some judges, okay, allegedly are actually, being part of this wrong system. But to join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. On YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the first conversation. Rivers Speaker and 15 lawmakers defect to APC. You don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on VOP Television. Martins Emewule, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, House of Assembly, River State, has defected to the All Progressive Congress (APC) along with 15 other lawmakers. This particular incident happened, today, and of course, we've actually talked about it already in the news, but we have to dissect this one now. The defection was announced during a plenary session at the Assembly in Port Harcourt. The lawmakers cited deepening internal crisis and division within the People's Democratic Party as reasons for their departure. Amewule stated that they could no longer remain in a party where unresolved conflict made effective representation difficult. Right? I love that particular one there. And of course, the defected lawmakers, 16 lawmakers who defected to APC, Martin Ewule, who happens to be the Speaker, Dumle Mao, Deputy Speaker, Major Jack, Linda Stewart, Azeru Opara, Smart Adoki, Franklin Nwabochi, Eneme George, Solomon Wami, Igwe Afoji, Tekina Wellington Lolo Apunde, Peter Abe, Ano Dennis Chimeze Nwankwo, Ofix Kabang. This defection is expected to intensify political tension in the state, which has been struggling with factional disputes within the People's Democratic Party. We're now being joined by Dr. Kayode, social political technocrat, and of course, aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Yes.
Hello, Doctor. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Doctor, please unmute your mic. I can't hear you. Good afternoon. All right, while we await Dr. Kayode's audio there, we also have Comrade Eze Oko Splendor, 2023 Labour Party governorship candidate, Ebonyi State. Good afternoon, comrade. Hello, comrade, can you hear me? All right, quick one. Let's go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll actually, take up this particular one. Don't go to my station, please.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
All right, welcome back to the program. Hello, doctor. Are you there now? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Doctor, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I'm getting this feedback. I don't know if it's from your side. I'd like you to check. Comrade Zelko Splendor, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me, Savior?
All right, comrade, I can hear you loud and clear now. Good afternoon to you.
Good. Thank you.
All right, comrade, welcome on board. Quickly, I'd like to start with you while we rectify Dr. Kayode's audio there. What are the implications of the defection on the Rivers State House of Assembly? Because you would agree with me that over the past few days, they've been sending, these different body languages to the governor. First, they talked about some schools, not being in good shape, and they were criticizing him, openly, instead to have just called his attention to that particular situation. And he even recalled some teachers back, and today this is happening. Of course, we did the predictions yesterday and Dr. Kayode, but today is already happening, and about 16 lawmakers from the House of Assembly, have actually defected. What are the implications of this defection on the Rivers State House of Assembly? And of course, how will this defection affect the APC's chances in the next election in Rivers State? I'd like to get your takes on this.
Okay, thank you, Savior. Before I dive into the implication of the defection of the lawmakers into APC in Rivers State, permit me to lay foundation on the prefix you just mentioned why this program commenced. We talked about branding of vehicles by the president of the country and APC at large to the coordinators all over the country. I want to say that this is early campaign, and we all know that early campaign is a crime. It's against the law. We cannot focus on early campaign when the country is bleeding. We are talking about insecurity all over the country. The citizens are not safe to even ply on the roads. People are being kidnapped. People are being massacred. Churches are being burnt. Christians are being killed. We cannot be happy seeing all of these things happening in this country, and all we can see APC doing is embarking on early campaign. For me, those buses that were distributed along coordinators or among the coordinators of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, among the other early campaigns we have seen, like the placing of the billboards, from along the Abuja airport route, all these things are not necessary. I call on APC government led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to focus on tackling the insecurity bedeviling this country rather than going into early campaign. Away from that, Savior, I want to quickly talk on the issue of defection of the members, the State Assembly members in Rivers State. I want to say that this is the issue that the Minister of FCT, Nyesom Wike, has ignited, all this while. And that is why you see that there has been back and front in this situation. You can recall that there was a time when the governor of Rivers State, Simla Efubara, and the minister of FCT had a face-off as regards who controls the structure of the political structure in Rivers State. These same members of State House of Assembly, led by Martins Emewele, defected to APC, and the moment they did that, there was a litigation, that came up immediately to say that since they have defected to APC, they should relinquish their positions or vacate their seats, in the State House of Assembly. They quickly claimed that they never defected, that they are still a member of PDP, and this still lingered for a very long time. Now they have defected again. For me, I call it second defection, because they had already defected before. So this is second defection. And for me, these are the reasons surrounding the issue of suspension, expulsion, and just recently we saw expulsion letter that the PDP leadership issued to the Minister of FCT and others, that they have been expelled from the party. I want to say that if you are in a particular political party, you should do yourself a very big favor to remain in that party. All this issue of the campaign, cross-carpeting, the thing does not make sense to me. And to a very large extent, it doesn't speak well to the fragile democracy we have in this country. So I want to say that those who defected in APC to those who defected from PDP to APC, they are not even doing good to the state. You can imagine, since the inception of this administration, it has been crisis from one issue to the other issue, from one issue to the other issue. They don't even allow the governor to concentrate. How then can the governor deliver the desired democratic dividends to the people when every time what comes on board is crisis, distraction in Rivers State? They should call a spade a spade. They should stop distracting the administration there. Let the young man focus in governance. Up to now, the government led by Simla Efubara has not been able to present the commissioners before the House up to this moment. And this is not far from the issue that is at hand, crisis. And I want to say that it does not take good about the state. Now they have defected to APC for the second time. I wonder if another suit is instigated, whether they will not come back to say no, that they are still in PDP. This is for me, this is not a welcome development for Rivers State. It has never been like this, and that you call a stop to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Ezeoku Splendor, for that wonderful submission. Quickly, before I allow Dr. Kayode, take up his beat, I'd like to quickly call for a break. As soon as we return, Doctor, it will be over to you. Don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. Be right back.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice. the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
All right, welcome back to the program at the People's Voice on VOP TV. Dr. Kaide, are you there now?
Yes, I'm there with you.
All right.
I'm right now.
Thank you so much for joining the program today. Okay, and
My pleasure.
yes, thank you, Comrade Oko Splendor, for being on standby as well. So, Doctor, I'd like you to give me your reaction as regards to this situation of River State. But of course, you heard all of the news stories I took, in case you'd like to also react to any of them before talking about that of River State situation.
Yeah, it's not about the early campaign. Who are we going to report to? What institution are we going to report to? Is it INEC? INEC will not talk because the chairman knows that immediately he leaves the office, he might be made
an ambassador,
an ambassador or a minister, or So there is nobody you will report to, other than for the people to take the bull by the horn themselves and ensure that the regulations, electoral regulations, guidelines are being followed. And who are the people to lead such? People like Ajero. Because I heard Ajero talking in one of your news and all that. Is Ajero supposed to be quiet at this moment in Nigeria's history? Look at the series of apostasy that is happening in our political and socio-economic environment. What is Labour doing, for goodness sake? What is our CLO doing, for goodness sake? What are our civil society organizations doing, for goodness sake? Where have they gone to? Have they also gone? It's a question. Have they also been given HELOCs Hilux and the other vehicle, have they been given? So it's an issue that they need to look at, or else Nigerians are tired. And I always say it, the moment.
Hello, doctor, are you there? Okay. Doctor, please unmute your mic. I'm told your mic is muted.
Somebody muted it from that end.
Okay,
Are you
please
with me
go
now?
ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes. So except the civil society organization, labor Congress, and all that, they have received their own vehicles, their Hilux vehicles, and all that. Probably, yeah, they won't talk. Anyway, let's leave that for another day. Let's move back to Rivers State. I really appreciate what my brother Eze said, that this is a second defection. Yes, second defection. But even at that, if anything should happen now, which judiciary will you take it to? I will say the judiciary are not aware of what happened at the first defection. They are aware. It's not that they are not aware. But they always hide under that concept of technicalities. Or they will hide under that concept of, you don't have enough proof. Having said that, I will tell you today that what we are seeing in Rivers State is a season film, just like as we said yesterday, and then it happened today. We have not seen the end of it. Because without Fubara having one kind of arrangement with Wike and the president vis-a-vis APC, Fubara wouldn't have been returned. Because we had Wike saying it boisterously that without Fubara subjecting himself to some conditions, there is no way he's going to get back to that seat. And we are all aware when they went for the last meeting in Aso Rock. So what happened there? Why am I saying this? When you look at that defection, only 16 defected. Unlike before, when we had 26. And then 2 refused. So the issue now is, we still have another 12 that are yet to defect to APC. Now, my own question is, what are they waiting for? Are there some games that they are still going to play within PDP before moving to APC? Number three, Fubara himself, when is he going to defect? And to what extent is the seeming peace in Rivers State going to last? When is he going to, how long will it going to last? Then the people of Rivers State who had given those defectors mandates, now that they are leaving them behind, are they going to collect back their mandate from them? The people of Rivers State, the PDP members of Rivers State that voted those people into power to represent them as PDP, are they going to collect back their money from them? What does the Constitution say? As regards that? Because if they are saying that there is a protracted problem in the leadership of PDP, that is why they are resigning from PDP to APC. What has INEC said regarding the leadership of PDP. What has INEC said? So are we not saying that what they are doing has to do with the drum that Wike is beating to them, and that's what they are dancing to? However, like I said, I'm waiting for the people of Rivers State to see whether they want to collect back their mandate from those people or not. And if they want to collect it back from them, I also want to see what the judiciary will say. Thank you.
Okay, so, Doctor, that was the wonderful one there. But, you talked about the remaining PDP lawmakers. I think I would, to be precise, it's remaining just 10, not 11, remaining 10. And when we talk about their constituency, Wike's constituency, which happens to be Ikwere, and the Honorable Lemchi, if I'm correct here, so Honorable Lemchi is the person representing Wike's constituency, has not also defected. It's still part of people, it's still part of the PDP members that are still there, still there and not moved yet. But, in as much as you're actually saying that when will Fubara defect and all of that, don't you think that they might actually have, good reasons? Because, of course, it is in the Electoral Act, and, of course, it's part of the reasons why so many governors also defected as regards to the party, having internal crisis, and the crisis getting, even worse, and nothing is happening as regards to, everyone shedding their swords to make peace. So, just like what Comrade Ezeoko said, that they defected initially, and when they said they were meant to, relinquish their position, they said, oh, they didn't leave at all. If you are asking lawmakers, be it House of Reps or assemblies, to always leave their position when they defect, what happens to governors? Why don't you also allow governors to defect?
You see, on that note, it's not that I'm saying there is peace in PDP. No.
Okay.
They have national leadership problem. But I was coming from the background of what has been happening within that same Rivers State House of Assembly. The Rivers State House of Assembly. Already they have defected before now. Why are they not standing on that earlier defection? That is one. Two, bearing in mind that there is problem in PDP leadership in Abuja, and part of the house has defected. What is Subara 2 waiting for? we don't have Adeleke of Osun State.
Yeah.
2 days back, writing a letter, although the letter was backdated to November 4, and is submitted probably on the 2nd.
Doctor, you also saw that. You saw that the letter was backdated. And it was quite strange to me, taking that news. It was strange to me. While it backdated to November, but you submitted a letter on the 2nd of December. I was totally surprised about it.
I am saying it's it's also strange to me. That's to tell you the kind of integrity and sincerity that our leaders possess. Are you with me?
Yeah.
Now what I'm now saying is, whatever we might be seeing in Rivers State is nothing other than a script that is being played out. A script has been written before returning Fubara back there as the governor. Because Fubara did not show his how do I put it now, his energy. Is executive energy, the power that is holding, the instrumentalities of power. He was not holding it. He doesn't know how to use it. And that's why it could be removed from office anyhow and then returned anyhow. And like him, There is no way I can trust him again with the use of instrumentalities of power. All I'm doing now is counting the days of when he will port to APC. Fubara is not going to port to anywhere other than APC.
You don't even think he might come to your party, your ADC, yes?
He can't come to ADC. If he should come to ADC, they have already set up an albatross for him. Immediately, the members of the house will impeach him.
Okay.
Immediately.
Let's go back to.
Look at the local government. They remove him before they now decide to do local government election. Who owns the structure of the local government officials? So tell me, what does he have? He's a naked governor.
Okay.
Bara is a naked governor.
But of course, it's still wearing clothes, so ironically. All right, thank you.
Okay, politically naked.
I think that's fair. All right, thank you so much, Doctor, for that wonderful submission. Let me go back to Comrade Ezeoku Splendor. Hello, Comrade, are you there?
Yes, I'm here with you, Xavier.
All right, so Comrade, how does this defection reflect on the current state of politics in Rivers State? And I would like you to take this simultaneously. Will the defection lead to a shift in policy priorities in the state?
Okay, thank you so much. I must say emphatically that I hate this issue of defection. In my state, Ebonyi State, it is no longer in news that I sued the lawmaker that defected from my party to APC. I sued just, I think, 2 days back. I said, you were elected under the platform of Labour Party. We gave you all the support. We campaigned for you, and you won election. You stopped identifying with the party the moment you were sworn in, only for you to claim that you have defected to APC. I said, no. If you are defecting to APC, you must drop our mandate. That mandate we gave to you, we gave it to you under the logo of Labour Party. We didn't vote for you because you were in APC. So if you are leaving for APC, drop our mandate. I just went to court 2 days ago. Very soon he will be served. So I am saying that defection does not build the type of democracy we expect in this country. Where in America have you seen this manner of defection? Where in developed worlds have you seen this manner of defection? Like you asked, you said, is it going to help to develop the state? It is not definitely going to help to develop the state. It's going to mar the state.
But you know, comrade, some, yes, so many, including governors, lawmakers, but of course, especially governors. So many governors defected, and they said that they love, the implementation of the president, and they love the fact that defecting would make the president do more of federal, projects in their state. And they love the style of the president, and including that of APC. So many of them have been saying that they are defecting because they have internal issue, and moving to this particular party aligns with their own mission, vision, and all of that. Do you understand? So why do you think that their defection would not help the state?
No. Savior, please. I like being very emphatic.
Okay.
When I'm talking to Nigerians on a national television like this.
Okay.
This defection you are seeing is induced defection. It's induced. And let me also tell you that when I condemn defection, I don't center it on National Assembly members alone. I called it defection. Any kind of defection, be it defection from the governor, be it defection from the president. I don't center it on that Mr. President defected.
Okay, hello. Sorry, comrade, I'd like you to hold your thoughts. We have a caller here. Hello?
Okay.
All right, so I think that was a drop call.
Yes, Savior, I asked a question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, comrade, go ahead.
I asked a simple question. Have you ever heard that a president of Nigeria defected from one party to the other?
While in power?
While in power.
We're yet to hear that.
after leaving power. After leaving power.
After leaving power, it is easy.
I'm talking about while in power. While
No.
Have you ever heard
Not
that
yet.
the president defected?
Not yet. Maybe when you become the president, you might actually start with you.
No. I hate defection. The reason why I ask this question is this: governors, they receive allocation from the presidency, the House of National Assemblies. They also receive their payment from the presidency. So all these people defecting, like I said, there must be a kind of inducement. Some of them are claiming that if we join Mr. President in his party, one, our ticket for second tenure will be protected. Our allowances will be improved. Then and all sort of that. But if there is check and balances, assuming that law that says if you defect, you lose your seat. If it were in implementation, if we are implementing it, it will checkmate this unnecessary.
Who do you blame?
So right now, I want to say that both INEC and the people defecting, the judiciary, all of them should sit up. If this country must go ahead, all of them should sit up and begin this a kind of defection that we are seeing in this country is something that will definitely mar the system if it continues like this. And I want to say that the law should not be a respecter of anybody.
Okay.
It shouldn't be a respecter of anybody. If a governor defects to another party, let the governor lose his or her seat. If a state house of assembly member defects, let him lose his or her seat. The same thing applicable to National Assembly members, including elected local government chairmen. We should begin to behave like a serious country. If America looks into what is happening with defection in the country, they will have no option to say that we are a disgraced nation. Okay. And some of us are not happy when we hear, another country with their own power stating that our country is a disgraced nation. This is the reason why. Of course, I want to say, Xavier, that when the Senate was screening the Minister of Defense, I saw a drama there. For the first time in my life, I have never seen Senate President Akpabio being as serious as he was, as at that moment.
No, but of course, he mentioned the reason. He said because Trump was watching. So that was the only reason. So if Trump was not watching, he wouldn't have.
No, he said something. He said there was a drama, and in the midst of that drama, a senator said, "Please take a bow."
Yes, that's what I'm repeating.
And you know that in this country, let me not say in this country, in this administration, it has always been take a bow and leave.
Rubber stamp, yes.
Yes, it has always been take a bow and leave. And when that particular behavior came on board, please take a bow and leave, you saw that there was a little commotion in the House. And then the Senate President stood up immediately and said, please, the country is bleeding. Our children are being kidnapped, and America is on our neck. Donald Trump is on our neck. So the question is, if Donald Trump has not was not on their neck, they will continue to say, take a bow and leave, even when we are being killed.
That's just a summary of that particular statement that Godswill Akpabio said there.
That is horrible. It's horrible. And I'm saying now, so why are other people claiming that Nigerians are not being killed? There is no genocide in Nigeria. Even when the Senate President acknowledged in the House that our people are being kidnapped, our people are being killed, and President Donald Trump is on our neck. That language is very deep. So we in Nigeria, we should be thanking Donald Trump instead of thanking our president. Do we really have one now? Instead of the Senate president to begin to say, the president of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is on our neck. He is saying that Donald Trump is on their neck. Check out the distance from Nigeria to USA.
At least 16 hours.
Very unfortunate.
All right, thank you so much, Comrade Eze Okosplendor, for that wonderful submission. Of course, it was part of the things that we talked about yesterday, and I reiterated here. You know, when you leave your own president to call Donald Trump, it shows that you don't have a president, or you do not recognize the position of the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, because you should be more concerned about it. You should be more bothered and worried about what he has said or what he has actually mentioned as regards to, you know, the insecurity in the nation, and of course telling the legislators to actually do what is right for the people. But you went ahead to mention Donald Trump, to talk about how Donald Trump is watching, so you have to do things in the right manner. So when it's not about insecurity, when it's about political, the next person that is coming would actually take a bow and go, because Donald Trump is not interested in that particular conversation. This was the only conversation that Trump was interested in, and that was the reason why they had to, you know, for the very first time in a long while, we saw a screening last for 5 hours, for the very first time. Until now, I'm still surprised about it. Okay, so Dr. Kayode, we need to round off the show now. We're pressed for time. But I'd like you to just give me your final take as regards to the conversation so we can actually round off.
I will give you one proverb in Yoruba that we interpret. That is, when an elder is eating roasted yam in front of a child, that child will be looking right inside the elder's nose. That is no more respect. That is exactly what is happening between Tinubu and Akpabio on that. So let's leave it. Okay. Number two. Sorry, I'm not shaking any table. Number two, as regards rivers, I have said it. It is a written paper that is playing out. But then, let me also quickly this afternoon throw you one stone to keep. Because you will refer to it later. Remember what has just happened in Guinea-Bissau? The coup that happened in Guinea-Bissau. I looked at it. I said, there was an alibi. And that alibi has been confirmed. That is, the relationship between the ousted president and the military that actually took over, the relationship between them had been exposed, and that my thoughts have been confirmed. Let us be careful as regards that come 2027, because I will say it again, the hasty resignation of the minister of
the former minister of defense.
Yes, former minister of defense is questionable. We need to look at it properly. Something is fishing there. I hope it is not a game towards 2027. Keep it.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Kayode. Thank you so much, Dr. Kayode, for joining the program. And of course, Comrade Eze Okosplendor, thank you so much for being part of the show. This is how far we can actually go on the show this wonderful evening. The views and opinion expressed by our analysts, don't forget they are solely theirs and do not reflect that of VOP Media. If you love the world of sport, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy yourself through the locker room. All right, I don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening rest.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now.
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Thank God it's Friday on Voice of the People TV, and this is Locker Room. I am Ikechukwu Agwago. Today promises to be another very interesting episode of the show. So we've got a lot of grass to cover. Yes, United actually finally joined Liverpool in this struggle. A couple of weeks ago, it was a loss, and of course, we saw United actually won a game, and now they finally drew the game. The same way Liverpool actually acted. It was actually funny, but this seems to be two teams that are playing the game of chicken. Got also a very big news in the Super Eagles camp. Wilfred Ndidi will be the captain of the Super Eagles going to the AFCON in Morocco. Is this going to be another Stephen Keshi or John Obi Mikel leading the Super Eagles to triumph? Because these are the two occasions where defensive midfielder led the Super Eagles to a major championship, and of course, they brought back the gold. All this and more we'll be looking at in this explosive episode of The Locker Room today. And of course, joining me virtually is Mayowa. Mayowa, good evening and welcome to a part of The Locker Room.
Good evening. It's always amazing to be here. Not too happy. Manchester United messed up. We lost the opportunity to go ahead of Chelsea. I was not impressed with the performance, but we didn't lose. There's really nothing to desire. I think the team needs to do better. But in any case, enough of me, wailing about the performance of Manchester United. It's a TGIF edition of the locker room. Thank you for having me, Ketuko.
United obviously took away that bragging right. I mean, you had a lot of draft saved for Jerry. You wanted to really bounce up, but unfortunately, United actually said that won't happen. Just like that song, Messi Say No. Of course, you can be part of the show. I'm talking about you, our viewers. All you need to do is to drop a comment on our YouTube platform, or you can pick the number on our screen and, of course, dial it and be part of the show by telling us exactly what you feel about what we'll be discussing today. And of course, do not also forget to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube platform. And very much important, hit that notification bell so you don't get to miss another episode of The Locker Room or any of our show right here on Voice of the People TV. Without further ado, let's go straight down to what we'll be talking about today. And of course, they say charity begins at home. We'll be starting with a story that concerns the Super Eagles. Wilfred Ndidi has been appointed captain of the Super Eagles for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. Following the retirement of Captain William Suf Ekong from the international football, Ekong announced his decision to step away from the national team on Thursday, making a way for experienced Ndidi to take on leadership responsibility. Ndidi, currently a player for Besiktas, previously led the Super Eagles during the recent 2026 FIFA World Cup African playoffs in Morocco. At 28 years old, he is the most senior member of the team, boasting 71 appearances since making his international debut in August 2015. His experience is expected to be crucial for the team's performance in upcoming tournaments. In addition to Ndidi's leadership role, winger Moses Simon is anticipated to be named as assistant captain. This new leadership dynamics aims to strengthen the team's cohesion and performance as they prepare for the challenges ahead in the AFCON tournament in Rabat. Mayowa, when the news broke that, Ekong will not be captaining the Super Eagles to the championship, what was the feeling like for you?
It was a feeling of injustice. You and I knew that Ekong was forced out of the team. We said categorically when he was fingered as somebody that led the protest as regards fighting for their rights. And immediately that happened, we said it on this particular show that might be the last time we are seeing a second play for the Super Eagles, play for the national team. And, lo and behold, it happened that way. So, I was a bit sad because, he was targeted. And this is a well-documented case of the NFF, the people in the glass house targeting people that spoke out against them. Victor Moses, the same thing happened to him. Olise and the rest of them, the same thing happened to them. The list goes on. Leon Balogun, because he spoke out and he was blacklisted. So creating a culture of fear that players cannot stand up for themselves. I was so sad that that we allowed this to continue, and the NFF is getting away with it. It doesn't make any logical sense. Trustekong was very hopeful. He was very optimistic about participating, in the Nations Cup. Suddenly, after the protest about their unpaid dues, the next thing we are hearing, he wants to hang his boot. The bottom line is this: the way he was forced out is not fair, and that takes away commitment from the boy. Somebody that people, a lot of people might come out and say, his performances of recent, it has not been fantastic and just that. But this is somebody that served Nigeria faithfully for over 10 years, 83 games, playing over 80 games for the Super Eagles. It's not a joke. He shows his commitment. But for him to be treated that way, they even had to remind, should I shock you? People on X, they even had to remind the NFF, the official handle of the NFF, about Trustekong's statement before they started posting it. It was Nigerians on X dragging them before they even recognized that, Trustekong is no longer part of the team. It's retiring from international football. That is how bad it is. So, to be honest with you, when I heard the news, I was a bit sad that, the NFF are getting away with this. And I hope there will be time for the NFF to be accountable for the seed of discord they are trying to sow in the national team. I hope there will be a time for them to be accountable for all of this. I'm just so sad that this continues with the NFF. making some players a scapegoat.
So Mayowa, from where you stand, it seems like there's no good part in all of this that William Ekong is actually retired. Of course, you know that before he actually officially retired, of course, before also the protest, his performance hasn't been that great for the Super Eagles. A lot of persons were actually talking about, him actually giving a very terrible performance, especially if you remember that game against Zimbabwe. A lot of persons actually really complained against Rwanda as well. And I understand the place of, the Super Eagles actually needing a leadership figure. I mean, we've had, players actually go to major championship, defenders, even midfielders as our captain. Sometimes they don't even end up playing, but their presence is highly needed. So let's look at this team now without Willis Ekong in the camp. How much of a miss is it going to be to these guys? Because I know in 2013 when we won the Nations Cup, Yobo only played our first game. The rest of the game, he came in very much maybe in the 88th minute where we need to actually show up the back line to actually seal our victory. And in some games, he didn't even appear again. So how much of a miss is William Ekong? Even in 94, Keshi really barely played all of the games. So, I mean, how much of a miss is going to be William Ekong going to be for this particular Nations Cup for the Super Eagles?
Well, I mean, we are going to however correct something. The issue of Zimbabwe was because Echel decided to play an unfit Ekong. And it takes a whole lot for you not to be unfit and still show up. So the performance of the game against Zimbabwe, that fault should be squarely placed on the feet of Echel. He knew Ekong was not fit. He knew he was playing that game injured and decided to feature him. So that's Echel's fault. You will not blame the player for being patriotic enough to show up and play for the Super Eagles with injury. Yes, some subsequent performances didn't do well. Definitely you can blame for that. However, we are going to miss him. And we are going to miss him on the basis of, we've taken away knowledge from that particular team. Him coming to say, I will still be part of the team and just of that, he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to expose the NFL and show that the breakup was very bad. I mean, how can you be optimistic about going to the Nations Cup and after a particular protest about your right, you are ostracized from the team? I mean, it takes a whole lot of it. And, earlier I said they are showing a seed of discord. It means the next person who is the captain, that's Ndidi, who is the captain, they've already warned him. If you go the way of Ekong and you speak out for your other colleague and you speak out for them for the right thing to be done by the NFL, you are going to go the same way. So where do we want our player? How do we want to get full commitment from our players? When you are fighting for your right and those that are supposed to listen to you, they turn back and they punish you for speaking out for injustice. So to be honest, in as much as it's a good step up for a Wilfred Ndidi. He's going to, he has been captaining the team before even Ekong finally left the stage. I mean, it's a step up for him. He takes the leadership position. But if you are taking out a leader, there are processes to this thing. What has happened to Ekong is a subtle warning to Ndidi that if you behave this way, we are going to kick you out, and nobody can hold us accountable. And that's the bad thing about it. It takes away from the leadership. How do you show leadership outside outside the field? How do you show leadership without being afraid that if you offend somebody in power, they will come back and hunt you down? How do you show leadership? It takes away from the leadership ability of the next players taking over because, I mean, of what they've done to his predecessor. So it's as bad as that, in as much as it's a step up for, Ndidi. It will also leave a bad taste in his mouth, owing to the fact that he already knew exactly what happened to Ekong for speaking out against injustice.
I mean, it's actually very, very sad that we're actually having a conversation about, William Ekong's, departure from the Super Eagles. The funny part is, what actually led to the protest. And I don't know if that has actually been fully resolved, but of course, that's going to be a conversation for another day. So let's look at Wilfred Ndidi as the captain of the Super Eagles now. I mean, when Stephen Keshi actually led the team from the midfield, we actually went, all the way to actually win that particular championship in Tunisia. And of course, John Ebimike also did the same thing. It seems like anytime, a defensive midfielder is leading the Super Eagles. When you recall in 2000, Sunday Olise also led the Super Eagles to the finals. Unfortunately, we didn't get to actually pick it. But Now we're actually back here. A certain defensive midfielder in Wilfred is leading us. Is there something about defensive midfielder leading us to actually a major championship and something good happen, or is Wilfred Ndidi that kind of player who can actually step up to actually lead the Super Eagles all the way to glory? Do you see him as a leader that can actually inspire victory?
I mean, take it back to 94. Stephen Keshi led from the bench. He hardly played any game in that particular tournament. Even on the finals, when he was lifting up the trophy, he was wearing the Nigerian jersey and another short, another long trousers. He didn't even play in that particular final. So I mean, however, and Ndidi leading on the field brings a lot of brings a lot of confidence to the team. I think in as much as a whole lot of people might complain about the performance of Ndidi, and I myself have complained about it. You don't get consistent performance from him. Today, Ndidi is fantastic. Tomorrow, you don't get to see him. However, he's one of the OGs of the national team. He has seen it. He has been there. He has done it before. He has a whole lot of experience that comes with him, and that counts for a team. We are trying to build a young team, and we need somebody who is very stable, who has been part of the team, to bring in that experience to stabilize that particular team. So, I mean, if you look at the team all around, he's perfectly, suited for that particular role, and it brings a whole lot of, leadership quality on the field. Any day in the place where I'll take you back to the game against Gabon, Ndidi was either in the midfield in terms of performance and in terms of how he was direct, he was orchestrating the midfield. He showed the quality of a leader in that particular team. So I mean, if he can continue to do that consistently, he's well suited for that particular role. And the role he plays is also an engine room for a team. If your team will succeed in any game, your midfield needs to be very, very good. To continue with that consistent performance like the one he showed against Gabon, I think if he brings that kind of performance, to the national team, I think that might probably propel our Super Eagles to even greater heights in the next tournament. The NFL is looking at a semi-final as an ultimatum, as a yardstick. Probably if he brings that kind of performance in, we might be talking about the final.
Absolutely. So from there, let's definitely move away from the African Cup of Nations. Of course, 16 days to that particular championship. We are still waiting for players to start arriving camp. FIFA just gave them 7 days before the tournament resumes or starts before for every player to actually return to camp. Unfortunately, but let's move away from AFCON. Let's go straight down to what's going to be happening next year, June, where the World Cup will be held. And former Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger has declared that France has the best squad to actually win the 2026 World Cup. He actually talked about France as a favorite to actually win the World Cup, to be hosted by Mexico, Canada, and United States of America. As the teams are waiting to draw in December 5, the former Arsenal gaffer expressed confidence in France's chance due to their exceptional forward line. Wenger highlighted the presence of Kylian Mbappe, Ballon d'Or winner Ousmane Dembele, stating that France has more world-class strikers than any other nation. He believes his depth of talent will be crucial for them to actually overcome the teams that will be coming up against them in the championship. And Mbappe and Dembele, of course, these guys are also huge. We saw Mbappe. We've seen Mbappe since 2018 World Cup, how he's been, massive for France national team. We saw him last year World Cup. They were very, very dangerous. Narrowly missed out in the final against Argentina. And now they've got a lot of, young talent in players like Hugo Ekitike, Desire Dewey, Marcus Thuram, and of course, Kolo Muani, the man who actually missed that, dead 90th minute sitter against 120 minute sitter against Argentina in that particular tie. So now looking at this particular statement by former Arsenal gaffer, who is also a Frenchman, look at all of the teams in Europe. Do you really agree with him that France has the best array of attack in Europe?
Well, I think he's spot on. I think one thing that you cannot take away from France is that they have this engine room that produces players. You cannot be short of players. Look at Michael Olise, the one that plays for Bayern Munich. Look at him. He was not part of the last World Cup, but look at what he's doing. Look at what he's doing at the moment. Definitely, if he continues with that kind of form, and the World Cup is just about 6 months away, definitely, you'll be seeing the likes of Michael Olise, in the midfield of France. So they continue to produce players that are exceptional in Europe, and that has been the yardstick for them. That has been the reason why they've been very, very competitive. I mean, the last two World Cups, they've got to the final. Even the one against Argentina, if Kolo Muani had calmed down a bit and was patient enough, he would have probably scored that goal in the last minute of that particular World Cup final. So I think I have to agree with him. Another team that's in the light of France is also Spain. They continue to produce all these young players, that can go very, very far. So I will not be surprised if France gets to the final again, because I mean they have this blend of a bit of older players and younger players coming in. The likes of Marcus Thuram, the two Thurams, they are in their late 20s now, but the kind of performance they're bringing in with the likes of Olise, who is still very young, and other younger players coming in, they have a balanced blend of players. Even a Drogba at the moment, a Pogba at the moment might not even be part of the team anymore. He has come back from his ban. He has started playing, but the way the team looks at the moment, I don't think Pogba will be able to, make a return in the team. That is how much of talent that they have. So I think Arsene Wenger is very correct by saying, France has the potential to probably win the World Cup again. So I will not be surprised if we get to the final.
Do they have more, players than the English national team?
So the thing is this: they have a whole lot of players than they have as much player as the English national team. But the problem is this: the quality of the English players that you have is not as high as the one France is producing. What you have in England is this: if somebody just comes out today, the press, overhypes them that way more than what they can actually do. They overhype them more than their ability. I'll give you a particular case. Callum Wilson, when he was coming up, he was touted as the alpha and omega of the front line of the English national team. Where's Callum Wilson at the moment? So when Tammy Abraham too was coming up, the same thing happened to him. Where's Tammy Abraham right? So they have players, but their quality is not as good as the French side, and that's just the difference.
All right, so let's move away from that story. Let's talk about one very will I say sad story, because a lot of persons actually who followed this story when it actually all started right there in Barcelona. And of course, this one concerns former Cote d'Ivoire captain and of course Manchester City legend Yaya Toure, who has reignited his feud with former manager of course Pep Guardiola, calling him a snake during an explosive interview. The 42-year-old midfielder who previously played under Pep Guardiola at both Barcelona and Manchester City has long expressed his dissatisfaction with their relationship, especially regarding his lack of playing time toward the end of his tenure at City. Toure actually recounted his experience of being lured by Barcelona's manager Pep Guardiola, stating that he struggled with being treated poorly during the time he was there. He revealed that his wife advised him against listening to Pep Guardiola, questioning why he would want to return to someone who had treated him poorly. And of course, he said, and I quote, "The guy didn't play me all year, and at the end of the year, I shine at the World Cup, and it brings me to Barcelona only to put me back on the bench." Since Pep Guardiola took over the charge at Manchester City in 2016, of course, he's won so many laurels, and Pep Guardiola also ensured that Yaya Toure was actually fizzled out of the team, that he was actually building at the point. My wife should become conversant with this story, because when Pep Guardiola arrived at Barcelona, one of the first things he actually did was to replace Yaya Toure with the very young Sergio Busquets at the time. Of course, when he went to Manchester City, the same thing did happen. Is this a case of, Yaya Toure, yes, you are good, but you are not the kind of player that I want? Or a case of, I don't just like you as a person, and that's exactly why I'm not playing you? Which is it for you?
Well, I don't think that's the case. And what I'm about to say now, my wife will smile because she's literally sitting down here. The thing is this: I think Guardiola is a very ruthless coach. I will take you back to Aguero. Aguero did a whole lot under Guardiola. And when Aguero left, when he finally left Man City, one of the interviews he did, he said Guardiola is very ruthless. He doesn't like Guardiola for any reason. He was his manager, but he doesn't like Guardiola. And that's just it. If you want to be successful, you have to be ruthless. And that's just the truth. If you are not working in a system, you will be taken out. I'll give you another typical example. when Guardiola moved from Barcelona to Man City, remember he brought in Claudio Bravo, the same goalkeeper that was with him in Barcelona.
Yeah.
When he did not cut it, what did he do? He cut him out straight. And that's just the thing. The thing is this, players need to, take emotions away from all these things. When João Cancelo was, when João Cancelo felt he was big and he could do whatever he wants, what did Guardiola do? He chased away João Cancelo. Where is João Cancelo playing at the moment? Most of the players that he let go, where are they playing at the moment? Yes, there are some players who would have said, he shouldn't have let go. But the majority of the players he let go, what are they doing at the moment? Where is Sterling? Where is Gabriel Jesus? Where is João Cancelo? The list goes on. The moment he lets you go, you are not good enough. And for him to, to be that consistent and, to be that successful, he has to be left. So for me, I think Yaya Toure is just, just want to start a fight that doesn't make any logical sense. The same person that coached you in Barcelona told you to come to Man City and decided to go. Why did you go? He had every opportunity not to go. He knew his style of management. So why did he go? I think, Yaya Toure just want to create a fight where there is not. Whatever Guardiola has done so far in his career has served him and has brought him a whole lot of success. Yes, you might criticize him that, he's very brutal. He doesn't have empathy and the rest of that. But to be honest with you, if you want to succeed, I think you will have the least of empathy, because if you are not ruthless, you will not be successful, especially as a coach that your next job is determined by your performance. So I think Yaya Toure just want to make a whole lot of noise. I don't think Guardiola has done anything wrong so far in terms of how he has managed this player. If you look at the result is there for everybody. He's one of the most successful coaches in Europe, and every step he has taken to achieve that, has given credence to his style of management. So for me, Yaya Toure should go and sit down.
So Maiwa, if I hear you correctly, because perhaps you're saying that it's actually a case of, you're not just good for my system, but you're a good player. Because before Pep Guardiola moved to Manchester City, Yaya Toure was the alpha and omega there. He does everything. Everything he touches at that point was gold. And we've had countless players also, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, and other players who have actually complained about Pep Guardiola's style and how, they feel betrayed by, what he's done to them. And of course, these guys actually, went on to actually, do good things for themselves. Case in point here is Zlatan Ibrahimovic. He came to Barcelona. He struggled to actually play. Of course, there was Lionel Messi. He left Barcelona. He went to PSG. He became the same person. He did all he did until he retired. Even while he was very close to 40, joined Manchester United, he still gave a top-class performance, showed that he's actually a very good player. So is it just about Pep Guardiola's style, or him just liking players who he can actually control, or Pep Guardiola being a coach? Because a lot of people has also accused Pep Guardiola of being a man who has main character syndrome. He likes to be the biggest character in his dressing room. Is that the case for Pep Guardiola?
Well, the thing is, everybody has that deficiency. And for Zlatan, I'm not throwing short at Zlatan. Everywhere, a whole lot of people might come at me for this, but did Zlatan win the Champions League? He was not good enough to win the Champions League. That's just the honest truth. Let's call it spade a spade. See, everybody has their deficiencies. Everybody has their flaw. I will take you back to what Henry said. Henry, was a world-class player in Arsenal. He was part of the Invincible. He has done so well for himself. He went to Barcelona. He was talking about Pep Guardiola. Pep Guardiola was talking to him about positioning. And he told him that he wanted him to play in a particular set or in a particular way. And he didn't play in that particular way, but he scored in that particular game. What did Guardiola do? He benched Henry for the next 2 games just to teach him a lesson. And what happened at the end of the day? Henry later won the Champions League that he was looking for. See, the thing is this, a lot of people says he has OCD. And I understand that he has OCD. He wants to be the main character. That is his flaw. But the flaw is, is working out for him. The flaw has served him so well. So a lot of people might criticize him. You don't have it complete. You have your deficiency. You have your bad side. But everything he has done so far has led him to the success he has been able to achieve so far. So for me, I think the way he has managed suit his style, suit his vision, and that has translated into him winning. If he was not a coach that is winning, nobody will be bitter about him. Nobody will complain about him. And one of the fruit of success is to have a whole lot of people that will complain about you, and that's just the fact of life.
Well, I think it's very difficult to actually argue against Pep Guardiola Because, I mean, the start is there. You look at it and say, okay, fine. What exactly are you calling him out for? Every single thing he's done, even if he decides to actually put you on the bench, it is proven that, okay, he puts you on the bench for Sergio Busquets. Sergio Busquets, arguably, you know, I think for me, is actually the best defensive midfielder we've seen in Europe in the last 15 years in terms of, you know, jump starting an attack, breaking play, and of course, you know, stabilizing a team. I don't think there's anyone who can actually do it as much as that dude. Maiwa, I don't know if you disagree, but this guy is just so exceptional. So I want to agree with you on that part that Pep Guardiola seems to be getting it right, even when he seems to be hurting other persons. But from one, let's move away from that. Let's talk about another player who actually, you know, cut his teeth and of course made his mark in the city of Manchester. This time, the red side of Manchester, and of course former captain of Manchester United, Roy Keane, who was heavily criticized Manchester United following their disappointing 1-1 draw against West Ham at the Old Trafford. I mean, this underwhelming performance came on his heels of a previous 1-0 defeat to Everton, leaving United frustrated as they failed to actually capitalize on a chance to move up into 5th place in the Premier League. In a scathing post-match assessment, Keane lamented the lack of depth in attacking options available to manager Ruben Amorim. He specifically noted that Mason Mount is actually, playing under performance, and of course, he actually likened him like a schoolboy. I don't know why he actually used that particular remarks on the young man, but then he actually said that, you know, the substitution actually was what actually killed the game. Mayawa, you saw that particular game. United, a lot of persons were expecting that United would go with all 3 points, leading 1-0, and immediately Diogo Dalot, you know, came out in that particular game. Cunha also came out in that game. It seems like every single thing United did was in the wrong. I don't know. Is Roy Keane very correct in his assessment of the team that lack of attacking option actually killed, you know, the team? Or is it that Ruben Amorim failed to make the right call when he was actually, you know, making the substitution, you know, for that particular game?
I think Roy Keane is very correct. We are only deceiving ourselves if we think Manchester United is doing anything fantastic. Yes, we had a couple of runs and, we won games. We were able to beat some couple of big teams. We were able to catch Liverpool, you know, in their poor state and able to take advantage of them and the rest of that. However, if you look at how Manchester United has been playing so far, it leaves little or nothing to desire. The performances has not been up to par. The performances has been below expectation. How do you have an Orobosa leading your line? Orobosa is the one leading your line. Yes, you know, he scored a goal and the rest of that. However, if you look at his performance so far, it's not the same. And if I'm saying the Robos, I'm talking about Zexi now. That's his Nigerian name.
But he actually led the attack against Crystal Palace that United won.
Yeah, I know. He led the attack against Crystal Palace. How did we win that game? If being honest with ourselves, yes, we came back from behind and we won. However, how did we win that game? Did we win the game comfortably through a particular game? No, it was not a comfortable victory. And Ruben Amorim, I've said it consistently, I think Ruben Amorim does not have what it takes to take Manchester United forward. To be honest with you, everything Roy Keane has said is the truth. There's a whole lot of uncertainty with Manchester United. You don't know what you will get with them. And even the coach himself is a bit confused. And to be honest with you, he's a bit confused. Look at the substitution he made in that particular game. After Diego Dalot came out, what happened in that particular game? Everything just went away. It shows he's not reading the game very well. And this is not the first time he's making suspicious substitution that comes back to bite us in the behind. So for me, I've said it constantly, maybe we are going to manage him to the end of this season and probably finish in the mid-table, because I don't see us getting to any European, spot this season, except maybe something drastic happens in January, or maybe some miracle happens and the rest of that. I don't see us, getting somewhere far. If the clubs around us, if the big clubs around us are performing, the likes of Liverpool and Chelsea, if they are winning the games they are supposed to win, we will not be in the position we are in at the moment. Even the small clubs around us, if they are doing what they're supposed to do, we will not be where we are at the moment. So for me, I think very correct. There's a lot of uncertainty, and I don't think Ruben Amorim is the guy to take Manchester United to the Eldorado that we have been waiting for the last 30 years.
So Mayowa, let's look at that Manchester United game again. If you were Ruben Amorim, 1-0 up, what would have been the right substitution for you? What do you think you should have done to actually preserve the lead or even get more goals?
Well, for me, definitely, immediately, Diego Dalot came out in that particular game. And we had a whole lot of problems. I will not be taking out Diego Dalot. I will not be doing that. I will not do that for any reason. Because those are people that have been giving us consistent performance. Yes, a lot of people might throw a stick at him and just pass. But anytime Diego Dalot plays, you know that you have a level of expectation from him. It's not every time that he's 100%, but at least anytime he plays, he gives at least 80-85% of a good performance. And yesterday was one of them. Why take him out when you know you are struggling? And also remember, in the last couple of games, when was the last time Manchester United scored 3 goals in a game? We've not been scoring comfortably in front of goal. That's also an issue. And there's a particular Mason Mount. Due respect to him, I think Chelsea scammed us to buy that kind of player at that particular amount. In as much as he's a decent player, I don't think he's a player that is a long-term player for Manchester United. You see him today, the next 3 days, you don't see him. So, I mean, there are a lot of issues with that thing. And I want to fault Bernard because, I mean, he will not complain about signings now. He has been able to make 1 or 2 signings, and the result is still not there. You cannot be on the job by this time, and you are not giving out consistent performance. And that has been the issue.
Okay, let's move on to the story that concerns another manager in England that is also struggling to put his house in order, just like Manchester United. I said earlier on that these two teams are playing a game of chicken because they seem to actually be following themselves. If Manchester United play a draw, Liverpool play a draw. If Manchester United win a game, Liverpool win a game. If Manchester United actually lose a game, Liverpool also lose a game. It's quite funny. But of course, the manager, Arne Slot, has warned his team will face significant challenges from Leeds United. Of course, that's going to be their next game. And Leeds United is very aggressive side, and their aggressive style of play ahead of their game on Saturday. This going to be a very massive fixture. We all know how Leeds United have always been playing this season and how they've actually, dealt with Chelsea in their last game. They showed that they've got the capacity to actually hurt big side. They're actually not afraid to go forward. We saw what they did against Manchester City. It was at the death of it. Phil Foden actually rescued Manchester City in that particular game. And now Arne Slot is actually calling his side and he's saying that, it's going to be quite difficult for Liverpool against this particular side. And this is what I will ask you, Mayowa. What is it with Arne Slot? Because it seems to, before every game, his interview or his pre-match conference is usually him talking more about the opponent and how terrible his team is and how his team seems to have been found out. Is it that he's lost confidence in himself or he's lost confidence in his team, or everything around the Premier League just seems strange for him?
I think he has lost confidence in himself, and he has also lost confidence in his team. Because how do you explain you were flawless last season, and less than 1 year later you are struggling? The same team, with spending over 500 million, and definitely it's going to affect your confidence. He's been on a losing streak, and he's going to play against a team that is world champion. And also remember, this Leeds United side, they've been scoring goals with reckless abandon.
Absolutely.
Liverpool has been struggling in terms of Liverpool has been struggling to score goals. Leeds United last 4 games, they scored about 10 goals. That's how good they have been. Yes, you might say they are battling relegation. They just, by beating Chelsea, they just moved a spot ahead and in the 17th position at the moment. Yes, giving themselves a bit of space between them and the 18th position. However, with the way Leeds United are playing, they score goal with reckless abandon. They are playing against a team that has been barren in front of goal, that has not been footprint in front of goal. So definitely fear will set in. And if you look at how Leeds United played against Chelsea, they played Chelsea hands down, and they are going to play against a Liverpool side that doesn't have an identity at the moment. Their last game against Everton, it was Chiesa that saved them. If not for that, they would have lost that particular game. I said Everton, sorry. Their last game, it was Chiesa that saved them. If not for Chiesa, definitely they would have lost that particular game. So, I mean, it's
Sunderland. Their last game is Sunderland.
Why, Sunderland. Sunderland. It's as bad as that. And that's the reason why, there is a bit of lack of confidence. and in the ability of the team. So I will not be surprised if the result goes the way we are expecting. That Leeds United will probably take this one again.
Of course, Aaron Slot also remarked that Leeds United come back against Manchester City in that famous 3-2 win that Phil Foden actually saved Manchester City right at the death is actually something to worry about, because Liverpool at the moment, is a team that is really, really struggling with identity. And of course, Slot emphasized the physical nature of the Premier League as well, stating that every game is a very big test for Liverpool this season. And of course, it's a test for endurance. And of course, particularly the way the fixtures has been crowded this particular festive season. I'm beginning to wonder that this man was actually the man who started last season. He played through the December fixture. He already is very well in tune with the December fixture. By this time last season, he was actually on top in the Premier League and also in the Champions League. So what exactly, is different from what we're actually having now? Well, perhaps the case of, the fact that he perhaps must have lost his identity. But if you are Aaron Slot, what will you be doing more? Is it, continue to talk about, opponents' strengths rather than emphasizing, the strength of your own side? And plus, the Liverpool side, a lot of people are actually coming out. In fact, I think I saw a post somewhere where it was said that former Manchester United manager Erik ten Hag was actually talking about the players not being committed to Aaron Slot. Mo Salah also, the case of Mo Salah is also very much there. He's been on the bench on 2 occasions, and this is not what the Egyptian king is used to. All of this dressing room matters. How can you actually resolve this if you're given the task to actually help Aaron Slot come out of this particular quagmire?
Well, the first thing he needs to do is this. I think what he's doing with the press is trying to tell the fans, because sooner or later they will start mounting pressure. He's trying to tell them to calm down. The team is supporters. That's the reason why he's giving much more credence to the opponent. But however, if I were to look at what is wrong with Liverpool at the moment, the first thing is I will address the Mo Salah issue. You cannot bench a Mo Salah. Mo Salah is in quotes now like a mafia in that particular team. If you think Mo Salah is not part of your plan, manage him till January and let him go. You cannot keep a Mo Salah on the bench and you expect to have a football dressing room. That's number one. Number two, he needs to send a message to Van Dijk and Konate. The 2 players continuing to play, continues to disrupt the flow of what he wants to build. You cannot build anything if your defense is very shaky. And if you look at 75% of the goals they considered this season, you can go and watch the clip from game 1 to game 14. 75% of the goals considered has been from the central, from the central defense position, which is where Van Dijk and Konate are. He needs to send a huge message to them. That's number 2. Number 3, the midfield problem needs to be. And the reason why the midfield is having issues is because you have to worry yourself about covering for Van Dijk and Konate. And that takes away from the creativity you are supposed to have in midfield. So he needs to resolve the Mo Salah issue. You can't keep Mo Salah on the bench. You have to find a way to accommodate him. Number 2, you need to send a very strong message to Van Dijk and Konate with their performance. If you can do that correctly, I think probably maybe the team will be able to bounce back.
All right, so Maiwa, still talking about the Premier League. Now let's move on to what's going to be happening starting tomorrow. March 15 of the English Premier League promises to be another exciting time for the English football fans. Slated fixtures for this weekend. Of course, Arsenal's, the Gunners, top of the Premier League, top of the Champions League, they will be head-on against Aston Villa. And of course, Unai Emery will be aiming to disrupt his former club side's titles bid. How do you see that panning out? Unai Emery against Arsenal, or Aston Villa against Arsenal right there at the Villa Park. I mean, Bournemouth against Chelsea, a side that's actually, is coming from, a very, very sad defeat after a very impressive draw against the tabletoppers Arsenal. Let's look at the first 2. Arsenal against Aston Villa right there at the Villa Park, and of course, Bournemouth playing host to a Chelsea that I want to believe they are going to be a resurgent side. And also, let's take 4 at a time. Everton against Nottingham Forest right there at the Everton Stadium, talking about Goodison Park, and Manchester City against Sunderland. Let's take the 4. First 4, Aston Villa, Arsenal, Bournemouth, Chelsea, and Everton Nottingham Forest. Quickly, Maiwa. I mean, we are very time is very limited at this point. Let's rush the first four fixtures.
I mean, for Everton, Arsenal, definitely. Aston
Villa
is the boogie. Aston Villa is the boogie team for Arteta. They have a way of taking the league away from them. However, they were able to defeat them last season. And I think with the form Arsenal is in at the moment, I think they should be able to beat. At the moment, Arsenal needs to win all their games because, Man City is right behind them and Man City can, catch up with them. So definitely, if you look at it and look at the performance of Arsenal so far, there are glitches here and there, but I think they have enough quality to dispatch the Aston Villa side. It's not going to be easy, but they can do it. For Bournemouth and Chelsea, Chelsea had a very terrible game last time. I will not be seeing a Tosin Adarabi or in the next game. Definitely, Enzo Maresca want to correct that. I think if they can gain back their, their sharpness in front of goal and their coordination, I think they have enough quality to be able to dispatch a Bournemouth. I remember Bournemouth also has been struggling with form. They've not been doing so well in terms of the consistency, in terms of winning games. For Man City Sunderland, I would not be surprised if Sunderland becomes the Wolves of this season. Remember that season, Wolves, he leaped above all expectation and they finished in the top 5. I would not be surprised. The way they've been playing so far, they've shown that they are giant players and they can step up to big teams any day, anytime. So Man City has the quality, but I would not be surprised, if Sunderland gives them a run for their money. It's going to be a very tough game, but Guardiola has his ways and, he has the sight set on catching us now. Probably maybe that will work on it. So if I would take it, I'll probably say the experience of Guardiola comes in here and probably pips a Sunderland, with a slim margin. Then for Nottingham Forest and Everton, Nottingham Forest, to be honest, they've not been consistent. I want to see a Taiwo Awoniyi back. He's been having, a serious, a serious setback in terms of his club career for Nottingham Forest. I hope, he's able to make an inroad in this particular game. However, this is an Everton side that is resurgent. They were able to beat a Manchester United even with one man down, and that has served as a confidence booster for them. So it's going to be a very difficult game, but I think Everton has what it takes to be able to dispatch a Nottingham Forest side that has not been consistent all this season.
Of course, other games. Yes, so we'll also be looking at other fixtures to, for the weekend. And I mean, time not very much on our side. But of course, whatever happens during the weekend, we know that it's definitely going to be that the tabletoppers will definitely not change. Arsenal will still remain at the helm of things there. And of course, Newcastle against Burnley, Spurs against Brentford, and Leeds United against Liverpool. We talked about that one already. And United definitely will be playing Monday Night Football against Wolves. I don't know what's going to happen, but it seems like United and Liverpool will still continue with their, would I say United in defeat this time around or United in playing draw? Whatever it is, Maiwa, it's so good to have you join me right here on Locker Room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. And, the only result I'm looking forward to over the weekend is Leeds United dispatching Liverpool. So probably on Monday, I can get to what I've drafted for Jerry. I can get to use it on Monday.
But which of these fixtures is going to be a shocker for you? Which of them is going to be like, I didn't see this one coming?
I think the Sunderland Man City game, if Man City does not take time with Sunderland, it's going to shock them. And I will not be surprised, if Sunderland pulls out a win against a Man City side. I will not be surprised.
All right, so thank you very much, Maiwa, once again for being part of the Locker Room. And this is exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain on today's episode and this week's episode of the Locker Room. And Ikechukwu Agwagu. If you are a fan of politics, stick around because Chukwuma Okoro will be here to actually take us through the world of politics. And it is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
The 2564 Atlanta Tower.
happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Join us our daily lives, highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Giving you all sides to the story, we bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Every day, more than 10,000 cubic meters of sand are dredged from the Lagos Lagoon. Authorities say this unchecked activity is destabilizing aquatic habitats, threatening communities and placing livelihoods in danger. At a press briefing in Alausa, the Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Dayabush Alebioshu, said urgent action is needed to protect the lagoon.
What are we looking at achieving at the summit? Coming up with policies, agreeing, identifying problems, profiling solutions. I think we have admired our problems for too long, how beautiful our problems are. This is now the time to get up, speak to those problems, come up with policies, come up with laws, identify how we can conquer, and then move forward from there.
Already, erosions have claimed coastal communities such as Idotun village and the Igbejuleki, sweeping away homes, displacing families and destroying livelihoods. The Lagos shoreline has also been threatened for decades, worsened by climate change and human activities. Officials warn the illegal dredging is left unchecked could undermine waterfront settlements and escalate flooding risk. To tackle these challenges, the state government has partnered with Netherlands, a global leader in water coastal management, to find innovative and sustainable solutions. Beyond addressing these threats, the government says the lagoon holds enormous potential for transportation, tourism, fisheries, and trade, if properly managed.
We have invited representatives from all of those areas, particularly the royal fathers and the heads of communities. We've invited them. They will be coming as the representatives of those areas, so that they can also tell us what they're experiencing. There's going to be data collation amongst other things, and it's only when you have data you would know how to use it and how to speak to the problems.
For the state government, safeguarding the lagoon is not just about protecting the environment, but also securing the economy and heritage of Lagos. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not flaw. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, good evening, and welcome to Voice of the People Television. Now, the program is Political Lens, and I am Chukuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at voptvlive. Let's bring in our guests, as we've been joined in the studio here by Dr. Peter Anosike. Peter is a philosopher, business analyst, economist, and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Dr. Anosike, and thanks for being part of the show. Okay, good to have you, sir. Now let's get into it. On the show today, Rivers Assembly breaks into two as Speaker Martins Amehule leads 16 others to the All Progressives Congress, APC. Tinubu's ambassadorial nominee is to face Senate grilling very soon. And Musa, that is the Christopher Musa, the newly appointed Minister of Defense and the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, issues 10 warnings to terrorists. We have come to restore order. Well, 16 lawmakers in the Rivers State House of Assembly, led by Speaker Martins Amehule, have officially defected from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to the All Progressives Congress, APC. Amehule announced the decision during plenary, citing deepening divisions within the PDP as the reason for their exit. He declared his commitment to the APC and expressed eagerness to formally receive his party card. Amehule praised President Bola Tinubu's leadership, stating that the president has shown genuine concern for Nigeria and demonstrated special goodwill towards Rivers State. Well, he said joining the APC will allow the lawmakers to better support the president's agenda from within the ruling party. The group insisted that internal cracks within the PDP made it impossible to remain in the party. The defection comes amid long-standing political crisis in Rivers State involving the governor, Sim Fubara, and the lawmakers aligned with former Governor Nyesom Wike, the current minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. The state has witnessed disputed court rulings over the legitimacy of the Amehule-led assembly, adding to tensions. Well, nationally, the PDP continues to struggle with unresolved internal conflicts, which have triggered several defections across the country. Dr. Anosike, you've listened to my intro. Now, this is the second time Amehule is defecting to the All Progressives Congress. Is there anything that differentiates the first defection with this one that we see now? I mean, on plenary, like they did before, he announced. Is there anything different? So what do you think we are going to witness in the coming days?
Well, this is the second missionary journey of Amehule into APC, even though it still remains the same, going by the Supreme Court judgment on the issue when it was taken that to court. But because the Supreme Court said that in their first attempt that they did not obtain APC membership card, and that their names were not in the APC register. So, but which means they are still on the same path, because he said that he's looking forward to getting his membership card. So he has not gotten it.
So technically speaking, he's still
a member of PDP. He's still where he is until his name enters their register, and he gets his membership card. But talking of defection, it is now that he can boldly say, I have defected, going by the Constitution. Because Constitution stipulates when there's crisis in the party.
Okay.
The first time that they defected, PDP has one national chairman and one national working committee. But right now, they have two national chairmen and two national working committees. That shows crisis in the party, which is a legitimate ground for defection.
Okay. So, Dr. Anosike, when you say that is a legitimate ground for defection because there is crisis in the party, Amehule is not a national figure. He plays at the state level. So is there crisis in the party? Because I understand the constitution to say if you're a senator or a member of the House of Representatives, if there's a problem, if there's a crisis within the party at the national level, you can defect. But Amehule is a member of the State House of Assembly, and the last count, PDP doesn't have internal crisis in Rivers State. So is it still legitimate on the ground of crisis within the party?
On the ground of the crisis in the party, there's crisis in PDP. In Rivers State, some belong to weaker faction, while some belong to Raki faction.
Yeah, but they don't have two state working committees or two state executive committees.
They have been polarized. They are already two. So when they go that to court and say there's a faction in PDP, there's crisis in PDP, they don't need much argument to press that case.
Okay.
So there's crisis in PDP, and it is a legitimate ground
for defection.
When
When you say that there are two factions in the PDP now, you know, the conversation gets very interesting. And you mentioned the Turaki faction and the Wike faction.
Yeah.
So where does the Fubara belong? Which faction does Fubara belong to?
Well, he has not made because he has not attended any of the meetings.
Okay.
Both the Turaki and Wike faction.
Okay.
So we can say that he is on the fence.
Okay.
We can say he is on the fence. And we can also ask a question. Before it was 27 members that defected. Now we are having about 15. Where are the others? It also shows that they have broken rank. Do you understand it? Which means if the remaining did not or defect, it will not even be easy to impeach Fubara because they cannot form a two-third.
Okay.
Maybe there have been internal politics within
the 27,
which is a good thing for
I'm
Fubara.
happy that you more like front-loaded this question because I was coming to that. Initially, we had 27 of them, you know, as a body, in bond, acting together, went to UK, everywhere they are together. But now we see Ameule lead 16 others, making them 17. So we have 10.
Yes.
And apart from the 10, you have the 3 that were originally part of the Okojumbo.
Yes,
so,
Okojumbo.
so you now have 17 and 13. Like you said, technically speaking, they can't impeach him because they
cannot get to 10.
So do we see, is there a battle renewed or what? Do you think that they are heading into another battle? Or does it look like Fubara has been able to break that rank?
That's what I am seeing. That's what I am seeing. Because if not, the 27 of them will have made that move as they made before. But now it seems that he had been able to break the rank.
Okay.
That's why one of them did not move at the same time.
So do you see fresh crisis coming to Rivers in the coming days?
No, there's already a crisis because they are not, one of them are not that's working seamlessly as we expected. Because when they went that to UK, what's his name? Nyesom Wike said that peace has returned to Rivers State. That was Wike's statement, that peace has returned to Rivers State. So I had expected a seamless working relationship between the State Assembly and the governor. And mind you, as of yesterday, they were insisting that Fubara should show them his commissioner nominees.
Okay.
Which means there are still a disagreement between them.
Okay, there's still disagreement. Yes, because the other day, within the week, Ameule said something more that looked more like an attack on the governor, that he's not taking care of education and all of that.
Yeah.
A lot of people understand, look, that there should be independence of the legislature from the executive. But wasn't that coming too soon? And recall, too, there was a news that broke out this evening that, look, the Rivers State House of Assembly has adjourned until next year, meaning that the governor is not going to present his 2026 budget. So where does that leave Rivers State?
Well, if they adjourn, that they can still reconcile.
Reconvene.
Reconvene. They can
okay.
still reconvene because the other states have been presenting their budgets. At least about 10 states have presented their this now budget now, and for them adjourning now is too early.
Okay.
So it must have been out of emergency. Understand? Maybe the Amawone that was shocked by the other members, not defecting.
Okay.
So they have that to go back to restrategize.
Okay, and the appropriate thing would be to shut down Rivers House of Assembly, for their personal interest.
Sure.
Which
is very, very bad.
Which is very
because
bad.
One is it is the development that is suffering. It is the people that are suffering.
There's something you always say about the abuse of power, how democracy dies in some places.
Into
tyranny of the few. Does it look like that is what is going on in Rivers
That's
State?
what is happening because people are not having their say in the current politics of Rivers State. All these have been just the State Assembly and the governor. And I'm sure Rivers State is suffering as we speak, both the people and the infrastructure. Both the people and the infrastructure, because where there's no peace, there can never be development. Understand me? So, which is not good for the people. And mind you, when you talk of wealth generation, Rivers State is the second richest state in the country. Even though the wealth is not trickling down to the masses.
Okay.
Yes? Or the wealth is not trickling down to the masses. You know, the years of Nelson Wike was almost a Father Christmas. Even dashing money to governors.
Yes, fellow governors.
Sure, understand me.
Sponsoring senators for elections, members of the House of Representatives.
And boasting with it.
And boasting with it.
So
now, from what you see, in Rivers State, do you think that Sim Fubara will eventually defect to the All Progressives Congress? Is there a likelihood? Especially now that we see that the 17 people, are divided. A lot of people take it for granted that before 2027, that Sim Fubara will move to APC. With this recent development, do you think that he will be more measured in taking that decision so as not to abandon the people that stood behind him?
He ought to be more measured because now things are not really because as I said before, I had expected a more seamless working relationship between Wike and Amawone when they both said that they have resolved their differences and peace has returned. But we have not seen that. What we have seen is a kind of piece of the graveyard, where this guy is nothing what he has in his mind, and this guy is nothing. So, for Amawone to come out and say that that FOBRA is neglecting education, which is a direct attack on the governor. Understand? And the governor, as Wike said, that FOBRA doesn't talk a lot, but what he does is in his mind. So I feel that is also the game because silence is a very powerful tool. Understand? You cannot attack what you don't know. So when somebody doesn't say anything, you cannot know what is in his mind. So once Amawone has now gotten a division in his team, it is a good news for the FOBRA side. Which, understand me, which means he had by either hook or crook broke their ranks.
Okay.
So he now have people on his own side. And with it, it will not be easy again that will be led by the nose, like when the 27 were
together.
Were together.
Okay. Now,
and then the situation in the country too, because Tinubu has a lot of issues that to tackle with. Understand?
And so I will not prioritize Rivers State anymore.
No.
Why shouldn't he? I mean, 2027 is also on the table.
He has
and
America.
River is swing for
he
him.
He has America on his neck.
Okay.
He has America on his neck. He understand the conditions that America gave him a kind of an impossible mandate. So he has to sweat to fulfill those mandates.
Now, talking about America being on his neck, I don't know if you saw that video where the Senate President Godswill Akpabio was.
I saw it.
Where he said, Trump is on our neck.
It's on our neck. Understand me?
Should he have said that?
No, he shouldn't have. But he always
because that's more like Nigerians know, but a lot of people were still
he shouldn't have said that. Understand me? He shouldn't have said that openly.
Openly.
Understand me? If it's in a quiet session, he can, but openly, where cameras are everywhere. Understand? It seems as if America is now welding
a big stick, and say if you don't do this, we are going to hit you and all of that.
So he shouldn't have said that. Which means without Trump being on their neck, they have told him to bow and go. Understand me? That's definitely what it means. Without Trump being on their neck, they have told the defense minister to bow and go.
Okay.
So which means Trump has woken them up.
Okay, now before we move on to the next topic, let's come back to River State. Now with everything that you see happening in River State, how long, if you had a crystal ball, how long do you think that the Wike dynasty will last in River State beyond 2027? Is it going to crumble? Is it going to collapse before 2027? Will it survive 2031 and all of that?
Well, as I said, Tinubu has enough trouble that's on his hands.
I bet he still wants to win elections.
He has to first of all solve this problem. Okay. Because his winning election is tied down to solving this problem.
Okay.
Understand? It is not Trump that is going to do it, it is him. And he's going to imagine outlawing Sharia.
Putting pressure,
Understand me?
Hizbah police and outlaw.
Understand me? So it's going to backfire on him. There's going to be a rebel from the north. Understand me? There's going to be a rebel from the north. So he has a lot of trouble that's in his hand.
To pay attention to whatever is going on.
Whatever anybody is said.
So technically speaking, what you are saying is that without the president, Wike is more like nobody in River State.
Without it is the presidential backing that gave him all the power.
But he has deep pockets.
The Fobra, as incumbent, also has deep pockets.
Okay.
So Fobra, as the current incumbent, can fight Wike kobo to kobo, naira to naira.
Okay, so
and mind you, he has been the accountant general of the state since 2010. So knows where the money is coming from.
Okay. So if peradventure or by chance Wike is removed as the FCT minister, his reign will automatically end.
Crumble. His reign will automatically, Wike will become a nobody, both in Rivers and in the country as a whole.
Okay, now he seems to, a lot of people believe that he has caused a lot of problem and embarrassment for the president. Now, do you think that the president is likely to shove him aside before 2027? Is there a possibility it could happen?
I don't really know. I don't really know.
Okay.
Understand? And for me, I'm not really seeing it happening. But the recklessness of Nyesom Wike has ended.
After which incident?
Eh?
After which incident?
He cannot do all those things with what is currently happening in the country.
Okay.
He cannot embark that's on all those acts with what is currently happening in the country. Everybody is being guided. Everybody is being guarded. Understand?
Okay, so something happened within the week, and Turaki-led National Working Committee issued expulsion certificates to Wike, Fayose, Anyanwu, and a few other people. And from the press release, they said that that event took place at the national head office of the People's Democratic Party, which had been under lock and key on the orders of Anyanwu and Wike. Now, if the Turaki-led National Working Committee is operating from that head office, does it look like they have, so to speak, overpowered Wike and Co?
Once they are there, once the person that is there is the person in charge of the party.
Okay.
Understand? The person that is there is the person in charge of the party. I know that Wike gave order for there to be sealed. He put his policemen there, and I remember Sheyi Makinde saying that he's ready to stay there for 2 weeks. Understand? And they gained control on that day. And it was downside for Nyesom Wike. It was downside for Nyesom Wike because now his own team are now issuing statements from the side.
Okay.
Understand me? His own team is now issuing statements from the side. But I know that the person in the house is the owner of the house.
Now, before we move on to the next topic of discussion, does it look like the president has abandoned him, even if it is temporarily?
I said, if fire is put on your palm, you have to first of all remove it. There's fire on Tinubu's palm as we speak.
Okay.
There's fire on his... So he's not going to look at anybody, even his wife or children, until that fire is out of his hands.
Okay. All right, then. Now let's move on. President Bola Tinubu's 65 ambassadorial nominees are set for intense Senate scrutiny next week, with several opposition lawmakers warning that the screening will be far from routine. They insist that only individuals with integrity and strong diplomatic capacity will be approved, stressing that ambassadorial roles should not be reduced to political patronage. The latest nominations follow nearly 2 years without substantive ambassadors in many countries, a gap attributed to financial constraints, embassy dilapidation, and political considerations. Meanwhile, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar criticized President Tinubu for nominating immediate past INEC Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu as a non-career ambassador, while Atiku argued that such an appointment sends the wrong message and risks undermining public confidence in the electoral process, especially given controversies surrounding the 2023 elections. He warned that rewarding an election umpire with a diplomatic post just weeks after leaving office raises serious moral and political concerns. Now, Dr. Anosike, the president nominated more names as ambassadors, names like Damba Zhao, former chief of army staff, former minister of defense, Ebo Akete Bas, former solo administrator, emergency rule in Rivers State, former chief of naval staff, or Hakim's wife, Eta Inang. Now, do you agree with the president on those nominations, the fresh ones? I'm looking at the fresh ones.
For me, they call him a master strategist. But what I'm seeing here is foolhardiness. What I am seeing, I'm not seeing any master strategy
Dr.
here.
Anosike, you are talking about our president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Look, there are things you shouldn't do. You are nominating somebody for diplomatic role. You are picking Kebas.
So, what's wrong with that? Former chief of naval staff. Do you know what it means to get to that height?
Excuse me, I'm talking of the role that you use him to obstruct democracy.
By who?
In Rivers State.
Says who?
What did he do?
What did he not do? The case went up to the Supreme Court. What did the Supreme Court say?
What did the Supreme Court say?
The Tinubu didn't act alone. We had a National Assembly that ratified that emergency rule.
Who nominated him?
Of course, Tinubu did.
Was it well ratified?
By the National Assembly.
With a voice vote.
But they did.
That's illegality.
But they did. Okay, so why didn't Nigerians contest it?
This kind of a thing, contest where there's the case that PDP took that to the Supreme Court, what happened? Supreme Court put that case aside until the 6 months that elapsed.
Okay.
Is that justice.
Okay, so you think that's a violation of justice?
Is that so? The world are not stupid.
Okay,
the Nigerians are not stupid. So Tinubu should have allowed these guys to rest for some time before bringing them up.
Abbas,
Mahmoud. Everybody know how that he conducted a disputed election. Understand? People know that that Abbas was used to obstruct democracy in Rivers State. Understand? And this is still fresh in the mind of the people. This is still very, very fresh in the mind of the people, and you are rewarding them. You are rewarding them. Where they are going, they already have the information about these people. And they will not have any respect anywhere they are being posted to. I'm telling you, there's no country that Mahmoud Yakubu will go and they will respect him. There's no country that Abbas will go and they will respect him. Unless in military ruled countries.
Okay, now when you say will respect them, they first of all have to accept them. After signing, they have to send the agreement, what is called agreement. If that person is accepted, now the country will not issue a letter of credence. Now, at what level do you think that these countries can reject these nominees?
No, that they may tolerate you, but not accept, but
not respect.
But will not respect you and will not do business with you.
Okay.
So, if a country has vital information about Nigeria, because of their reputation, they will not want to discuss with them.
Okay, so when they don't respect you and they don't do business with you, technically
they can tolerate you in their country.
In their country.
Understand? But they will not be treating you the way an ambassador, because an ambassador is the mirror of the country that is coming from.
Okay, mirror of the country. Now, I like the word you use. The ambassador is the mirror of the country. Now, let's interrogate the full list. We have names like Reno, FFK, Ikbazo, Uwanyi. Now, these are names that carry lots of controversies. Do you have any problems with these people going to?
Most of them has corruption cases.
Like who?
Ikbazu say he used 10 billion for an airport.
Okay.
Where is that airport in Abia State?
So who is trying him? Who is trying him?
Where is that airport? He has been asked to refund the money.
The Dr. Anosik, I'm not sure you have your facts right.
Okay.
Who asked him to refund the money?
The Abia State, the current governor of Abia State said that they have searched everywhere for where the airport is located. They couldn't find it.
Okay.
Therefore, he should refund that 10 billion. Because there's a budget of 10 billion. You saw it. A budget of 10 billion for an airport that was not built in Abia State.
Well, I understand your position, but the governor, let's finish with, is our state. So let's finish with Abia State. The same governor took Okezi Ikpazo, and his administration to EFCC. And in less than 2 hours, they came out. And EFCC, that was how the thing ended. So will you say...
Are you sure that it has ended?
It has ended, yes.
I don't know.
The contractor, the person that signed off that money, went there, he didn't spend up to 2 hours. So on what basis would Alex ask him to refund the money?
Must have gone
and that was how the case died.
They must have gone and made statements that EFCC will continue with their investigation.
For more than 2 years, and they can't come up with something.
All we know is that Ikpazo siphoned the 10 billion allegedly for an airport.
Okay, all right. Let's move on. But before we move on, Ikpazo also provided proof that money was diverted to construction of roads in Abia State. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, I've just told you. Let's move on. FFK, former aviation minister, Hotford train, very brilliant. What do you have against him?
Hey, when this your FFK Oxford trained said that he's ready to lead Hamas against Israel. You read it?
Yes, I did.
And it's a good statement.
I mean, that's his opinion. He's entitled to it.
Okay, but internet doesn't forget.
Okay.
So once you are nominated for an ambassador to any country, what they will go is to go and search who you are.
Who you are.
Understand me? And what will come out of these people will not be palatable to any country.
What if it is a country that supports Hamas against Israel?
Okay, fine. They can send him to Iran.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
It will be good if FFK goes to Iran.
Okay. FFK cleared.
Yes.
Ugwuanyi.
Ugwuanyi.
Ifeanyi.
He lost his opportunity. I know that. I'm not aware of any EFCC case against him.
Okay.
Understand? But his people are not satisfied with his stewardship as a governor.
Okay.
That's the Enugu state people. He came from Enugu North.
Yes.
They're not satisfied with his stewardship as a governor. Understand?
Okay, and the president is rewarding him. Meanwhile, he failed his senatorial ambition. He couldn't go to Senate.
He lost in his own word.
Okay.
He lost in his own word.
And we see the president rewarding him.
In Udenu.
Okay,
yeah.
Political reward.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about Dambazao, former Chief of Army Staff, former Minister of Defense. What do you have against him?
Well, those people, at least, they have been off the night for some years.
Okay.
My concern is these current people, Reno or Mockery, understand? FFK, this Ebas,
okay.
Mahmoud, their sins are still very fresh in the mind of the people. Dambazor, there's nothing current that I can remember of him unless I go back and search.
Okay.
But these current people who are involved in a lot of controversies, you put them aside. That's my concern.
Okay, that's your concern. Now, let's go to the screening. At the backdrop of this backlash that we have seen, people like, in fact, we even have an American, Mike Arnold, campaigning against Reno. Reno is this, Reno is that, and
which
all
is
of that.
True, which is true.
Now, do you see the Senate conducting thorough grilling, to the extent that some of them are, sifted from? Is it possible that some of the names will be dropped at the Senate level?
Well, for me, the Senate that you have a month ago before Donald Trump came on board is no more the same.
Okay.
At least Akpabio confirmed it. Understand? Because the issue of bow and gold will no more be in practice. They are going to do a more thorough job. They are going to do a more thorough job. So the Senate have to be up and doing now. As Akpabio said that Trump is on their neck, that they are no more ready to be playing politics. So I feel that they are going to do a more thorough job.
Okay, so based on that, do you see Akpabio? Is Akpabio wearing a new badge of honor now? Will Nigerians, believe in whatever he does?
That's a survival mechanism.
Okay.
Understand? Mind you, the time that there was a report that he said something against the United States, he went all out. He should there's an advertorial in newspapers to deny that.
Okay.
Understand me? And mind you, as a politician, when the president and the vice goes, the Senate president
is the next in line.
Understand me? So we should also have that in mind, because there are insinuations somewhere that both number one and number two are involved in some unpleasant things.
Okay.
Understand me?
Now, if you consider the kind of, how far do you think Donald Trump might go, in trying to put pressure on Nigeria's leadership? There's the visa ban. You are aware of the visa ban that they propose, to government officials and even private individuals. Of what effect would that be? I mean, these people, if they don't go to US, they can get into Europe. They can even go to, as a matter of fact, a lot of them even go to Asia now. They go to Middle East, Dubai, Bahrain, and all of that. So the visa ban, of what consequence is it?
We are no more talking about visa ban. Understand? Mind you, yesterday, there was a protest in the United States.
Okay.
Nigerians protested in different different states in the United States. So the pressure is there. Understand? And that pressure, they are transferring here. So Nigeria is changing. It's not going to be business as usual anymore.
Okay, so we expect to, in the coming days, you expect that we'll see a new National Assembly.
We're expecting that everybody will sit up or pretend to sit up.
Okay, everybody will sit up or pretend to sit up. Now, do you see Trump, before we leave, now, do you see Trump, putting light footprints? Yes, boots on ground, footprints, in the war against terror. Do you think he's likely to do that?
He has given his order, understand?
Okay.
They have given what Nigerians should do. And if Nigeria don't do it, I'm sure that he will do what he said that he will.
I recall that he asked Pete Hegseth to get ready for war in case it gets to that level.
They have, I'm sure they will do what Trump will do what he said, because that's also pressure on him in the United States.
Okay.
That to stop what is happening in the country.
From who? The evangelicals or from the Nigerian community?
Even both Nigerians, Americans, and people from other parts of the world.
Okay. All right. Now, Dr. Anosike, the next topic is sort of related to this one because the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, and newly sworn-in Defense Minister General Christopher Musa, retired, have vowed that the federal government will defeat terrorism and restore peace across Nigeria. Ribadu warned that anyone or any group attempting to destabilize communities or undermine national security will face decisive action, stressing that Nigeria has already secured 775 terrorism-related convictions through coordinated national efforts. General Musa, inaugurated by President Bola Tinubu, pledged to rebuild Nigeria's defense structure and deliver visible security improvements within a short time. He emphasized greater synergy among the armed forces, security agencies, and the public, promising to ensure that Nigerians can return to their farms, schools, and daily lives without fear. While religious leaders, including Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, urged the new minister to flush out terrorists and restore normalcy nationwide, expressing confidence that his experience will strengthen Nigeria's security posture. Amid the wider security climate, a monarch kidnapped in Kwara State remains in captivity as his community negotiates ransom, while police in Rivers State rescued 5 abducted university students unharmed. The successful rescue operation, conducted with support from local communities and sister security agencies, offered a rare positive moment as authorities continue efforts to track down the fleeing kidnappers and address the country's worsening security challenges. Talking tough, Chris Musa and Nuhu Ribadu, is this more like a new broom sweeping clean? Does it look like that?
They are trying to deceive Nigerians.
What do you mean?
One, on the role of the media is called EEI, understand? And educate, entertain, and inform.
Okay.
So Nigerians need to know that Christopher Musa is now less powerful than his former position.
No, I don't get it. He was Minister of...
he was Chief of Defense Staff.
Chief of Defense Staff, okay.
Understand me?
Okay.
Who has power to command troops. Now he is a politician. Understand me?
Yes,
he can just issue advice to the service chiefs.
Okay.
So, but now he's now coming as if he's the sheriff, the new sheriff. Understand me? So all this that he's talking is not within his power.
Okay, now let's break it down so that the viewer at home will understand. We have the Chief of Army Staff, COAS. We have the Chief of Naval Staff. We have the Chief of Air Staff. Now, the 3 of them report to the Chief of
Defense Staff.
Now, this command that we have, Army, Navy, Air Force that reports to the Chief of
Defense
Staff.
Staff.
Under which ministry? Which ministry supervises them?
Which is his own position before.
Okay, now which ministry supervises these commands?
Ministry of Defense.
And so who is the minister? Christopher Musa.
He is but he doesn't have power to command a soldier.
Are you sure?
He doesn't have any power to command a soldier.
But he can give orders to the CDS who will in turn.
CDS will obey.
Of course.
A civilian. It doesn't happen.
But we just roll out the chain of command.
Excuse me, it doesn't happen. He is now less powerful than he was before.
Okay, so according to you, he is less powerful than he was before.
The powerful guys are the one that commands troops. Understand me? So he's a minister saying shoot aside, shoot on sight. He don't have that power.
But I just told you that the Chief of Defense Staff reports to him.
To him?
Yes, as the minister that supervises the entire ministry. And you just said the Army, the Air Force, the Navy report to Chief of Defense Staff, and would they have a supervising ministry, which is the Ministry of Defense, and you have Christopher Musa as the defense
what
minister.
Christopher Musa is doing is advisory.
I don't get it. Advisory as a minister?
What his role is advisory.
What of policy initiatives that he rolls out and signs off on them?
Signs off on them, yes, and give to the Chief of Defense Staff.
Now, you speak as if that the military is no longer subject to civil authorities.
They have chains of command.
And in the Ministry of Finance, in the Ministry of Defense, on whose table does the buck stop?
Where?
In the Ministry of Defense.
Chief of Defense Staff.
And not the Minister of Defense.
Chief of Defense Staff.
Dr. Anasike, a lot of people,
a lot
of Nigerians, a lot of people.
He takes order from the CNC, the Commander-in-Chief. Understand me?
Okay.
The Chief of Defense Staff takes order from the Commander-in-Chief. Understand? Who is the only person that can tell him go to war or not go to war? The Minister of Defense cannot tell him go to war. Are you aware of it?
No, I'm not. We are holding a conversation.
Okay. It is only the Commander-in-Chief that can tell the Chief of Defense Staff go to war.
Okay, now, the Chief of Defense Staff...
Because of that CNC that he is holding.
Okay. Can the Chief of Army Staff bypass the Chief of Defense Staff and the Minister of Defense and move straight to the CNC? Does it happen?
President has held meeting with the Chief of Army Staff.
Okay.
He has held meeting with the Chief of
Defense Staff.
With the Chief of Defense Staff.
And,
he can hold
another service chief.
Several distinct meetings.
Okay.
Understand?
All right.
But the person that holds the power is the person that commands the troops.
Okay, the person that commands the troop. So apparently, what you're saying is that Christopher Musa has misfired by saying shoot at sight.
He cannot. He don't have that power.
Okay.
He don't have that power.
But we have not seen the Chief of Defense Staff said no. What you said is not correct.
Oh no, everybody is playing politics.
And everybody is under pressure.
All correct.
Okay, now.
So excuse me. Is there any difference between the Minister of Defense and Minister of Aviation?
Minister of Defense and Minister of Aviation.
Yes.
They are cabinet level ministers.
Okay. Does one has more power than the other?
The Minister of Aviation, does he supervise the Nigerian Army?
No, but mind you, what of the Air Force?
Does he supervise the
I'm asking you.
No, does he supervise? He doesn't supervise the Air Force.
So, which means that the naval, the Chief of Air Staff doesn't report to him.
No,
I'm asking a question.
No, aviation is a ministry. Aviation is a ministry. We have the defense.
Is what?
Defense is a ministry, but under defense, you have the Nigerian Army, you have the Nigerian Navy, and you have the Nigerian Air Force.
What I want Nigerians to know is that Musa is no more as powerful as he was as the chief of defense.
Okay, that's your take on that.
Yes,
He's
because
no more as
he
powerful.
has lost that power of controlling
Troops. Okay, he has lost that power of controlling troops.
And that's where the power is.
And that's where the power is. Okay, I think it's an ongoing debate. A lot of Nigerians understand our drifts, different drifts. Now, how do you think that Christopher Musa how far do you think he can go in this fight? Now that you say, look, he doesn't command troops anymore, so he doesn't have the order, he doesn't have the power to issue orders and all of that. And he's talking tough. How far do you think he can travel?
Excuse me, Bible said, let us reason together.
It's not, even Godfather said that.
Okay. The Tinubu tell us why he removed him before.
Why he removed Christopher
Musa as the chief of defense staff.
I wouldn't know.
If he was performing, would he have been removed?
So why was he brought back if he wasn't performing?
No. He was, as the Tinubu is under pressure.
Okay, so the president is so confused that, he says, now leave today, and tomorrow he says, come back.
He is under pressure. He is under pressure. And when you are under pressure, you make mistakes.
Okay.
So there's no way somebody you removed just a month ago, maybe if you want to reshuffle security, to remove somebody basically for not performing.
Dr. Anosike, we are out of time. This conversation is very, very interesting. Unfortunately, we are out of time. I wanted to ask you, 30 seconds, what do you think will happen to Bello Matawalle in the coming months?
Or there's a serious pressure on the president to remove him, both from Nigeria and the United States.
Okay, now I'll take that as a concluding thought. Or you want to use 30 seconds to wrap up from the first topic?
And for me, I don't see him escaping it because Tinubu will want to save his own head.
Okay, his own head, and that is 2027.
Yes.
All right, Dr. Anosike, I must say a very big thank you to you for this wonderful opportunity to appear on my show. That's how far we can go on this. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, the bus manager, the sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nnena Ndemdiuto. Stay with us and don't go away. I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock in the morning on The Morning Show. From me, enjoy the rest of your weekend, and bye for now.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Every day, more than 10,000 cubic meters of sand are dredged from the Lagos Lagoon. Authorities say this unchecked activity is destabilizing aquatic habitats, threatening communities and placing livelihoods in danger. At a press briefing in Alausa, the Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Dayabush Alebioshu, said urgent action is needed to protect the lagoon.
What are we looking at achieving at the summit? Coming up with policies, agreeing, identifying problems, profiling solutions. I think we have admired our problems for too long, how beautiful our problems are. This is now the time to get up, speak to those problems, come up with policies, come up with laws, identify how we can conquer, and then move forward from there.
Already, erosions have claimed coastal communities such as Idotun village and the Igbejuleki, sweeping away homes, displacing families and destroying livelihoods. The Lagos shoreline has also been threatened for decades, worsened by climate change and human activities. Officials warn the illegal dredging is left unchecked could undermine waterfront settlements and escalate flooding risk. To tackle these challenges, the state government has partnered with Netherlands, a global leader in water coastal management, to find innovative and sustainable solutions. Beyond addressing these threats, the government says the lagoon holds enormous potential for transportation, tourism, fisheries and trade, if properly managed.
We have invited representatives from all of those areas, particularly the royal fathers and the heads of communities. We've invited them. They will be coming as the representatives of those areas, so that they can also tell us what they're experiencing. There's going to be data collation amongst other things, and it's only when you have data you would know how to use it and how to speak to the problems.
For the state government, safeguarding the lagoon is not just about protecting the environment, but also securing the economy and heritage of Lagos. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? The coming
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nena Ndomdioto, and of course, I know you would say, thank God it's Friday. But anyways, today on the Issues, examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From Bwala claiming tracking bandits with technology is difficult, to Peter Obi condemning distribution of campaign vehicles by federal government. Also, Rivers State Speaker and other lawmakers, 16 other lawmakers, I beg your pardon, defect from PDP to APC. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break now, and when we return, we'll, of course, dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The presidency says Nigeria continues to face major challenges in using technology to track and neutralize bandits across the country. Special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on policy communication, Daniel Bwala, who disclosed this during an interview, explained that while security agencies can trace Nigerians using local social media platforms, tracking criminals who rely on services outside the country is more complicated. Nigeria has faced a surge in insecurity, with banditry, terrorism, and kidnappings increasingly affecting communities, and of course, particularly in the northwest and northeast. Meanwhile, Katsina State Governor Diko Rada says the state's peace pact with repentant bandits is already yielding results. Commending the communities for entering the peace deals, he revealed that attacks have dropped significantly in areas previously plagued by violence. Governor Rada also noted the financial impact of the peace initiative on the state's resources. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Elvis Elimihele, our political and public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us.
Good evening.
I saw you nodding your head like you wanted to make mistake with my name.
Gradually.
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm getting used to it. Glad to have you join us tonight. Joining us virtually is Lekia Christian. He is a public affairs analyst, a social justice crusader, and the president, Niger Delta Coalition Against Violence. We get to have him join us later on in the show. Boala's statement about us not being able to track or the ability to track, these terrorists is not. It's difficult. What do you think about it?
Well, it is just because we've not done what we are supposed to do. Then Nigeria is big and Nigeria is rich enough. And Nigeria being its location within West Africa and Africa, ought to know that there are some certain things we are not supposed to joke with. Why is it that our satellites are not functioning? We're told sometimes that we have about 4. And we're told now that NigerSat 1 and 2 are still working. What's the function of those ones? If Daniel Boala is telling us that, we cannot monitor, or Nigerian security system cannot actually fish out these terrorists in the forest because of a network or whatever he's talking about, why don't we use a more advanced technology that will be able to at least picture them where they are? This one will also help the Nigeria Air Force to actually launch precise operations against these people. That's what I by now, I think, since this insurgency started 16 years now, we've been in this matter. One would have expected that by now, Nigeria would have developed so much sophisticated technology that will be able to thwart whatever the terrorists are bringing on board and be able to handle them and nip them. So, but since we have been paying lip service to whatever we have been talking about, insurgency, terrorism, and all that in Nigeria, that's why you see somebody, a spokesperson of the president, will come and use this as an excuse for a nation that is sophisticatedly rich, a nation that knows that they is wallowing in the debris of terrorism over the years. So what has the government what attempt have they made to put in place at least 1 or 2 things that will be able to help Nigerians to actually live free life, if really they have been telling Nigerians that they are fighting this insurgency, with their true hearts? Okay,
while you were talking, one of the just reminded me of one of the things that the ex-CDS said.
Yes.
While he was being screened, he also talked about
fencing of the borders.
Yes, and then he also talked about fencing of the borders.
Yes.
That's what he talked about during his conference,
yes.
while during the time the presidency, when he went to meet the president and all of that. But while he was being screened, one of the things he said was that the need for technology, we really talked about the need for technology. And then when you now hear an aide or a presidential aide coming out to tell us that...
These are flimsy excuses. Nigeria will not buy this because the CDS has been a theater commander before he was made CDS, now the Minister for Defense. He has seen it all. And he has even advised Nigeria and said, look at countries of the world. As sophisticated as US, they still fence their boundary between America and Mexico. It's not that US cannot even use technology alone to drive, whatever crime that is, trying to spill in from the border of Mexico into America. But they still believe that let us also do this. He has told Nigerians that Pakistan fence the border between them and Afghanistan. Afghanistan has been a very notorious country, but they know that the only way we can have peace is to do this. Why have we not invested in some of these things over the years? Now we are now coming to give very cheap excuses why Nigerians must remain an insecure state, why Nigerians must every day live with their hearts in their mouth because of insecurity. Daniel Boala should not even bring this in. It demeans the way Nigerian government is being looked at the Committee of Nations, especially in Africa. We're supposed to be a big brother that live by example and show example to others. Why are we talking as if we are a wretched state? But when it comes to what to use to service themselves, Nigeria can easily afford it. But when it comes to servicing the people who brought them into power, tell you that, oh, we are working on it, or we have not been able to afford it. We will not buy this. If this terrorist, this miscreant, can come and do video and post, and we see videos from them, and Nigeria government don't have the facility, don't have the technology to track that video and know where they are domiciled within Nigeria. It's not as if these people are outside this nation. They are within Nigeria, and somebody is telling us that, oh, we don't have, because of the type of platform they use in sending out their video. That's why we cannot track them. Is that platform they use, is it not created in this world? Did it come from somewhere else? Is it, at least, the people that created that platform, can't we also tell them, okay, these people are using your platform to terrorize us? How do we also find a way to track them? Do you think that the creator of those platforms are happy that insurgency has taken over Nigeria or terrorism has taken? Nobody, there's no part of the world that celebrates terrorism. So I don't think if Nigerians have actually done the due diligence to actually say, okay, let us reach out to this, the communication they are using, that these people will not cooperate with them and tell them, okay, we will be of assistance in whatever form.
Okay, I have, something about you. I have some other questions, of course, definitely to follow up on that. But let's get to our virtual guest. Glad to have you join us.
Good to be with you once more.
Yeah, okay, so we're talking about Boala's statement that technology is proving difficult. It's being difficult for us to be able to track these criminals as a country. So would you really say that this challenge, is it really technological, or is it a failure of political will and investment over the years?
Well, that's an interesting issue that will always command the attention of our people. You know, one very critical factor in all of this is that the truth is in the open market. Everybody knows what the truth is. The attitude of some government personnel cannot distort the truth. Advancing flimsy excuses will not help anybody. There is no moral justification for anybody to encourage this festering insecurity in Nigeria. In the first place, the technological space, the digital space, is like a free space. Everybody can access it, and it's being globalized. Starlink or not Starlink, or trying to advance any excuse is not true. If you listen to the current minister, the newly appointed Minister of Defense, and if you look at his pedigree and the level of integrity he has earned, from his years of service, you know that he's a man who talks from the background of experience. And that we all know that the digital space does not belong, even where you have, people can even hack. There is always a back end to everything people do. So Nigeria as a nation is a signatory to so many international conventions. And we can demand as a matter of national security for them to give us what we need. Otherwise, we equally have right to accuse and sue those people of being complicit in the current situation in Nigeria. So for us, there is no such excuse. I don't see such as an excuse. I see it as complicity and people trying to justify that what they have been able to sustain. But it's a disgrace to this nation, because the primary responsibility of any government should be to provide security for lives as well as the properties of Nigerians in this country. So anything short of that amounts to failure. So I'm sure that he talking might not be, I wouldn't want anybody to take him serious from this perspective. Every time you open your mouth to talk, whether you are conscious of it or not, you are giving out what you have. And people judge you and assess you on the basis of all that you give each time you have the opportunity to so do. So for me, technology will only but help Nigeria. And we should be real. there's a lack of patriotism on the part of those who, most of the people who are politically opportune to work within the circle of governance in this country. And it's a sorry tale and a very pitiable situation. But Nigerians must rise up to demand for accountability, and that we equally have right to insist that when we find out that certain persons are not working in the best interest of this country, we should rise up collectively against the sustainability of such a character in governance.
Okay, let's look at the Chief of Defense, the Minister of Defense, and some things that he said before we go to, of course, what the Katsina governor is saying about the fact that they're having peace deals with the bandits. Before we go there, let's look at some of the things that the Minister of Defense had said. He recently actually said, came out to say that he's going to do, after he was really confirmed, he was going to do a lot to ensure that this becomes a thing of the past. Do you really think, I'm on you, Lekia, do you think that this is just talk? And what do you make of some of the statements that he has made? Do you really see him going out of his way or going out of, to do all of this?
Fortunately, Christopher Musa is somebody I know too well. We have been close a little bit, and I can tell you for sure how passionate he is when it comes to his job. I can tell you that if allowed to perform or discharge his duty, he will spell wonders into place within the shortest possible time. The problem is politicizing military operations. If he is allowed to work, I know he have that capacity, and I can vote for him, even from this end. But when you are being pulled into a choiceless angle where you are not being allowed to discharge your duty, that's where I oftentimes advise people, rather than destroy your hard-earned reputation and the trust you have enjoyed from those who have been privileged to meet you, you just resign from that position. But I can tell you, based on personal understanding of who Christopher Musa is, that he is like a square peg in a square hole. And I'm sure that he means what he is saying, and Nigerians should take him serious. But we should equally pray for him, because he's a very determined person. In fact, he is uncommonly determined when it comes to the pursuit of his professional goals. So I believe that the political class will leave him alone and allow him access to materials and all that is required for him to discharge the responsibility of his new office. And I'm sure that that will be a plus for the Nigerian government.
Okay, thank you. Let me get back to the studio. Mr. Elvis, I was going to call you Dr. Elvis. Okay, so, one of the things Lekia said was about, will he be allowed to do what he needs to do? Do you also told that line? Do you think that there's this thing about not being given the chance or not being given the opportunity to fly as high as they would actually want to? Is that why we're still here as a nation?
Yeah, that depends on the president who appointed him. If President Tinubu actually, remember the toga of his office, the president and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and he has appointed somebody that Nigerians so believe in that he will be able to do the job, then the honest lies that Tinubu should actually assist him in getting whatever he needs to make that office function and be able to discharge this responsibility to the best interest of Nigerians. If there is any lacuna, hindering his discharge of the office, it means it's coming from the presidency. It's the president himself that Nigerians will be held responsible. Because you can't give somebody a job as technical, as volatile, and as important as it is now, considering the present situation we are now in terms of insecurity. And again, not giving him the facilities to be able to enforce the responsibility of that office as expected. So if there is anything that is lacking, there is nobody in Nigeria that is more than the president of Nigeria. So no, he cannot tell Nigerians now that, the National Assembly are the one that are sitting on General Musa's performance as Minister of Defense, or there's no other arm. He's the one that appointed him. Everything he needs, let him give him the free hands, because this man has been there all through. He was theater commander before he became a chief of defense staff, and now he has been made Minister of Defense. He has been an operational person. Then now he's now going to be functioning as a policy maker and all that. So most of the things he has said when he was chief of defense staff, whom his office cannot finance, at least by now he will have the opportunity now that as defense minister, he has a budget that he's going to defend before the National Assembly and all that. But you also look at it that for the past 4 or 5 years now, Nigeria budget has always been predicated, defense has always been taking the highest chunk. So now, some of these things he mentioned, like fencing the border, like technology and all these things, like even went as far as saying that most of the insurgency is not just all about kinetic alone, that we should also be talking of non-kinetic, that there are so many ungoverned spaces which have never felt the impact of government in Nigeria, which means infrastructures and others are also lacking in some places, which have also made it difficult for them to actually carry out their job. These are some of the opportunities now he has now to actually also liaise with some other ministers now in the same platform with him and say, okay, I have this problem in my ministry, and I know too well that this is your ministry, like Ministry of Works. If there are some areas that need to be opened up, why don't you assist so that my people, I cannot be able to give orders to the operation arm of the armed forces to say, now this place is open up. What is holding you? So if there is anything that is hindering General Musa to perform as expected, hold the president responsible. He picked him, and he must give him all the tools, all the facilities, and all the encouragement that he needs to be successful, because Nigerians are watching the success of General Musa. General Musa must not come back and tell Nigerian stories at the end of his tenure. Because what Nigeria will not like to hear is that, oh, I was head down. If you are head down and you see you cannot, what you need, you are not getting it, resign and let Nigerians know that this is the reason why I'm resigning. But if you know that you have given all that you need for that office, discharge it responsibly. Let Nigeria begin to see the effect of your office positively to Nigerians, because Nigerians want to go back to their respective businesses. Nigerians want to travel without going to churches to go and be doing fasting and prayer before you visit your village. So we want to be free as we were before this terrorism came on board.
Yeah, really, like you said, Nigerians are really hoping on so much. We're really hoping on so much. Charlie, looks like, and that's one of the things he said also, that's the Minister of Defense, that, he knows that Nigerians have high expectations about him. And, well, like you said, we hope that, Nigerians hope that he's going to
discharge. Nena, this is one of the appointments Tinubu has made, President Tinubu has made, and Nigerians, almost every Nigerian applauded it. This man's CV was everywhere on the net. Everybody was visiting it, going to take a look at his CV, and you see the overwhelming acceptance Nigerians gave to his appointment. So that's why I'm saying that if there is anything that is going to hinder him from not being able to discharge as expected, he should quickly resign and drop it, so that Nigeria will know he wanted to work. Some other government may still come in future. Somebody of this nature has a good CV. Not that you go and be complacent with them at the end of the day, you now start giving us excuses. If there's anything that is going to hinder you from getting your duties, effectively discharged, as Nigerians have welcomed you, Nigerians have supported this your appointment and all that, then let Nigerians know as well.
Talking about Nigerians supporting his appointment, I actually heard someone say yesterday, actually on the show, and I think I want you to chime in on that he actually feels that the Minister of Defense, that President Tinubu should have made him, or he should be better as the NSA, as the Minister of Defense. Charlie, looking at the fact that the NSA is, as in his position as a police officer before he became a political appointee, that it looks like he's like a junior, Charlie, the rank of a lieutenant general, and some of these high-ranking officials or officers might just see it as insubordination. No, they're not insubordination in quote, but they might all look at it like, this man is too, on a normal day, why should he even be in this, our caucus, having this, why should he even be? And I know there are calls for his removal. Though some persons are saying, no, it should not be removed. Some people are saying that position is supposed to be held by an ex-soldier. And the person who, my guest yesterday, was actually saying that the ex-CDS should have been very perfect for the NSA job.
Well, I don't really see so, Nena, because this is a collaborative thing. There is no specific office that can fight insecurity alone. It's a collaboration. All of them are going to work in harmony to be able to achieve what we are looking for. If you look at the NSA, Mr. Arubadu, he is an intelligent officer. Most of these things we are talking about, it's not all about going to the field. If you go to the field without appropriate planning, you are still going to fail. If now General Musa has also been appointed now as the Minister for Defense, both of them are coming from that angle of intelligence, and they've been in the field and they know what is expected. And they all have history, a very long history of the insurgencies that have plagued Nigeria for 16 years now. They have the history. It's for now for them to harmonize themselves and work together and bring every other persons that they feel their office is connecting to be able to get to the root cause and nip it. You understand? It's not a matter of, this is not a time to come and be saying, oh, I'm senior to you in rank. Oh, my office is bigger than your office. What Nigerians are expecting is that let the job be done. If the job is done, first of all, President Tinubu will take the glory. Oh, it was in Tinubu's government that the insurgency, the terrorism in Nigeria that almost tore this country apart got settled. Then everybody will now begin to look at the role that were played by every aide and minister that work under Tinubu's government. All of them will take the glory. So this is not even the time to be saying, oh, he's a policeman and this one is a military. No. We are not talking about seniority and rank here. We are talking about let the job be done and get the job done and let Nigeria be able to go back to where we were before this terrorism came on board.
Okay, and let me get our virtual guest, chime into this discussion. I don't know if you want to lend your voice to this particular question, about, like I said, a guest said that he feels that the Minister of Defense is better off being in the office of the NSA. Do you think that should be the case?
No. And I know him, he would not even be thinking in that direction or along that line. For anybody who does so, it will amount to class arrogance. I'll tell you of a truth. There is always synergy required for you to achieve when it comes to security business. And it is always intelligence driven. And it is on the basis of collaboration that you achieve the best. But why we have suffered over the years has been as a result of the absence of trust, mutual trust between sister security organizations. Like you talk about the police, junior, if Ribado were to be served until now, there's every tendency that from AIG, he ought to have been IGP too. So it's not about rank, it's all about understanding, it's all about national service, it's all about understanding the responsibility of their office and being willing and determined to discharge those responsibilities without any sense of inferiority. It's about service to the nation. The nation is number one. And so if Nigeria has been placed ahead of all, these people will be one of the finest of pair. And I can tell you, we know what the kind of thing Ribado pulled while he was there as the anti-grav agency boss. We also saw what he did even as a policeman, how a man of impeccable character. And outside of the force, he has continued to command some level of influence and have been able to earn the trust of most Nigerians. And when it comes to Christopher Musa, this is an exceptionally excellent personality that I believed for the first time, nobody can fault Tinubu on this appointment. Even when the National Assembly tried to subject him to some rigorous process, say you must go through, not as agreeing to the take a bow tradition, he still lived up to the expectation of many. So I don't really think there's any rift. He's going to be one of the best pair, and I urge them to work together in the best interest of our dear country and to put this menace behind us permanently. And that, like my brother said in the studio there, it will be to the credit of the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces.
Okay, one of the things that I read while I was giving the background to the story, the Katsina State Governor has actually commended some communities in Katsina of having peace deals with bandits. He actually said that the peace deals are working. What do you make of this commendation by a sitting governor?
If not for the fact that as a governor he is enjoying some level of immunity, he should be investigated. It should be investigated. And whether anybody likes it or not, you expect children of a woman who was raped, who is a victim of rape by armed robbers. You know, they come to your house, rape your mom, and the police will now come in to say, please, let there be an understanding, there should be no more war. I know that's a bad story. There should be the place of justice. What the governor would have said is that, look, let the people be vigilant and work with the federal might. They work with the agenda of the federal government, you know, and encourage the likes of Christopher Musa, who is coming to do his work now, and the National Security Advisor, as well as all the security agencies in this country, to ensure that we root out this banditry. That banditry is being rooted out of the country. You cannot be pacifying evil. You can't be treating it with kid gloves. You know, there are some sort of unhealthy conspiracies that have made this thing to flourish. And when people stop talking about it, or you pretend as if you're not seeing it, or you turn your eyes, that is where this complicity comes in. And no governor who understands his responsibility as governor, or who is what is onion, should say what the governor of Katsina State have just said, or encouraging people to go into alliances, agreement, and peace. What kind of peace deal is that?
Okay.
It's painful.
Okay. Are you okay? Let me go to let me go to the studios. You know, it's looking at the screen in the confirmation. I keep going back to it because, of course, it's very recent. As the Minister of Defense, while it was being screened, one of the things he talked about was community resilience and how, you know, that there's a need for communities, you know, to be able to build capacity of the locals themselves and for them to be the first respondents. You hear someone say this, and then on the other hand, you hear a governor, a certain governor, applaud his community for having peace deals with bandits. You know, putting this side by side just looks like they are just two different opposite ends. What do you make of all of actually of this peace deal? Should we actually be having dialogue with bandits? Is it a sustainable policy? Or you just, you know, should we even be having something like that, having peace deals with bandits?
I mean, it is the failure of the government that a sitting governor will come and be telling handicapped communities to now begin to make peace with bandits. It's the failure of the government. Nena, ask me, what kind of peace is the community making with these bandits? This bandit comes and give them conditions. You pay tax to them. You do this. When it is harvest period, you harvest your crop. Some part of it will go. Is that peace deal or slavery? In a country where we still have a functional government, another government and some other miscreants are coming to give people in that same country some conditions that you must serve them. That means the government failed them. The government disappointed them. So for a sitting governor, I mean, Dick Orada to go to communities and be selling that means he's selling the prowess of the insurgents, the terrorists. He's telling them, oh, because we are failed and you people now came with an alternative for you to survive, and it's a good one. It is the failure of the government for a sitting governor to go to communities and now be telling communities you are doing well for making peace. Israel never made peace with Hamas. That's to tell a good example. When Osama bin Laden bombed America 9/11, America never made peace. America went to the extent of smoking him out where he was hiding. That's how to treat an enemy. These bandits, these terrorists, whatever name they call them, are enemies. No government must sugarcoat it in such a way that, oh, you are doing well because you are now making peace. That government is a failed government. Dick Orada has disappointed and failed the people of Katsina for making such statements. Is it because he sits in the custody of his office and he doesn't know what the people are going through? People go to farm and farm throughout the year. And at the harvest season, they cannot go and harvest. Because when they go to harvest, they'll be kidnapped and they don't have the money to pay the ransom. What they labored all through the year is wasted. Then somebody is coming to now placate them that you are making peace, you are doing a good job. Because they disappointed and failed them. That's not a responsible government, Nena. I don't even want to go there. What General Musa was saying is, oh, they are the first rank in whatever in this insurgent. It's just like if you see something, they say if you say something, say something. If you see something, say something. If you notice some kind of unusual movement or you have an intel, quickly alert those people that will be of help, that will be able to curtail it. That's what it's not. These people don't have arms. They can't fight these people that are so sophisticatedly armed. So, but their eyes should be on ground. There could be some movement that you are suspicious that, oh, this movement, what is this movement all about? Quickly alert those people that will be able to rescue the situation. If those people failed, like the governor is preaching now, because they have failed Nigerians severally. That's why when I say, oh, Nigerian government has actually brought us to where we are now. And that's what the governor is towing his line on. The governor that says that, he has disappointed his people.
You know, when you hear things like this, and of course, one of the things, Matawale, a video came up recent this week about Matawale, talking, of course, not a new video, but that is the stance. If someone as prominent as that, when he even made that statement, I'm sure he was still the governor,
of
Zamfara State. And he's saying that all bandits are not criminals. Yes. And that, when the community gets them upset, and when you hear things like this, you begin to wonder, like, what kind of statement is this? That why would they be making statements like this, especially when we have things like this? Well, let me come to you, Lekia. Are peace deals, of course, in some states that we have, contradicting the federal government's war on banditry agenda? We hear the government saying no negotiation policy, all of all these things. And then we hear some states, of course, we just heard a state governor applauding peace deals. Isn't this a contradicting the federal government's war on banditry?
Not contradictory, but only revealing the forces that have preserved, nurtured, and sustained banditry over the years. And if the investigators are interested in getting to the root cause of banditry, opportunities like this, even if the man enjoys some level of immunity, he should be put under watch. The governor of Katsina State should be put under surveillance, because in his state, we have seen the havoc of banditry. We've witnessed what has happened in that state. And that his failure to have provided security and ensuring the security of lives and property in Zamfara under the reign of banditry and violence may have been as a result of his being complicit. May have been. You must hear me very correctly. So if the government looks into it, if the security agencies look into it, they will get to the root of it and come up with the truth. But another vista that this is pointing to in all that is happening, particularly with this comment he made, is that it is also possible that most of the politicians who use these forces, these dark forces, these elements to win and maneuver their way or to sustain their grip on power, undermine the public interest in preference to their personal and selfish interests, which is not good. You must not look at the aura of power, how you're enjoying it, and allow all of that to make you a conqueror of the people's will and a manager of the commonwealth of the people. And so because of what is at your disposal, the security of the people, the lives of the people no longer count. Encouraging banditry or any form of peace deal under the circumstance is evil. And Nigerians should be mindful of the governor of Zamfara State. And I expect the security agencies who know what they are to do, what they ought to do, to put him under watch.
Okay, the governor of Katsina State, I'm sure that was a mistake that you wanted to say the governor of Katsina State and not the governor of Zamfara State.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yes, it's the error of the lips.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the next issue. We're moving on now to politics. The Labour Party's presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, has criticized the distribution of vehicles as part of campaign activities. Obi describes such gestures as misplacement of priorities, arguing that Nigeria needs leaders who invest in healthcare, education, and poverty reduction, not political showmanship. He added that while many citizens are battling hunger and joblessness, politicians are flaunting wealth instead of demonstrating responsible governance. Peter Obi further stated The Nigerians deserve leadership grounded in empathy, prudence, and accountability. Let me come to you, Mr. Elvis. What was your reaction when you saw those vehicles being brandished on air?
Now, what it simply means that what you and I are crying and, Nigerians at large is crying all over. It's not what is happening within the presidency and all their agents, What they are interested in is how to get to power back in 2027. That's why you see, until America reminded us that this nation is completely dead as far as security is concerned, that's when you see that this little effort is coming up. But in spite of that, you can still see that the president is not even talking about how to concretize this one that we are believing that he has started. He's talking about how to get himself back to the office in 2027. At this time, one would have expected that there is always a period of mourning. Even when something happens, say this period of mourning. Why don't we also declare this period like we are in such a mourning state that, okay, let us put everything together. There's still time for you to talk of campaign. Why will you not be, in fact, bringing even one state governor to now be the ambassador of this new move? And then the governor is practically domiciled in Abuja, not even talking about what is going on in his state. And his state insecurity in his state is also very high. So a situation like this will tell you that everything Peter Obi has been talking about, that Nigerian leaders are not, they are not sympathetic to our plight. They are so adamant to what goes on with Nigeria. Is what he has just done. At this time, one would have expected that no matter what the presidential should be talking about now is how do we get out of this? Nigerians will even applaud him better if in another 3-6 months from now we see that the insurgency, this terrorism has reduced. Nigerians will applaud him. He does not even need to start spending all this money to start buying vehicles for people to now begin to move around. Nigerians will naturally say, oh, 6 months, for the past 6 months, insurgency, terrorism has reduced. This government deserves to come back. Why don't you even leave your choice to the people? Why must you impose yourself on the people, even when the people are not happy with what you are doing? Now he has just soiled the little he has been trying to put in place. Now he just soiled it. When I saw those shenanigans and all those fanfare they are doing on top of the situation where Nigerians are mourning, almost 300 children are still in the bush in Niger State. We saw the Kwara State that happened after the release of the Eruku. Another strike came to Eruku. All those ones are still in the bush. Then you are having the guts to say the best thing you can give to Nigeria now is how to get an ambassador for you to come back to power in 2027. It shares a lot of insensitivity on the part of Nigerians that the government don't show it at all. It underscores the fact that every effort they have made now, pretending to be making anyway, that, oh, yes, we are where we want to make sure that we secure Nigeria. Nigeria go is completely zero. They are interested in coming back more than securing you and I.
Okay, let's come to you, Alekia. Would you say that the president is more concerned about the second-term agenda than on governance?
So, I won't say so. And this is my reason. I won't say so, and this is my reason. Hello, are you with me?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay. There is no politician that would not be interested in a comeback bid. But to say he is more concerned now with 20 more than this, no, I won't say so. One thing is clear. The politicians are always interest-driven. What you see going on with the renewed hope thing is a product of excitement, not maturity. A lot of people who had stayed out of power, who were probably corrupt in the past, all of them may be thinking of a way of getting to the heart of the man who is on the saddle at the moment. You'll be surprised that most of those vehicles and funds are coming from very corrupt class in order to be excused from facing the consequences of their deeds. And most of them are even finding their way into even gaining political relevance by getting juicy appointment. you look at the list of ambassadorial list, those who made the ambassadorial list, and it will tell you one clear fact, that people are juggling, they are trying to get back to the mainstream of governance. Anytime you are out of governance, you become a critic of the administration that is in power. But anytime you are within, you find yourself a defender of that same administration because of what we call table manners. When you are eating, you don't talk against that table. The system that is feeding you, you don't criticize. So it's generally an attitude that you cannot separate one from the other. We never saw a Peter Obi turning down on gifts and supports while he was running for president under the Labour Party. I'm not sure if he gets as much as they are bringing to Tinubu now, he will complain. But we know him as a prudent administrator while he was governor of his state. And he did very well in terms of managing. But yeah, I see what he said as an advice, that people should be more concerned about the issue of security, not just talking about whatever they are doing. Is a general attitude.
Okay,
when it comes to
permit me to
class.
come in here. You're saying that you're saying that it is normal for them to want to do this, but don't you think that this is the wrong time for this to be done? Surely looking at how terrible our security is. We have 2026 is still there. The elections is going to come up in 2027, and there's still enough time. Don't you think that there's still enough time for all of this? Why not even at this time when there's so much insecurity happening in the nation? Don't you think so?
I agree with you. We are not saying anything different. But to say that it's clearly an agenda of the man on the saddle, no. There are people around the presidency who probably, are trying to woo some people into the system in order to enable them get positions in the coming administration, since the House is already full now, as of today. So all I'm trying to say is that that is not something that is peculiar to this government that is in power. It is a general attitude within the political class. They are never stable. That's not to say that I'm endorsing that action. No. No sensitive person in my own rank and within my own class of reasoning will endorse any government that will veer away from an issue that is as sensitive as national security to be talking about an election. No, there's always a right time and a proper season for all of that. But
thank you for that clarification. Talking about instability, like you mentioned, or should I say stability, you said many politicians are not stable. So talking about that, political tensions have intensified in Rivers State. And of course, that is the state where you are. As the Speaker of the House of Assembly, Matthew Amawule and 16 other lawmakers officially defected from the People's Democratic Party. I'm sure you know the story already. Because of time, what do you make of this defection?
Well, if you look at the scenario now and what surrounded their first defection, the scenario is different. It's unfortunate that then there wasn't, I never really saw anything that should have ordinarily warranted their defection at that time, because the party was united. But you agree with me that today, PDP is standing on pseudo feet. They are standing on false feet, and they are not stable. So if you look at the Constitution and the provisions of the Constitution, under the circumstance, they are allowed, because they want to be stable. They also want to get back to power when it comes to 2027. There's a general saying that every politician, particularly those who are elected, are always thinking of the next election and not just considering the weight of their responsibility when it comes to what is being expected of them constitutionally as duties. They fail on that mostly, and they will be looking at the next election. That's why you see that corruption has become a scientific process within the political class. And they do everything to get so much that they can get money to buy people and buy votes. Why do you think vote buying is important, has become a factor in Nigerian politics? All of these issues. So for me, today, if Martins Amehule and co decides to leave as they have just done, I won't say 18 because I really don't see the PDP House as united. There are issues everywhere. And so they also have a right to navigate in the direction of their interests and conviction as politicians, you know. But behind all of that, people could speculate, you can think in any direction. But I don't work with assumption, and I also don't want to be in that class that will presume that this must have been as a result of this. I want people to be judged on the basis of their action. Let's look at the circumstances surrounding this current defection and allow that to happen. If it's their matter of right, do they have the right to defect today? Yes, because the PDP is not in order.
All right, thank you. Let's quickly get to Mr. Elvis to get to talk about this. You know, you said something about the defection when they can only defect when PDP is actually not. Everybody knows that they're in crisis. But Rivers PDP is not in crisis actually. Do you really think that they should? In 1 minute, because we're almost almost rounding up. What do you make of this?
Let me just quickly help out. Yes, it's their right to defect. The law says national body of the party. National body have just had a convention, and that convention, they've gotten leadership, and the leaders are actually settling down. This defection that came up in Rivers State today is just no news to me. It has been there. So they just look for a time like today to just tell the world. It has always been like robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's no news as far as I'm concerned. We already saw the handwriting on the wall ever since. So the pronouncement or the announcement today made no difference from what we have already known and what we have been anticipating and what eventually played out today. That's just
okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Elvis Olimehele, for being here with us. And then thank you very much, Lekia Christian, as well, for being a part of us all the way from Port Harcourt. And that's all for today's episode of The Issues Explored, the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to tune in for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
That's 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People